Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Unlocks Gamer System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Skills are what differentiate people from each other. Whether instructed, self-taught, or natural instinct, skills are a vital part of everyday life. Skills can be attained in many numerous ways. Not all will be helpful or fun, but they may prove needed. Repeating the skill and learning from it is the only way, bar magical items, to level a skill. Attain as many skills as you can, and level them. It may just save you or a loved one. Written on back of page. You should try and level intelligency as fast as possible to get neuron fire. After that, scour the internet for free lessons on everything. This will help with knowledge-based skills. For physical skills, I suggest watching videos and copying what you see. Come on. Just a little longer, please. Sorry, cat. We don't have any more time. The portal will take us straight to UA. But this place is more fun than any school. Also more dangerous than any school. That just makes it more fun. For you. He picked you his bag and walked through. Akito had opened a portal for him that emptied out into the parking lot. He opened his message window, told her was through, and thanked her. He received a message back quickly. No prob, 3 good luck. Closing the window, he made his way to the main hall, where every UA hopeful was waiting. The parking lot was almost abandoned, as every teacher was already present, and UA's classes weren't open today. Walking down a pathway through a small park-like area, he arrived at the main entrance. He could see many people making their way in and a teacher or 2 guiding students. He even thought he saw Kachin. As he made his way through the crowd, he heard someone. Does anyone happen to speak English? He looked, and it was a girl who had her red hair in a ponytail. She was standing with a girl with blonde hair and horns. He used observe on both. Stats will be below in order of appearance. Raising his hand, he made his way over. What seems to be the problem? Kendo smiled. Awesome. This girl doesn't speak a lot of Japanese and keeps trying to ask me questions, but I can't understand her. She gave a defeated smile. English isn't my strong suit. He smiled. It's fine. He turned to Pony. How can I help? Pony smiled. Awesome. I really need to work on my Japanese. My name is Pony. She stuck out her hand. He matched the gesture. My name is Izuku. What were you trying to ask? The handshake ended and she pulled out a piece of paper. It says I need to find my way to the office of Mr. Nizu. I think he's the principal? Izuku nodded. He is. His office is on the 3rd floor. I'll take you. Is she all right? He turned to Kendo. He gave a nod. She's just looking for the principal's office. I know the way and can take her. She smiled. Thanks. My name is Kendo. I think you said yours was Izuku? He smiled. Nice to meet you, and yes, that's my first name. You can call me Midoriya. She nodded. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Mind if I follow? It'd be useful to learn where the principal is. He shrugged. Sure. He turned back to Pony. Ready? She nodded with a smile. A small walk and up a few flights of stairs, they made it to the office. Here we are. Anything else? She shook her head. I should be good. They said they would give me a guide. She gave a wave and walked in. She didn't knock, stated Kendo bluntly. Izuku laughed. She's very straightforward. He turned to her. Ready to get back? Kendo nodded. Ready as I'll ever be. The written portion of the exam was easier than he thought it would be. He hadn't raised his knowledge levels or gained new ones since his last day at a school. So when he managed to finish, he was pleasantly surprised. He joined the mass of hopefuls in the auditorium and sat with Kendo, who had waved him over. How did you do? Pretty good. It was actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. Kendo gave him a smirk. So you have an intelligence quirk? He shook his head. Nope. I'm just really smart. She punched his shoulder and laughed. Smart but more like it. They made small talk as the final students made it through the door. Once the doors closed, Present Mike spoke up. Hello listeners, All the hopefuls went quiet. Since all of you have finally finished the written, it's time for the practical. Can I get a yeah? Dead silence. Izuku had to force himself not to laugh. Tough crowd. Anyway, let me explain. He gestured to the projection above him. You will be separated into groups of 50 and thrown into a mock battle. Each villain destroyed will net you the amount of points indicated on their chassis. There are 3 sizes of robots. The higher the number, the more dangerous it is. Any questions so far? No hands raised, so he went to the next slide. Along with the robots, each group will have 3 commanders, who, if defeated, will net the victor 50 points. Be careful though, listeners, if you fail to defeat or capture the commander. He paused for dramatic effect. You will lose 100 points. That started murmuring. For anyone thinking they will be easy prey, think again. Each commander is a faculty member of UA or a pro hero capable of holding their own. That got everyone starting to talk. Kendo whispered to him, "Do you think we'll see All Might?" He shook his head. "Didn't you see his letter to the media?" She nodded. "I thought it meant he would be teaching at UA though." Izuku shrugged. "No idea." Present Mike waited for the mass of hopefuls to quiet down. Each commander will be stationed in a 1-kilometer circle and will stay there for the duration of the exam. Once you have learned which arena you are at, you will be shown a small map with each commander's location. The slide went to the next screen. While teamwork will not net you more points. Some of you may find it helpful when dealing with larger groups of robots or taking on a commander. The slide continued. Any last questions for your DJ? Again, no hands raised. Then let's get out there. The students all rose and made their way over to the many tables located along a wall. Getting in line with Kendo, they waited for their arena number and time. 20 people later, Kendo waited and received a piece of paper, and then it was his turn. Nut Lion. He was pulled into a hug. He smiled and returned it. Hey Ragdoll. How are you? Amazing as usual. How have you been? Good. What are you doing here? She gestured at everything around her. I'm helping. She leaned forward and whispered, the others are in the arenas. Pixie is hoping to get you. He gave a small chuckle. Am I in her group? She gave a grin. You'll have to wait and see. She handed him a piece of paper. Good luck. He waved and walked toward where Kendo was waiting. You know her? He nodded and smiled. She's a member of the Wild Pussycats. Aren't they a rescue team? He nodded again. They are, and if any of them were listening right, I would say, they're the best team in Japan. When nothing happened, he let out a sigh. Sorry, they tend to pop up out of nowhere. She gave a small laugh. They seem like close friends. So what group are you with? He unfolded the paper. Arena C, Group F. You. She turned her paper around and smiled. Want a team? Sure. They made their way to the arena and talked along the way. So what's your quirk? She raised a hand and enlarged it. When I enlarge my hands, I can double or even triple my strength. Yours? I call it mana. My quirk gives me access to a mental pool. I can use it to do a bunch of different things. For example, Frost Giant's weapon. A spear as tall as him appeared in his hand. I can do a bunch of stuff. She went wide-eyed. Really? The only problem with it is that I can't do it forever. If the pool runs out, I can't do anything. That's still really cool though. He smiled. Thanks. Yours is pretty neat as well. If I could triple my strength, I could probably box All Might. He did a bit of shadow boxing. If you're trying to flirt, I don't think it's working. Well, I'm not. I'm just talking. I still think All Might would win. Even with my quirk, I doubt I could hold up a skyscraper. Izuku shrugged. Never know until you have to. They made it to the arena and sat with all the others who were waiting their turn. The occasional explosion or scream could be heard coming from the arena, causing several of the people present to give each other worried expressions. Who do you think the commanders are? Is there a way we could figure out? Send a text to Mandalay, she probably won't care. He pulled out his phone and sent 2 texts to her. One was a hello and the other was asking what arena she and the others were in. When the second group finished, he received a reply. Hey little lion. Arena B. Pixie is in C and Tiger is D. Who'd you get? Pixie. Good luck. She wants to pay you back for that punch. Thanks. Well, one is a member of the Pussycats. Her name is Pixie Bob. Kendo tilted her head. She can use rock and stuff, right? He nodded. She is a powerhouse when it comes to raw strength. He said in a slightly more quiet voice, she's pretty easy to sneak up on though, so I think I could capture her if we tried. She nodded, determined. If you want to try and are confident, then I say we give it a go. They sat and waited for their turn. What do you mean you told him? Why would I lie? It was supposed to be secret. That's news to me. Pixie let out an annoyed huff and stormed off. Tiger sat silently next to her, while Ragdoll laughed. She's going to be so mad if Izuku catches her. You're going to need to apologize. She gave her teammate a smirk. I'll just buy her a gift, she'll be fine. So how was your first 2 rounds? Mandalay looked at the running tally she was keeping. Round 1 I caught quite a few of them who charged me right out the gate. A scream into their mind, after that it was garbage duty. In total 12 so far. Tiger? None of the kids put up much of a fight and fell rather rapidly. The only exception was a kid who actually took a beating and managed to escape. He paused for a second. 9. Ragdoll let out a cheer. How many did the other heroes take out? She looked at the other teachers in the small lobby they had for in between every 2 rounds. In her group was Ectoplasm and Power Loader. She called out to them, how many went for you? As was usual for the tall one, he gave a blunt answer. 13. Power Loader sat in the chair next to her and smiled. A small army attacked me in the first round. I got most of them but a handful escaped. He looked at a metal bracer he had marked with tallies. 19 including the second round. She gave him an annoyed look. Lucky. She looked over at Arena A's commanders and shouted to Midnight, Kayama, how many did you get? Midnight gave her a grin and held up 2 fingers and then rose up another 2 on her other hand. Mandalay groaned, Ooey, quirks are totally not fair. She received a smile and shrug in response. Aizawa's voice came over the speaker, break time is over, head back. The next group starts in 5 minutes. She turned to her teammates. See you soon, Rag. Come on, Tiger. 2 hours later. Group F, your reckoning is upon you. Present Mike was laying it on thick. New quest. To make a hero. Mission. Pass the UA entrance exam. Reward? Cat closed the window as he turned to Kendo and saw she was shaking slightly. You okay? She gave a hesitant nod and stood. Izuku stood with her and they walked to the arena entrance. Is everything okay? She nodded and forced herself to calm, just a tad nervous. He smiled. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll do great. She looked at him. Are you going to go after Pixie Bob? He thought about it for a moment. Maybe? Depends on how many points I get before the 15-minute mark. Present Mick's voice blared over the speaker. Now, pay attention, listeners, you will only see this map once. As he said that, the projection came to life and for a minute a map of the arena came into view with 3 red circles on it. Memory saved. Awesome, thanks. He turned to Kendo as the map disappeared. I memorized the map. Awesome. I don't think I'm going to try for them, so you're on your own there, unless I really need the points. He nodded. That's fine. Start. The door opened. Most of the kids just looked at it in confusion. Izuku, pulling Kendo along, charged straight through. When the others saw them, there was a mad scramble. A couple of meters in, the first robots appeared, 4 1-pointers and 2 2-pointers. He cast 2 spells, one on himself, Strength of Hercules, and the other on Kendo, Momentum Bomb. Looking back at her, he asked with a smile, You ready? For wah? He threw straight at the oncoming robots. To her credit, while she wasn't prepared, she easily corrected herself midair and slammed into the poor 2-pointers with a thunderous slam and crunch. She had enlarged her fists and slapped both hard enough they caved in. Not to be outdone, he cast Mana Storm. The ethereal lightning raced through the air and fried the smaller robots in front of him. 4 points. Let's hope every day is like this. That would be nice. He caught up to Kendo, who was calming herself down. When she saw him, she smiled. Thanks, but don't do that again. He chuckled. Are you good? She nodded. Let's do this. Thousands of dollars worth of broken robots later. 15 minutes left. Present Mick's voice boomed over the speakers. We have 73 points. Not bad, should we try? Yes. We definitely try. The robots are getting boring. He laughed. They're very predictable. He looked over at Kendo. How many? Dusting herself off. 67 with that last one. I'm thinking of going for a commander. Want to join? She didn't speak and just thought. A few seconds passed before she nodded. Sure, but I'm staying back unless we have the upper hand. If we don't, I'm out. Deal? She stuck out a hand. He grinned as he took it. Deal? Where's the nearest one? East 200 meters. East. He pointed in the direction. They hadn't heard anything come from that direction, but they had seen a few people head off there. She looked and nodded. You lead. They took off toward the red zone and he cast Sight of the Hunter. The world faded to grays, and as they approached, multiple F intelligence auras were hanging in the air. Only one was standing around on the floor. Not knowing who it was, he whispered and slowed his speed. It's not Pixie, and they seem to be some sort of trapper. There are people hanging in the air. Watch your feet and be ready. They slowed and went through an alleyway. With his dark senses, he could smell that something had been here recently, lots of them. Possibly other people, but the amount of them seemed a little off. No way that many people were confident enough to take on a pro. They might be stupid. Or that. She started to say something else, but stopped and yelled, Wire. He froze mid-step and looked where his foot would have been. There was indeed a wire floating in the air. Taking a step back, he pointed to it for Kendo. She nodded and they took cautious steps over it. It was a slow few minutes later that they peered around a corner in an open plaza. A woman stood perfectly still. She was dressed in a black ankle-length dress. Her skin was as white as milk and her face didn't give off any emotion. Kendo seemed to read his mind. She quietly whispered, She's like a porcelain doll. Izuku nodded, but the cleaver she was holding her hand broke that image. He went over a plan in his head. I can clear the gap quickly, but there's no telling what's in between her and me. Then go up. He looked up and could see a few ways to get up on top of the building. That could work, but what do I do when I get there? Punch her. He wanted to sigh but contained it. I meant, is that going to be enough? She is a pro. Cat hummed, Gravity well? Izuku thought about it and agreed. That could work. He turned to Kendo. If you see an opening, go for it. I'm going to try and stun her. Kendo nodded and watched as he leapt from wall to wall. Finally making it to the top, he cast Sylph's Blessing and leapt as hard as he could. The hero, who was not in fact a blind person, turned to face him and flicked her wrist. Small shadows darted across the plaza. Not having any other recourse, he used air step and charged her. She more than likely put wire in our path. Melting won't work. Break out the new spell? I guess. He wanted to save the spell to surprise Pixie during their next fight. He had no doubt if he managed to catch this hero, she would hear about it. Unless the person watching wanted to be mean. Gravity well, Mana Gatling. His quirk and spell went off. He was almost immediately surrounded in small ball of light and slung them at her. Gravity assist. As the lights blanketed the area in front of him, he used a spell as the first possible wire appeared. Ethereal Haunt. He felt his body become lighter and the world around him went misty. The spell was one Akito's first spell after she grinded to get spellcrafting. As he approached, he noticed that the hero had made a makeshift shield of dolls. Wait, is this her? He didn't allow himself to get distracted and passed through the shield and grabbed her wrist. The spell ended at the touch, and with all his might and one for all, he threw as hard as he could at Kendo. He saw the wide-eyed look of the girl and smirked. She panicked for a split second, but held both hands out enlarged and caught the hero. She did end up skidding quite a few meters back, but the catch was successful nonetheless. He let out a small cheer, but it was too soon to celebrate as all the dolls had turned to him and started their own attack. This is so creepy. Burn them with fire. Taking a jump toward Kendo, he yelled, Run! She winced but nodded. The hero was stuck and squashed like a bug in between her palms. Solar aura. His body illuminated, then erupted as the sun inside him expanded outside his body. He felt the clothes on his body start to burn and the dolls nearest him slowed to a crawl. They didn't burst into flame or burn. They must be made of hero metal. Then turn off the aura and let's bounce before they catch us. He ended his quirk and charged one for all into his foot. His jump cleared him of the nearest buildings. While in the air, he took the time to cast emergency aid on his foot and arm. His landing was a little rough, as he only had 1 foot and arm, but he managed to make it out of the red zone. A minute later, Kendo came running from an alley, looking half dead, and her hands streaming red. She gave him the dirtiest look he could imagine and opened her hands. The woman fell out into a roll and stood. She was covered in blood. Her face was still impassive, and as she looked side to side, she let out a sigh. I was doing so good too. Kendo walked over to him and looked about to slap him, but stopped. Heal. Now. He gave a strained smile and obliged. Medic's respite. The cuts on her hands immediately started to stitch closed. She thanked him and then punched him into a nearby building. You threw a person at me at nearly Mach 1. Cat was on the metaphorical floor with laughter. The only thing going through his head besides laughter was, her punches hurt. As he stood back up and walked back, the pro was speaking to Kendo. Her voice was rather quiet and seemed to suffer from no use. Congratulations. Since you've captured me, you gain 50 points. Kendo smiled. Thank you, Ms. You may call me Ms. Soma. I'll be a teacher at UA this year. Both of them bowed to her, but Izuku spoke. We look forward to being in your class. She nodded and made her way back into her zone. She did have some parting words for him though. That won't work next time, and Pixie wants to see you. She's over there. She pointed to the next red zone and disappeared. Kendo half whispered to him, she's kind of weird. He nodded, agreed. He turned to her, now that we got you your points, it's my turn. I don't have to go with you, do I? Izuku shook his head. Pixie would probably capture you. He stuck out his hand. It was nice working with you, Kendo. She returned his gesture and nodded. It was nice to meet you. She turned and ran back toward the entrance. See you in class. He waved and then turned toward Pixie's zone. She's going to be so mad. You did punch her into a lake. I didn't know the lake was there. You still did it. He groaned. 9 minutes left. Eye of the Lost. Akito had shared 4 new spells with him. The first was her first ever spell. The second was this, a spell made by her mother. It was meant to be a spell to find your way home. Fortunately for him, she messed up and created a spell that could lock onto a target and provide the fastest way there. Target locked. 922 MW&W. Path on HUD. Now. Hermes' blessing. He started his run. Pixie, the one you call Lion, is on his way. Thanks, Soma. He was able to flicker past my defense somehow. Thought I should warn you. Thank you. She ended the call. Did that little sheet really get more powers? His quirk is FING ridiculous. She kicked a nearby rock in thought. What could I do around here? Uraraka could say her day was going wonderfully, but that'd be a lie. Most of her robots were destroyed by others and her stomach was killing her. Her best hope was to catch a commander off guard and get the capture. She had tried pairing with a couple of people, but most had abandoned her midway. That didn't bother her as much as it probably should have. What did hurt was when one of them had intentionally led her away from a pack of robots to gain the points for herself. After realizing her betrayal, she had decided to just leave and look for points somewhere else. That led to her current predicament. She was trapped in between an insane woman who was muttering to herself and failing to get into UA. Choices were hard, but this one had no option B. She stayed where she was and waited for any opportunity. From her vantage per intelligentian the roof, she had watched the woman use her quirk to rapidly change the landscape. Pillars of rocks jutted from the ground. It was actually concerning to see a pro actually prepare for a battle. Once the final pillar was standing, she encased herself in rock and waited. Almost no time passed before she could make out a guy running into the plaza. His green hair stood out against the grays of the concrete. When he saw all the pillars, he stopped and called out, "Pixie, I know you're in there." The woman, clearly irritated, shouted, "No shit, Sherlock. Now come get me." She could see the grin that plastered the boy's face as he took a step back and jumped. He then seemed to kick off the air and rocket toward the woman. Boulders started flying at him, but none hit as he just disappeared. She heard something and looked down to see him behind the pro. His foot was trapped, and she watched as rocks started to form around him. Either the pro was too slow or the guy was way too fast, as he broke free with a ridiculous amount of strength. Before he could be captured again, he dodged around her and jumped onto her back. "Time to cook, Pixie. Kid, I swear if you do that dash." He burst into a bright light and she suddenly felt like she was standing next to a hot light bulb. Shielding her eyes, she heard the woman yelling, and the guy laughing. When the light finally died down, he was flung across the plaza and hit the wall hard. The woman had shed her rock armor and ran away from where she previously was, yelping the whole way. Hot, hot, hot. When she made it some distance, she turned back around and gave the guy the finger. "That wasn't very nice, Lion." So that's his name. She had met people with worse names, so it didn't seem too bad. Lion, as he was now called, stood up from his crater and started to summon some sort of light. A second went by before the light flung itself at the woman. She brought up a wall that took the hit for her. When she turned back to look at Lion, he wasn't there. "Hey!" She would have screamed if it wasn't for the hand over her mouth. When she turned, the guy was crouched behind her. "How many points did you get?" She held up 4 fingers and then 6. He nodded and told her, "I'll push her this way, and when she stands still, jump on her. Use your quirk and separate her from the ground." "How did he?" "Got it?" She nodded and he let go. Not even a second passed before he zoomed away and was back in the plaza. "Really? What? Just because she's a cute girl?" "Not entirely. There's no way I can win this without some help. She's prepared for almost everything I got." Cat growled. "Fine. This better get you laid." He could feel his cheeks heat up, but ignored the comment. "Ideas. Fire bombs." He started laughing. "Is that what we're calling them now? You got a better name?" He smiled. "Nope." "Then get to it." Bottled Sun. A spell specifically for him by Aki, and the last she shared with him. It had taken 3 days of using his quirk in full blast to help make it, but the result was amazing. The little bottles appeared floating in the air near him. With a quick glance, Cat calculated the trajectory for each. Picking up one in his hand, he threw it, each pushed by a charged finger with one for all. She watched as small tiny lights appeared around him. Each was thrown with such force that the air seemed to be pushed away. The first light went off and exploded in a bright fiery light. The woman, who had just brought down the wall, dodged it and dived for cover behind a pillar. She seemed to be doing something but was immediately assaulted by 2 of the lights. She let an annoyed curse and dived closer to the building she was standing on. Preparing herself to jump on top of a pro hero, she patted her face. "You can do this. 3 more. We'll need to keep her still too." "That seems like a bad idea." "I know. Then why do it?" He shrugged as he threw another bottle. "It'd be fun. This woman can break solid rock with her fist. Because of her quirk." "If you say so." He threw another. "You sacred?" "Not really. I just think if school is going to be like this, I kind of want to get in." He smiled. "Here we go." As her threw the last bottle, he charged Pixie and used Ethereal Haunt. The world went misty and he watched as she threw a spear at him. The spear flew past where he would have been, and crashed into the side of a nearby building. She stopped where she was, and as he made contact with her, she spun. The spell ended. A grin crept onto her face. "Caught you, little lion." He smiled. "How did you know?" "Soma is a friend of mine." As she said that, rocks started to creep up his legs. She smiled. "That's minus 100 points, lion." He gave a very quick glance up and said, "Nope." She looked up and tried to dodge, but he held her in place. The girl fell on top of Pixie and jumped off just as quick. He let her go and watched as she started to float in the air. When she came to a second later, she immediately started whining, "Line. I lost now." "Lost what?" She just continued to whine. Ignoring her, he looked at the girl. "Good job." He gave a smile and thumbs up. She went slightly pink in the cheeks as she said, "You did most of the work." He nodded. "True, but I have no easy way of getting her off the ground without putting an arm or two out of commission." He looked at Pixie. "You done?" She whimpered a bit but nodded. "Yeah, let me down." The girl raised an eyebrow at him and he nodded. She tapped her fingertips together and Pixie dropped out the air onto her feet. "So cats do land on their feet." He put on a sheet-eating grin. She gave him a glare and stomped the ground, except lions apparently. He fell backward onto his butt. Pixie walked over to the girl and flicked her head. "Don't rely on other people for everything. If it wasn't for Izuku you still would be hiding." Uraraka went red and backed away. Pixie shrugged. "Oh well. Rules are rules." 50 points to the girl. She stomped the ground and he was free. Standing up, he smiled at Pixie. "Who's in the next zone?" Pixie was about to say something, but a horn went off. "Time's up. Will all the listeners please head back to the entrance?" "You screwed the pooch on this one. We were out of mana anyway. That last spell cost us the rest of it." He groaned. "Demon." Pixie shooed the girl away and told her to head to the entrance. After a bit of protest she relented. Pixie walked up to him and pulled him into a hug. "Don't worry, Lion. There was more to the test than villain points." He returned the hug and asked, "What do you mean?" Letting go of him, she smiled. "Come with me." Pixie had led him to a large waiting room where they met up with Ragdoll. She hugged him and walked back to her arena. Ragdoll grabbed his hand and pulled him into a large room. Hundreds of screens were live and showing recaps of the last groups. Along with the screens were 100 or so desks and a mountain of paperwork. A person was behind each desk and from what he could see, each was judging 1 to 2 kids. Ragdoll pulled him up a set of stairs where a waiting room stood above everything. He could see Racerhead, Nizu, and All Might sitting down to watch the screens. When they entered, all 3 looked, but didn't seem bothered by his presence. All Might and Nizu gave him a wave, while Mr. Aizawa just looked and turned back toward the screens. Ragdoll sat him down on a sofa in the back of the room and sat next to him after grabbing some water for them. "You did super good by the way." Accepting the beverage. "You watched." She nodded and whispered, "That man might be your biggest fan now." She snickered as she pointed to All Might. He gave a smile and looked at his mentor. All Might was in his skinny form and thus unrecognizable to Ragdoll. "How did they watch everything?" "I didn't see any cameras." "No idea." "Ask." "Principal Nizu?" The small hamster thing turned around in his swivel chair and nodded. "Yes, Midoriya? How did you watch everything going on in the arenas?" "I didn't see any cameras or drones." Nizu nodded again. "That's because it is the quirk of one of our staff members. He is able to observe anyone outside in the open air. His quirk is also able to interact with electronics, making rooms like the possible." "That's ridiculously handy." "Right. You asked Ms. Tsuchikawa a question, did you not?" Nizu was holding his feet. He nodded. "She said something about there being more to the exam than villain points. I'm assuming there is some sort of second hidden exam." Nizu nodded. "Very close." He held up a finger. "The only thing you were wrong about is the hidden part. We never bothered to hide how points are earned, nobody ever asks." He raised an eyebrow. "So what are we graded on?" "Normally the only second category would be rescue points. But since Mr. Aizawa won the bet placed on you when you went missing, the exam was changed slightly." As he finished he gestured for Aizawa to continue. With a sigh he turned around to face him. "I've requested that 4 more categories be added in addition to the regular 2. Team cooperation, combat potential, subduing potential, and assist potential." He gestured to the screens. "The commanders are meant to pressure students to fight an overwhelming opponent and to gauge their reactions. It doesn't matter if you get captured by a commander, only that you show your true colors before, during, and after your fall." All Might nodded. "For example, that last girl you helped?" Izuku nodded. Her name was Uraraka. He nodded again. That young girl teamed up 6 times and was abandoned each time. Even after that, she joined another girl, who deceived her. It was only after that she tried to catch Pixie Bob. I'm not one to leap to conclusions, but her team cooperation is more than likely through the roof, along with her assist and subdue. Her villain points are also nice and high thanks to you. Izuku smiled, glad I could help. What about Kendo? Nizu wagged a finger at him. Unfortunately, we cannot share any data results with you. Aizawa nodded. Test results can only be shared with the examinee, unless they are by the examinee themselves. You may stay here if you like, I'm sure Ms. Ragdoll will keep you company. Nizu smiled and both teachers turned around as Ragdoll hugged him. He looked at his mentor and watched All Might mouth, "You both did amazing." He felt a smile creep up on his face and watched the battles on the screen. 1 month later while on vacation. Izuku opened the door and was greeted by one of the hotel staff. "Good morning, Mr. Midoriya. I hate to be a bother, but we received a letter at the front desk for you. Taking the offered letter, thank you. Why wasn't I called? I apologize, but when we tried calling the call kept dropping. If you'd like, we can have maintenance come in while you're out." He nodded. "That'd be great. Thanks again." The man nodded and walked off. Closing the door, he returned to the main room. "Who was that?" "Hotel staff. A letter was delivered for me." Unwrapping the letter from its cloth prison, he was holding a letter emblazoned with UA logo. "It's my UA letter." "Really?" His mom came running. Her appearance had changed drastically since they were in Japan. She had put quite a muscle on, having been exercising every day while here, and he was forcing her to eat healthy. "Open it." He smiled and ripped the side open. Instead of a paper letter, a plastic device came out. Pressing the only button, the screen came to life and asked for his handprint. He gave it his hand and after a few seconds a large play button appeared. He pressed play. The device made a 3D projection above it and started playing. All Might was on screen. "It is I, All Might." On a small screen. Whispering could be heard off camera. "It's going to be 3D? When did that become a thing?" More whispering. 3 years ago." All Might started talking to himself. "Maybe I should get a new phone." More whispering. "Oh, sorry." He turned back to the camera. "Young Midoriya, my boy, you did amazingly well on the written exam. Though I suggest you brush up on your higher studies. As for your practical exam, you easily passed." He pulled out a remote and clicked it. Several moments from his exam played out. He watched the outside view of him catching Ms. Soma. Watching himself disappear and reappear out of thin air was super neat. Your villain points were average and could have been much better. A 73 appeared on the screen under villain. A few scenes played. It was of the few times he and Kendo had helped a couple of people who were having trouble. For helping when you noticed, you earned a cozy sum. A 53 appeared below rescue. As for the other 4 categories, I turned to Mr. Aizawa. The camera cut and a new backdrop appeared with a very tired-looking Aizawa. "Midoriya, your team cooperation is on par with a pro, but needs to be refined. Your combat potential, considering everything you didn't show during the exam, is better than most heroes. Your subdue potential needs work as most of your abilities are meant to harm. Your assist is also very high as your quirk and willingness to use it on allies is second to none." He nodded to the camera and it cut back to All Might. "The judges deem it fit to grant you the following scores. Teamwork, 89 combat, 100 subdue, 22 assist, 91". All Might opened his arms and with his ever-present smile, "Welcome to UA, your hero academia." He shouted the last part. Then more whispers could be heard. "I almost forgot. I will be teaching at UA this year. I look forward to having you in my class." A final peace sign, then the video cut. Quest complete. To make a hero. Reward, advancement in all quirks by 1 level. The limits of the possible can only be defined by going beyond them into the impossible. Arthur C. Clarke. His mom let out a cheer and hugged him. "You did it. Yay school." "Shut up, this is amazing." He didn't normally backtalk her too harshly, but he deserved this. He hugged his mom back and started to cheer with her. For a true gamer, perks are the representation of the people you've gained a close bond to. Not all relationships will unlock a perk, but the friendship itself will bring more benefits. For a non-gamer, perks are a presentation of special qualities that make them who they are. Build relationships and make friends. Sticky note. I once met a girl who gave me a perk that made me better in bed. Sweet little thing, could talk your ear off about flowers, but gaining her friendship gave a perk called Lust of Aphrodite. So how was America? Aki had come over after he had gotten back from his vacation. Pretty good. New York was fun, and we took a bus drive down to Florida to visit the amusement parks. His character hit 0. Cheater. She smiled. It's not cheating if I'm better than you. It is if you have the move list up on your HUD. Her smile faltered. I have no idea what you mean. Sei told me a while back to not play with you. There's no need to try and lie. She muttered under her breath, traitor. She looked down at him. So what are you going to do before school? No idea. Getting my last 2 levels would be nice. Why not go to the Shadowscape? They started another match. It took me nearly 3 weeks there to gain level 17, and there's no way I'm going to spend over a month and a half there, alone, to gain 2 levels. Are you on a battle buddy? She nudged him. He laughed, I guess. Well, I'm sorry I can't go with you. Dad's grounded me from leaving this plane of existence for the foreseeable future. He waved away the apology. I know it's fine. She won again. Why not invite someone else? He raised an eyebrow. Like? She hummed. Would any of the pussycats join you? What about Pixie? Probably not. Her quirk wouldn't work there, and Mandalays wouldn't be helpful against something like the Knight. Tiger probably would, but I can't take one of them away from each other, and Ragdoll isn't a front-line fighter. He paused for a second to change the game. They also have hero duties to keep up on. I can't ask any of them to stop to help me like that. She nodded and seemed to think for a while. You need more friends. He gave a half-hearted glare. No, really, think about it. You have me, say, the Pussycats, and All Might. What other friends do you have? With a sigh, he laid back on his floor. I guess you're right. It's not like I can walk up to someone and just say, want to be my friend. She laughed. You could, but that'd be evil. What do you normally do when Sei goes off on her own? She hung her head and arms off the side of his bed. Normally, Mom was with me. But when she was with Sei, I would just play around with spells. You're in the same boat as me then. She grinned at him. Nope. I have friends at school and I know a couple of Mom's friends. Kat had friends. Hey, I resent that. I thought you were renovating? I'm trying, but there's so many cobwebs in here. Rude. JRK. Aki giggled. I wish I could hear the other side. The world isn't prepared for that. I think I'm a lovely person. Too bad you're just a voice in my head. I can be a pain in your head if you keep this up. It was a promise, not a threat. Fine, go back to your renovations. He looked at Aki. Who was Kat friends with? She looked at the floor in thought. Well, in Japan there's the bunny lady, cat lady, and the thieves. Izuku stopped her. Thieves? Aki nodded. Mom wasn't a hero and she didn't care about any villain unless they took a life or harmed people. So thieves were exempt from her punishment. She used air quotes. He raised an eyebrow. Why did you say it like that? Mom's form of punishment was a swift death if they took a life, and a slow, painful one if they harmed people. Did she ever kill anyone that didn't deserve it? She shook her head. Mom absorbed their memories and used those as proof. The law didn't like it, but they never tried super hard to catch her. She did take quite a few murderers off the streets. Izuku looked at the ceiling in thought. Hey now, if you're going to go into philosophical thinking, I'm going to need compensation. Do you think we're doing the right thing? We could be out there saving lots of people. She sighed. Fine, I guess we'll talk. She paused for a second to consider her words. I think Catherine knew what you'd become long before you knew what a hero was. I think she wanted you to become more than a hero, like All Might. When people see him, they don't just see a hero. They see a symbol. I think she wanted the same for you. He didn't speak. It was Aki who broke the silence. Do you want to learn any skills? He looked up at her. Sure? What did you have in mind? She bounced onto her feet. You wanted to learn how to engrave runes, right? He got back into his sitting position. Really? She nodded. I probably won't get much of a chance to see you once school starts, so might as well teach it now. He smiled. Awesome, how do we start? She smirked and pulled out 2 knives. We start with this. She tossed him one. Watch. Catching it, he looked at her. She took her own knife and started to cut into the skin of her forearm. Make sure you don't fidget or cause any unnecessary lines. Any obstructions will cause the runes to fail, disastrously. She had made a nearly perfect circle and cut an X through it. Now once the rune is drawn, you pump mana into it. This one will make me slightly invisible, but not enough for me to disappear entirely. A multicolored hue emanated from the tattoo and died down before disappearing entirely. Aki herself had gone transparent. Basic runes will disappear once used and are not able to be used again until the timer ends. The timer never goes down with level up. How many runes are there? She smiled. How many spells are there? His eyes widened. Seriously? Nodding, she expanded on her point. Runes are nearly infinite, but the amount of mana and time it takes to activate are ridiculous. She pointed to her arm. This rune was super weak and took 3 seconds to activate. It also didn't even make me invisible. As she finished that, her transparency ended. I know 2 spells that would render me completely invisible and impossible to detect. What use is that rune compared to the spell? She didn't wait for an answer. None. The spell is instant and produces no light. The only upside of the rune is that it only required 1/4 of the mana and didn't consume any more than that. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Then what's the pro-intelligence of learning runes? She gave him a smile. Watch. She took the knife and carved 3 detailed runes into her skin. With the first she explained, this one will teleport me 2 meters from wherever I am. After that one was finished, she continued on to the second. Now I need a way to power that rune instead of me using mana. This one will store the mana and make the first rune nearly instantaneous. That rune was far more intricate than the first. The third is the condition rune. Its only function is to detect whatever I want it to. She charged the second and third rune. Looking at him, now. Hit me. Standing up, he took a swing at her shoulder. Before he could connect, she disappeared and reappeared sitting on the edge of his desk. Runes like those are able to be used in case of emergencies or even traps. In terms of offense, they aren't too useful compared to spells, but they do have their benefits. He saw stars. That's awesome. It's like coding. She nodded. Exactly. That forced the question though, why doesn't Sei use them, and did your mom? She hopped off his desk. Mom had her own contingency plans and Sei can't do it. He tilted his head. What do you mean? 2 things. First, she hates the sight of her own blood. Second is that her affinity for it is 1. Isn't she willing to blow up her own arm to win? Aki waved away his question. Adrenaline makes you forget fear. Oh. A pause. What was your mom's version of this? You know about classes, right? At his nod, she continued. Well, her class was spells word. Each class gives its own benefits, and one of the spell swords is contingency spells. It allows the caster to cast spells that delay their cast until parameters are met. She turned around and pointed to the nape of her neck. If someone were to get within an inch of this spot, she disappeared. She'd teleport behind them ready to attack. He whirled and saw her holding daggers. Each crackled with a different color. That's awesome. What was that spell? How was your class chosen? Could I get that? Akito unsummoned the daggers and shrugged. I'll give it to you before I leave. No idea. Sei and Mom refused to tell me anything or give any hints. Lame. She didn't share much with you, did she? Aki smiled. Nope. She said she wanted us to experience life to the fullest. That's why she never cared if Sei and I went off on our own. Wait, so you could just disappear and she'd be fine with that? Aki laughed. Not really. If we were gone longer than half a day, we'd be teleported back to the house. Then we get yelled at and grounded. Wait, she cast contingency spells on you, didn't she? Aki gave him a smile. It was enough of an answer. So, any other questions before you try? He thought about it and actually did have one. Can these be used to defend against quirks? She shook her head. I had Mom try against me. They can be used against spells though. He raised an eyebrow. Really? Can they be overpowered? With the level your spells are at, no. Your spells aren't strong enough to counteract my engraving skill. What's your engraving level? Her cheeks went slightly pink. 74. His eyes widened. 74? Say said her highest skill was 53. She crossed her arms. I practice when I'm bored. I'd show you my rune algorithm, but I don't feel like taking off my shirt. He could feel his cheeks heat up. Please don't. She smirked. Now let's get you started. We don't have long before I have to get back home. New skill. Engraving LVO. Scratch, slice, burn. You carry a skill that has been a part of human history before even the gods walked on Earth. Level this skill to do your ancient ancestors proud. Known rune list, max rank. Color change. Color shift. What's the easiest way to level this up? She twirled the knife in her hand, cutting the runes into yourself and using them. Rinse and repeat until you become lost in your work. At least I have something to do before school. She laughed. I probably wouldn't let your mom see, she might think you have an issue. He smiled. More than likely. She opened a portal and waved. See you later, Izuku. He waved back. Night? The portal closed after she went through. Izuku looked at the knife and used observe. Carving knife. Quality. This knife is unbreakable and will never need to be sharpened. The only drawback of this knife is that it is unable to be used on another person. Wow, it's actually really good. Wonder where she got it. Probably her mom. A moment of silence passed before his mom shouted, Izuku, lunch is ready. He looked at the clock on his desk. 11. He sighed. DMN time zones. He got up to leave, but another smaller portal opened. A hand stuck out. It was Aki's on the account of the rainbow bracelet. He took her hand. New spell gained. Mana daggers. See below. As the spell was granted, she pulled her hand back and the portal closed. This is so cool. Do you think it holds up to Bone Blade? We'll have to try it later. For now though, lunch with Mom. First day of school. Izuku. It's time. He grabbed his backpack and jacket. This material is so weird. He rolled his eyes and kissed his mom's cheek. Bye Mom, I'll be home later. Have a good day. Making his way out the door and down the street, he started the trek to the train station. I wonder who made it? You're still on about that? Yes. It annoys me we can't destroy it. So destructive. Calm down, you toddler. Call me a toddler again, and I'll give you a headache all day. He ignored her. I like it though, makes me less worried I'll destroy it if a fight breaks out. Try shocking it. Fine. He amused her and cast a low-strength mana storm. The material dispersed the electricity and returned to where it sat on his arm. So fire, electricity, and sharp objects don't affect it. I guess we'll try other things when they come up. I bet it would get shredded if we used one for all. Can we? Not the time or place. I promise we'll give it a try after school. K. They walked in silence for a minute before she started playing music the rest of the ride to school. The train station was as busy as ever and his train was more so. He did see a few students in UA outfits, but most stuck to their own. As the train stopped at the bottom of the hill, all the students began their uphill trek. A familiar set of red hair appeared up ahead of him. Racing ahead through the mass of students, he caught up to her. Kendo! She turned and upon seeing him smiled. Midoriya! You made it in. He smiled. Because of the 4 extra categories. She nodded. They made my performance seem better than I thought it was. He grinned. I managed to take down Pixie with a little help. She hummed. 2 pros in 1 day. You might be a bit overqualified. I might have to put in a complaint. He grinned. Let's see how that goes for you. She matched his smile. Guess I'll have to go to the principal. You do that. They walked to school and chatted the whole way. After exchanging their shoes, they walked to class. Kendo was in Class 1A with him, and from what he could see ahead of him, the girl Uraraka was in there with them. "Hey Uraraka," said girl jumped at his call, but turned with a smile, "You made it." He nodded with a smile, "So did you." She scratched her arm nervously, "Only because you let me capture that woman." Kendo lifted an eyebrow, "You really let someone else capture a pro instead of you?" He grinned at her, "I gave you one, didn't I?" "Gave? You threw her at me." "Details." He waved away her accusation. Uraraka went wide-eyed, "Wait, another? You captured two?" Izuku smiled, "Nope. You got one and she did." He nudged Kendo. She batted him into the wall and talked to the other girl. "Don't listen to him, he's a smart butt. My name is Kendo." She gave a smile, "Uraraka? Nice to meet you." Standing up he walked to the door, "You two ready?" Both girls nodded. Opening the door he was greeted with a very familiar face, "Kachin." Kat snorted, "Laying it on thick, aren't ya?" He smirked as Bakugo went red. "Nerd. I told you not to call me that. We aren't kids anymore. Glad to see you again too." The three of them entered and sat down. His seat was right behind his new rival childhood friend. "How many villain points did you get?" Without turning around he answered, 163. He was honestly impressed. "Commanders?" 1. He put up a major fight. I was out of commission for a few days after the fight. "Who?" He shrugged, "Some guy named Tiger. He wasn't fighting at 100%, I could sense it." "Probably. Tiger is able to shrink his body and extend it a ridiculously long distance. If he was just fighting in melee with you, he was going easy." He grumbled, "Thought so. No pro should be that pathetic." The door opened and a familiar caterpillar-shaped sleeping bag appeared. "Everyone quiet down." Aizawa unzipped the sleeping bag and threw it over his shoulder. "We're skipping orientation. Take an appropriate outfit and follow me." He brought out a box and opened it. As blunt as always. At least he makes everything interesting. Every student grabbed an outfit that fit and followed their teacher out. They were led to the locker rooms and told to change. Izuku had read all the stat pages for his fellow students and smiled. "This year is going to be fun. From your memories of previous years, more than likely." After changing, Aizawa took them to a new arena he hadn't seen before. Pipes and buildings littered the cityscape with no rhyme or reason. Izuku could just see the bottom shrouded in the shadows of nearby buildings. "We'll be playing a game today." All the students gave him a confused look. "Class 1B will be joining us. We'll be playing a game of capture the flag." Waited for everyone to calm to explain. "Your objective is to capture a flag hidden somewhere in this area. You must both attack theirs and defend your own flag. Any use of violent force will be punished harshly. We are playing a game, not sparring. You have 5 minutes to plan." New quest. Capture the flag. Objective. Class 1A must win the game. Reward? Bonus objective? Everyone started shouting over everyone else and had to be calmed down by two students named Ida and Yayarozu. "We need to form a plan." Ida started to chop the air. "Weird habit. I can probably sneak up on them." A floating set of clothes started bouncing. "How would she dash? Is that really a question?" "Oh." Yayarozu nodded. "That's a start, but who wants to be on defense?" Several students raised their hands, including Kendo and Uraraka. "I'm assuming everyone else is okay with being an attacker?" No complaints were made. Then split off into groups and make up plans. Kat spoke up, "We could probably do this alone." "Probably, we have no idea who is in Class B though. Or even where the flag is. Look for a large group of auras. Let's see what their plan is first. If it's something you agree that would at least be fun, then let's go with them." He joined the group of designated attackers. "Kugo, is it?" A grunt. "Is that all right with you?" He nodded. "Whatever. It looks like they already have a plan. Let's go out on our own then." He shrugged. "We can watch and help where we can." He sat down on a bench and just relaxed until it started. Aizawa spoke to the whole group after 4 or so minutes went by. "Go find somewhere to hide your flag." Both groups went and looked around. While he couldn't say this wouldn't be fun, it was rather. What's the word? Mundane. After a second of though, he gave a mental nod. That works. It's because we're used to fighting monsters who never give up until you or it are dead. We're best friends with a girl who can command spells like they're a toy. We set off a goddess almost casually. We are above such petty games. Is that really what I think? No. That's what I think. You think it would be more fun against pros. He started laughing. That does sound like a ton of fun actually. Aizawa walked over to him unseen and spoke to him. You look insane when you talk to the voice in your head. Izuku smiled. You should hear our conversations. Aizawa nodded. Are you going to join? Izuku shrugged. You and I both know I could win in almost an instant. He nodded again. You probably could, so why not make it harder? Sleepy say what? Izuku raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Aizawa shrugged. Why not put more rules on yourself? Like no spells or quirks. Bonus objective discovered. Complete the quest without a single spell or quirk usage. Izuku thought out loud. All skill run? That would actually be fun. Putting our skills to the test in nothing but hand-to-hand combat and stealth skills. I'm in. Izuku smiled. That actually sounds fun. Go join them then. Izuku jumped off the observation balcony toward his class. Start was called 2 minutes ago, and he could hear the fights going on all around him. He was currently hiding in the shadows and doing everything he could do to not be seen. You smell that? He nodded. 2 people. Boy and girl. Maybe we're going to find something fun? It's literally the first day of school. Doesn't mean a couple didn't make it through together. He had to admit it was a possibility. Straight ahead on the ground. He looked at the floor ahead of him. Small mushrooms were sitting around, releasing some sort of spore into the air. Paralytic? Possibly. Better be on the safe side. He held his breath as they walked through, carefully stepping over and in between the gaps. As they went deeper, the mushrooms were getting thicker and more densely packed. Luckily, the pipes overhead didn't seem to be affected, so he climbed as quietly as possible. Past him made this easy. His sneak was decently leveled. As he pulled himself up over the edge and was greeted by 2 students. He hung off the edge and used Observe on both. Cat read the information out loud for him. Bondo Kojiro, level, Quirk 17, rank D. Physically he's bulky, not very fast. His mental stats are average. His charisma is low. Warning message says he's a gentle giant, but willing to fight. Kinoko Komori, level Quirk Mushrooms, rank C. She's not very strong, fast, or able to take a hit. Her intelligence and wisdom are higher than ours, her charisma is low. Warning says, the knowledge of the devoted can be the weapon of a hero. Alright, that explains the mushrooms. No clue about the guy's quirk. Let's sneak under them. He lowered himself and hung off the bottom. Luckily your climb allows for this. As he slowly made his way across, he asked, do you think we should skill grind again? We could, but what skills? Sneak highlighted a loose pipe he was about to grab. I'm thinking, our stealth skills and combat. That seems fine. After a pause she spoke again, do you hear that? He stopped mid-grab, and just hung there as he listened. Be our classmates are keeping them back? Maybe. Izuku did notice the sounds of fighting were getting more distant. He looked toward where they were standing, and noticed they were on a floor of pipes, with thousands of mushrooms below them. He couldn't see the flag down below him, but that didn't mean it wasn't down there. Hey, Shiozaki. Izuku couldn't make out the reply. You still good? He couldn't hear anything. Izuku continued his crawl and went toward the edge of the platform. Peeking over, Class 1B students were spread around a large mushroom. The flag he could just barely see was inside it. He smirked. That's one way to prevent a stealth user from sneaking off with it. Got an idea? Maybe, but we'll need a distraction. He could feel her excitement bubble from his thoughts. I like this idea. Aizawa was keeping an eye on the majority of his students, but several were either not doing anything at the moment or in the case of 2, completely gone. Hagakure had taken off her clothes and disappeared shortly after the timer started. Finding her on any of the cameras was impossible, and as for Midoriya, he had disappeared a little after that. Neither seemed to make a move for the flag yet, and he had to admit, the restaurant intelligence both were showing was impressive. The defense of his own class flag was going oddly well. They had requested that Ashido cover all possible routes in. With a slick slime. She was able to complete their request but was on the floor complaining for a drink currently. All his other students were standing vigilant. You have decent fighters this year. Vlad was watching the fight between their classes. Todoroki is quite the powerhouse. The Bakugo kid seems like he'll be a handful as well. Aizawa nodded and turned to the same screen. Ms. Tokage is a competent fighter along with the both of the transfer students. Mr. Monoma's quirk could be a liability if he doesn't get his personality under control. Vlad sighed and let out a puff of air. He seems to think there's a difference between A and B. He started it shortly after walking into class. Aizawa just nodded and opened another camera over Class B's chosen defense spot. He was waiting for either of his students to make an appearance. Vlad must have noticed, camera, he's underneath the platform. He opened the camera. Izuku was hanging upside down and scratching something into a pipe. Any idea what he's doing? He sighed. The kid has too many tricks up his sleeve. We'll just have to wait and see. He was internally hoping Hagakure didn't get caught in it. He doubted even Midoriya could see her without spells of some sort. Alright, I guess this is it. She had to be as silent as possible. Her quirk did make her invisible, but any sound she made was just normal. Sneaking along the edge and away from the main cluster of people, she started looking for the flag. Class B had a lot of weird people, but even her class did. A few of the guys caught her eye, but looks aren't everything. She was more than willing to wait to date someone until she got to know them. It was only the first day of school after all. A large mushroom was sitting in the middle and seemed important. Taking careful steps towards it, she crouched down and looked under the top. A tiny bit of red fabric was sticking out of its stem. How am I going to get it out? She looked around for an idea, and had to prevent a surprised yelp as a dark shape appeared from where she came. One of the Class B students started yelling commands and they went into action. She watched the hairy one with glasses charge it and transform into some sort of beast. Reaching the shadow, and he flew through it during his charge. A few seconds of confusion later, she watched several more shadows made of different colors appear. The students started freaking out, and as she was looking side to side, a knife slid over to her feet. She looked over from where it came and saw one of her classmates. Midoriya, wasn't it? He gave her a wink and dipped back below the platform. How did he see me? She saved the question for later and picked up the knife. She didn't know anything about weapons, but it was super pretty. She cut the mushroom open and was forced to hold her breath as it released some sort of spore. The flag came out a second later, and as she was about to pick it up, a thought occurred to her: they'll see the flag. The only idea she had was to give it to Midoriya. Hey! She jumped and looked over. The hairy one was sniffing the air. I smell someone. They're not from our class. Not taking the chance, she grabbed the flag and ran for the edge. She almost screamed as she saw the hole dropped into darkness. Before she dropped too far, she was grabbed by an arm under her chest. She let out a sigh and just hung there. A whisper: crawl onto my back and hold on. I need both hands to climb. She awkwardly shifted in his grasp and turned to look at him. His face was super pink. Give me a second. Nice. You copped a feel. It was an accident. I can't tell where her parts are. I can only smell her. Hagakure wrapped her arms and legs around his back and waist. She whispered into his ear, her breath tickled him. I'm good to go. Way too close. I like it. I could get used to this. We need to get you a girlfriend. I can't imagine how S-. Shut up. I'm trying to concentrate. She blew a raspberry. Fine. He could feel that his cheeks were on fire. Carrying a girl on his back and crawling around upside down was draining his stamina. Not to the point intelligency was going to fall soon, but he did need to hurry. Did you crawl like this the whole way? She was whispering super quietly into his ear. Yeah, we need a girlfriend. He ignored her and answered with a nod. You must be super strong. The commotion above them died for a second as the runes must have lost their mana, but it was soon replaced with shouts. The flag is gone. Find it. Hurry! Izuku kept his crawling speed. They didn't have an alternative. It also just occurred to him, the mushrooms weren't paralytic. That's a relief. Roughly 10 minutes later they made it back to where he had first jumped up there. He crouched and set the girl back on her feet. Which way back to base? He put a finger up to his lips and pointed toward the base. He assumed she nodded as the flag dipped a bit. I'll walk with you back, but if we get caught, just run. He was whispering as quietly as he could. The flag dipped again and they started their walk back. He was forced to pull her into a few hiding spots a couple of times. Class B was causing an uproar as the defense team went on the offensive. His sneak had leveled several times during this game and he was happy to say it was well worth it. Skill leveled up. Sneak LVL, 22 to 26. Hide increased chance, 26%. Stamina cost 3.7 per second. I found the smell. Izuku let out a curse. He pushed Hagakure and yelled, "Run!" He turned and put up his fists. The group that had found them consisted of 3 people. He used Observe quickly. Quirk, Beast. Quirk, Poltergeist. Quirk, Semendine. She read in a single breath, thought? He sidestepped the blob of gunk sent at him, and met the hulking beast head-on. He caught the swipe of the paw with his forearm and ducked. Utilizing Knight's Burst style, he sent a punch toward the stomach, and missed. The guy had cancelled his quirk to avoid the hit. Izuku, being left in the open, was hit by a chunk of pipe and took a bit of damage. Taking the hit in stride, he pulled on the pipe and it was ripped from whatever force affected it. He decided to be a bit of a show-off and twirled it around a bit. The one with the holes in his head shot out a bunch more of the gunk and the beast came back at him in a fury. He sidestepped, dodging the gunk and the sheet metal sent at him. The beast had tried to bull rush him, but was unprepared for something really stupid. Izuku had thrown the pipe at the gunk guy and charged open. Palmed at him. Trusting the runes on his shoulders, he activated them. Weak rune of strength. Effect. Gain 5% increase to strength for 1 second. Special. This rune can be used more than once, but each rune reduces the duration by half for all the same runes. Cost. 50 mana. Cooldown. 24 hours. Utilizing his enhanced strength and judo style, he flipped the beast and slammed him into the ground. The guy's transformation ended and the breath was knocked out of him. Izuku clearly missed Bondo, as he was hit with a giant blob of the gunk which hardened almost immediately. He sighed. At least Hagakure got away. The Class B students had added more of the gunk up to his neck and woke up their friend. Shishida had woken with a start and fixed his glasses. He looked up, saw Izuku encased in the glue and let out a sigh. Standing he bowed. I admit, you gave me a surprise. I didn't expect you would turn out to be that strong. He straightened back up. My name is Shishida. He gestured to his classmates. This is Ms. Yanagi. She avoided his gaze. And this is Mr. Bondo. He waved. Izuku smiled. Nice to meet you all. You can call me Midoriya. I don't expect this to work, but would you mind telling me where the female is? Izuku shook his head as best as he could. Sorry, can't do that. There's at least one classmate that would have my head if I did that. Shishida nodded. I expected as much. He then sighed and turned to his classmates. Looks like the game is over. You may release him, Mr. Bondo. Let's head to the observation deck. He turned back to Izuku. You may join us if you like. He smiled and nodded. That'd be great. Quest complete. Bonus objective complete. Rewards. 1 skill coin, 2000 XP. Along the way, a horn went off. When the coin manifested itself, he quickly shoved it into his pocket. He had received one before. They were used to level a skill once. They continued their walk and met up with the rest of their classmates. He was immediately tackled by an invisible girl in clothes. We did it. He started laughing. Glad you made it? Any trouble? Nope. The rest of the guys protected me as I ran. He looked over and saw that several of his fellow students had burns and scraps. The most messed up one was Kirishima, who was battered and bruised everywhere. Looks like we missed the fun. I thought that was fun for you. A moment of silence passed. You're right. Ask the gravity girl on a date, maybe we can get lucky. He mentally groaned. After their game, they were allowed to shower and return to class. They sat in class as Ectoplasm walked in. He was as ever an imposing figure, and in the words of Kat, his mug could put night-resistant Shinto a criminal. He was wearing his normal hero outfit, cloak and all. My name, as some of you may know, is Ectoplasm. I will be teaching mathematics for you this year and I expect the best out of all of you. He spent the rest of the short visit explaining the course work expected of them for this year. Izuku was writing everything down in preparation for grinding through the work ahead of time. A couple of the students were starting to nod off, more than likely tired after the game. So, question. Yeah. What happens if we complete absolutely all coursework for the year? No idea. She hummed. With that, I will be seeing you all tomorrow. Have a good day. Ectoplasm gathered his things and walked out. He heard a few of the students whispering. Nothing but introductions and about their summers. Izuku closed his eyes and took in sitting in a classroom again. He hadn't been in one for a while and just being around people his age was a strange feeling on its own. As the class quieted down, another teacher walked. Hello. You may call me Mr. Ishiyama. I will be in charge of your literature class. I expect everyone to work hard and to pass with flying colors. He copied the expected material the year and waited for the visit to finish. This is boring. It's the first day. And once we learn everything during the week, it's going to be like this every day. Fair point. He gave an idea some consideration. Maybe we shouldn't level the skills for them then. Why would we do that? I don't know. Make school a little less boring? Then we would actually have to pay attention. That was more than a fair point. His attention span had suffered when he gained Gamer. With his HUD on display all the time, and so many skills to be leveled. He didn't stand a chance when it came to sitting and listening. He needed to actually be doing the work. He wasn't even sure if just listening even leveled up his skills. He doubted it though. How about we finish the work for the semester and do extra work on top of that? I don't see the teachers complaining about us keeping ourselves busy. Kat started playing music inside his head. Sounds good. Do what you want. I'll be here. A few minutes went by of him trying to focus, but it was useless. She was playing some really old songs he liked, and it was hard as hell to not sing along. Bakugo couldn't say he was having fun. Far from it, the classes seemed like they'd be a cakewalk, and only a handful of students looked like they could put up a fight. This year seemed like it would be more interesting though. He would get to use his quirk as much as he wanted during heroics, and the nerds seemed a lot stronger compared to their last spar. Nerd. Izuku turned in surprise. Kachin. Don't call me that. He tossed his backpack to the side and sized up Izuku. He had gained muscle and looked ready to put up a fight. Good. Fight me. Izuku didn't back down and seemed to have grown a backbone. Why? Prove yourself to me. He could hear the venom in his own voice. Fine. When and where? He felt his blood boil and his arms twitching to attack right there. But even he knew better than to attack someone in the street. The beach tonight at 8. He received a nod and Izuku turned to walk away. After that moment, he had to give the nerd some respect. The fight that night, though, made the nerd a rival worthy of him. By the time he got there, Izuku was already waiting for him. Nothing was said as they got ready. He stretched out his hands and Izuku just stood and watched. When he was done, he didn't waste a second and charged his enemy. Izuku didn't bother moving and had simply ducked his attack. Before he could react, he was instantly on his back, and the air was knocked out of him. You're still predictable, Kachin. It only took him a second to regain his breath. Unleashing an explosion. Started spinning. Explosions going off in all directions, he got back up, keeping Izuku away from him. Not letting up, he went for a leg sweep and as it was dodged, he let loose. Izuku had jumped over the kick and left himself open. With an explosion, his leg changed direction and connected. The kick had sent Izuku backward and up, no major damage. Before the nerd could land, he launched himself and went for a grab on the torso. The grab connected, but he received a massive bolt of electricity to the back. Fighting through the pain, he spun forward and threw Izuku toward the ground. As he landed and the dust settled, a storm cloud appeared and sent hundreds of ice shards at him. He blasted away what he could, but the amount of them was unexpected. A few had nicked him, and as it ended, he launched forward again. The cloud had obscured his vision of Izuku, and as he flew toward the crash site, he was greeted by a spear of ice. Putting his palms forward, he unleashed an explosion that shattered it. Izuku used that moment to hit him with a kick. Taking the brunt of the attack, he slammed an open palm onto Izuku. Die, nerd! The explosion shook both pretty hard. He felt his arm get grabbed, and before the smoke cleared, he was thrown against the floor. Force of nature. His body became heavy, moving was nearly impossible. 2 pillars of fire had appeared and surrounded them. Yield! He felt his rage building. Say one. Dead man switch. Every sweat gland on his body oozed and ignited at once. It unleashed an explosion that forced Izuku back. As the nerd moved, he regained mobility. Not wanting him to regain his footing, he kicked off and flipped up to his feet and pointed his palms out. Ballistic bombardment. Dozens of explosions went off and blanketed the area. When the attack finished, Izuku had started to be circled by lights. Eat your own medicine. Planetary bombardment. Lights and rocks had been flung at him. Dodging as best he could, very few had managed to touch him. The couple of lights that had managed to graze him left him singed. He did take a rock to the stomach and knew he was going to bruise. As the dust settled, both took in each other's appearance. Izuku's clothes were torn and his right side was covered in soot. Must have taken the brunt of the attack. He could feel the breeze of the sea air on his skin and knew his shirt wasn't in much better condition. Hey, what the hell are you two doing? I'm calling the cops now. Both were startled by the woman's voice. They gave each other a quick glance and nodded. Their fight ended there and both went home to avoid trouble. The next time they saw each other, they had exchanged nods. He had to admit, having a rival worthy of the title was a nice feeling. Then he heard the nerd behind him humming. Was that Dash? It was Labyrinth? Saying screw it to the teacher, he turned and looked at his supposed rival. Labyrinth? Really? You couldn't choose a song from this decade. Izuku went red in the cheeks. Mr. Bakugo, turn around now. He turned and looked at Cementos. Cat was cackling. Loudly. That was amazing. Shut up, it was your fault in the first place. You could just block it out, you do it all the time. Izuku groaned mentally. He was reasonably embarrassed now. Looking over, he saw Shiro, Jiro, and heard Kendo giggling behind him. He shrunk in on himself. I blame you. Cat, who just calmed down, gave him a condescending reply. Sure kid, sure. Cementos had left shortly after that, and Snipe walked in. Howdy students, y'all may call me Mr. Snipe. I'll be teaching ya history. Any questions before I explain the future lessons? Uraraka raised her hand. Yes, girlie? Why do you talk like that, sir? Snipe coughed into his hand. I meant any questions about the class, girl. Uraraka went slightly pink in the cheeks, but didn't say anything in return. As there's no questions, let me explain my class. Izuku took notes until the explanation ran its course. Pretty much the rest of the day dragged on for him. Even heroics with all might was boring. When school got out for the day, he walked to the train station with Kendo and Uraraka. They boarded separate trains and ended their day. The next day, he was visited by Akito last night, and as requested, she had started him on the path of summoning. Summoning LVL 1. Summoning is a special subclass of spell. Not only does it require you to have visited other dimensions, but you must have the mental flexibility to control the different creatures. Current summons, Swarm of Rats. He spent the night practicing his engraving, as according to Aki, he could accidentally summon a really bad monster if he messed around with it. Which led him to mourning and the predicament he was currently having, Cat. Well, this is about as boring as I thought it'd be. What did you expect? UA is still a school and has to educate us. Every class can't be explosions and fighting. Sadly. There was only a second of silence, maybe W-. Nope. I'm pretty sure we would get kicked out. DMN. Yes, Izuku? He stood, X5Y. We lack information to completely solve for either. Ectoplasm nodded, correct. The lesson continued. Should we be answering every other question? I give the others time before I raise my hand. I guess. Want to listen to music? Go for it. I'll just copy for the rest of class. Woot. He heard a button click. A song he hadn't heard in years started playing. Kat started singing along with the song, You Wanna Be Like That? I'm fed up with being an adult. She tended to listen to songs from decades ago, and with that he started listening to songs his mom listened to in her childhood. She had told him she listened to old music when she was younger. It wasn't bad, it just felt weird to feel super old. It's not old. They're classics. Classic means old. Calling it old is mean. Call it classic. Shut it, you old woman. Call me old and I turn this on full blast. He could feel the involuntary smirk come over his face. What? Do you want to be called a classic? That's a classic beauty to you. She cranked the music to max and started singing, loudly. This island, you know, is full of just friends, kind of people. It suits you well, don't you think? Sure, it's a shame that you don't know the samba dash. He smiled and let her continue singing. His class ended 6 songs later. Heroics class. Good afternoon, students. Today we will be heading to the arena. Everyone please get changed. 15 minutes later, they were in the control center for the arena. Looking at the screens, Izuku realized it was the cityscape where he fought Akito. Today we will be holding mock team battles. Your teams have been predetermined and your opponents will be randomized. He began to list off names and their partners. Midoriya and Jiro. Izuku looked at the girl, she gave him a nervous wave and walked over. I guess we're partners? Izuku nodded and smiled, seems so. Just going to blow them away? She let out a slightly stressed laugh. He tilted his head, what do you mean? Kendo and Uraraka were talking about your performance at the exam. We know you have super strength and a bunch of other abilities. He looked over at the girls, who waved with smiles. He squinted at them and turned back to Jiro. I can do that. Unless you want to be the one to win. She just gave a blank stare. What? If you just want to get this over with I could, probably. But I'd rather help my teammates learn. He put a fist up to his chest. If you want to win, I'll gladly help you. Jiro went red and started tapping her fingers together. I'd like to try? Izuku nodded and turned to All Might. New skill learned. Charismatic Aura LVL. What? Using your charisma you are able to calm, enrage, or even force allies to keep fighting beyond their limit. Radius, 5 meters. Cooldown 1 hour. I think you broke her. It was your idea. I didn't think it would be that effective. Well, you have to help me deal with this now. She groaned. Fine. Now we will draw your opponents. He drew 2 slips and repeated this until everyone had an opponent. Jiro and Midoriya versus Kirishima and Kaminari. He looked over at his opponents and received a thumbs up from Kirishima. Kaminari gave him a grin. His partner walked up to him. Do you have a plan? He smirked at her. I don't know what you got. She gave him a shy smile. I don't really know what their quirks are. He nodded. I can help with that. The redhead can harden his body and the other is an electricity user. Jiro nodded and started thinking. The first several groups went and had decent battles. Nothing Izuku would consider amazing. That didn't mean they were bad, just smaller compared to some of the fights he had been in. Jiro tapped him on the shoulder. What are you able to do that isn't strength-based? Here we go. He gave a chuckle, since we got time. Izuku sat hidden in shadow on the 2nd floor. The hallway below him was covered in ice and freezing. He had to admit Jiro's plan was amusing and kind of mean, but if they could get around the traps, it would fall apart. Reaper's shadow. He cast it twice and both hid in the shadows of the 1st floor. He spoke aloud, knowing Jiro could hear him, all set. With that, a heartbeat could be heard pulsing from every direction. We'd be good workers at a haunted house. Be nice, she's trying. The horn sounded and he could hear the front door slam open. He heard his skeletons activate. He had ordered them to slowly approach the pair and make as much noise as possible. Then a shout and an explosion. Reaper's shadow. A replacement was sent running down the stairs. This continued until he heard an angry shout and a yelp. First trap. Jiro has asked him to draw a rune on the first floor that did two things. The first was to only activate when someone walked over it. The second was to create black shadows that popped out of the walls. They weren't shaped very well and were 2D. What the hell is that? That was Kirishima. Charge through it. It doesn't seem to be real. He heard a roar and quick steps. Another explosion went off. Summon, swarm of rats. A pile of rats started racing down the stairs, each crawled over the other, desperate to get their prey. Rats. He could hear stomping. When the stomping stopped, he casted another spell, Blood Bomb. The spell pulled on the disintegrating rats and formed a small ball of blood below the floor where he stood. It then exploded and covered the whole hall in a thin layer of blood. He thought he heard someone throw up. Cat snorted, weak stomach? Could be either. Jiro must have heard the explosion as she increased the heartbeat sound in both speed and pitch. He smiled as he heard retreating footsteps. A horn could be heard shortly after and the heartbeat stopped. He walked down to the first floor and broke open the ice. Jiro was sitting down and looked out of breath. He grinned at her. Good job. He stuck out a hand, which she accepted after a brief second. You made it possible. He laughed. Your plan though? I would have just tried fighting them. She smiled. Meathead. They made their way out of the building to find Kaminari and Kirishima slightly pale and with piles of vomit a little bit away from them. Izuku smiled and helped both up. Sorry you too, Jiro's idea. They accepted his offer. Using Observe, he could see that both had taken some damage. Let me heal both of you. He cast Medic's Respite on both. The color returned to their face and Kirishima spoke to him. That wasn't very manly, I was expecting a fight. Kaminari nodded, same. Jiro went pink in the cheeks and tapped her fingers together. Sorry. They made small talk as they went back to the control room. They entered to find several of the student white-faced and All Might giving a stressed smile. That was eventful? After Bakugo's one-sided beatdown and Todoroki's 2-second win, class ended. Everyone please head back to the shower room and back to class. Before he could leave, All Might called out to him, Midoriya, please stay back for a minute. Someone's in trouble. Jiro mouthed a sorry to him and walked out faster. He turned and walked back to his mentor. Giving his best innocent face, he asked, Yes, sir? All Might pinched the bridge of his nose. I can't have you causing all my students barfing all the time, and I'm pretty sure you scared the daylights out of several. He gave Midoriya a grin despite his words. Didn't we say not use your necromancy spells in front of people? Izuku smiled. I believe it was, not to use it in front of civilians due to PR. All Might laughed. Just try not use it too often in class. Yes, sir. Izuku bowed. Other than that, what did you think? All Might held his grin. I think I've seen horror movies less terrifying. It was Jiro's plan. She said she wanted to win without throwing a punch. All Might settled a hand on his shoulder. And for that, I thank you. Not only did you build her confidence, but you showed the students you won't attack them all out immediately. Gives them a bit of hope. It was Kat's idea. She said we probably need to try and make friends. I even got a new skill out of it. All Might gave him a thumbs up. That's amazing, my boy. Now go get changed. Yes, sir. The next day. It's mandatory that the class chooses a class rep and assistant. You have until the end of the PRD. Aizawa zipped up his sleeping bag and went to sleep. With Ida leading, a tally vote was enacted and votes were entered. Now, I will tally the votes. So, what do you think of Sun Lion? He closed his eyes, leaned back and talked with her. They gave me that name because the sun was implied. It sounds redundant to put sun in front of it. True. What about Lion Mage? That sounds stupid. I don't see you thinking of names. Literally. The only thing you thought about recently was Toru. Shut up. You know that's not true. Well, it should be. You're a teenager, don't you think about CC every 15 minutes or something? He mentally rolled his eyes. Meh. I think the people that made that theory were deprived as teens. Cat snorted, you act dash. A slam interrupted Cat. He opened his eyes and looked forward. Bakugo had slammed his desk to get his attention. What? Kachin pointed to the front and turned around. Izuku looked and his eyes widened. Midoriya, everyone else had voted for themselves or a friend they made. Ida nodded towards him. Are you willing to accept being class rep? Izuku could feel eyes on him. What's the worst that could happen? I suppose? Sure. You'd be my assistant, correct? Ida nodded. It would seem so. He turned the girl he assumed was nicknamed Momo. If you wouldn't mind me asking, do you mind assisting us? I actually voted for you. She smiled and nodded. I would be delighted. Aizawa chose that moment to wake up. Now that is over with, everyone back to your seats. Today after class we have a meeting with 1B. He walked out. Who the hell voted for me? Well, Kendo and Uraraka are for sure. Maybe Hagakure and Jiro after the last few days. No idea about the fifth. He peeked around the class. I don't know anyone else either. He hummed quietly. So, is there anything you can't do with your mana? Izuku thought about it as he leaned on the table. I can't stop time? He looked at Kaminari. Does that count? He got several laughs, Kaminari among them. Have you tried? Send a message to Akito and ask. I'm actually curious too, will do. I've never tried, but I know I can slow it. Not by much and just for a few seconds. Kirishima started choking on his food. Kaminari spoke through his shock. Really? I was kind of just joking. Izuku shrugged. I was trying to figure the extent of my powers at my current strength. Kirishima grinned with his sharp teeth showing. You want to spar the next training session? Izuku smiled. Sure. A blaring alarm sounded across the whole lunchroom. Izuku blinked as everyone started freaking out. His mind seemed to go through commands and with a single sentence he was standing in the entrance of the lunchroom. Channeling charismatic aura, he yelled as loudly as he could. Calm down. The front few students went under the effects of his skill, and with them stopping they slowed the other behind them. His yell seemed to catch enough people's attention. To keep the ball rolling, he continued. Proceed calmly. If you cause a mass panic, the heroes will be distracted. The yelling finally stopped and the students carried on in more orderly fashion. He sighed as he stepped out of the way. I think our charisma was just locked. What do you mean? Look at it. She pulled up his stat sheet for him. His charisma was indeed grayed out. He pulled up charismatic aura and read it. This doesn't say anything about a cost. But it does have a cooldown. It's our only skill like it. So my charisma goes on cooldown if I use it? Seems so. Several of his classmates ran up to him. Kirishima reaches him first. Dude, you look ill. Do you need to go to the nurse? He opened his mouth to speak, but no noise came out. He just shook his head. Think any of them know sign language? Worth a shot. He signed, lost my voice. The other students just gave him a weird look. He sighed. No dice. He began following everyone else. His classmates followed behind him. An hour later, they found themselves sitting in class with Aizawa. They were going over emergency procedure-resistant in case something like lunch happened again. Their day ended like normal, but the meeting with 1B was cancelled. 2 weeks later. Today we will go to USJ for rescue training. Normally your heroics teacher would be joining us, but unfortunately for the blonde wonder, he has the flu. He didn't seem upset by that. Everyone grab your costume and follow me. Everyone lined up, after a brief scramble, and Izuku led the march behind Aizawa. His teacher looked back at him. Keep noise in the back, quiet in the front. Izuku nodded. Yes, sir. He's going to sleep. I know. When they made it to the bus, he separated out the students by how loud they were being before getting on the bus. He left 2 rows between them and Aizawa. Did any of the teachers say anything about USJ? He looked over at Aizawa, who was seemingly asleep. He turned back to Kendo, who sat in the seat behind him. The Pussycats talked about it a lot. They called it their second home. Other than that, I think I'd ruin the surprise. Kendo nodded and talked animatedly with Uraraka. He closed his eyes and listened to music with Kat. What is your plan? I've hired dozens of pawns who can put up a fight. All Might is scheduled to be there today. I also have files on each of the students. Kurogiri is learning faces and where to send each of them. I need the Nomus to keep All Might busy while the kids are killed. His master nodded. And your objective? He could feel a manic smile creep over his face. To send a message to All Might and the rest of the so-called heroes. I'll send them over shortly. Welcome to USJ. My name is 13 and I'm in charge of this facility. Izuku saw several wide-eyed students, but only one was practically vibrating where they stood. Uraraka, you okay? She didn't stammer like normal and grabbed his arm and began to shake him. She spoke just soft enough she wouldn't cause a distraction. It's 13. She's my favorite hero. Why not ask for an autograph? Uraraka went still and immediately began searching for a pen. When she didn't find anything, she asked him, Do you have anything to write with? Tishika's head, we were only allowed to bring our briefcases. She seemed to deflate and just listened. Please head inside and get changed. Girls to the right and boys to the left. He followed everyone in and asked Kat, Do you think something ridiculous is going to be thrown at us? You mean like the giant robots during heroics? Yeah. I don't see how, from what I can tell. According to Pixie, this place wasn't meant for combat, just to teach you rescue scenarios. Should make today rather easy then. You mean boring? That too. Heading into the changing room, he started listing off songs for Kat to play during the training. He had picked up lip reading during class one day and had been leveling it up to the po-intelligence of that it was almost at max. Not being able to hear and forcing himself to pay attention to every word the teachers spoke had helped him focus immensely. It did become confusing when multiple people were speaking, but better than nothing. Opening his briefcase, he saw his costume for the first time. It was a homage to all the heroes that ever helped him up until now. Various patches adorned a black meshed metal-lined jacket, its hoodie being a half-face mask. He ran a hand down the patches. A genuine All Might patch, modified to the po-intelligency, could take a bullet and be fine. Another he had commissioned was a white scarf with Eraserhead's goggles sitting on top of them. The next was a chibi version of Midnight. All other patches of her were rather risque. You mean too fun? Sure. The next 4 were part of a set that not even the Pussycats knew existed. 4 paw prints each with their corresponding color. The last was a swirl patch that was made of a myriad of color, cat. All the patches got the All Might treatment. Besides the patches, the only other color was 2 stripes of green going down each side. The stripes went from the cuff of his sleeve down to the bottom hem. The matching pants were just basic joggers, but they matched. It looks like a workout outfit. Kirishima had peered over his shoulder. And yours looks like you're into BDSM. Kat was rather feisty today. Is that an insult? He smiled as he raised an eyebrow. Kirishima smirked, his sharp teeth showing, only if you fight me because of it. If anyone is sparing the nerd next heroics. It's me. Bakugo's declaration caught their attention. Kirishima smiled, fight me for the chance. Bakugo growled, bring it, Pebble. I'll fight you anytime, any day. Bring it. Bakugo growled and walked out. Kirishima turned back to him. Has he always been like that? What a jackass. Then yeah. Izuku made a so-so gesture with his hand. He used to be like his quirk, explosive and easy to set off. Now he's more like an angry Pomeranian. Lots of talk, less attack. Kirishima let out a hearty laugh. I'll be sure to tell him that. Grinning, be my guest, it will just make him want to fight me more. He clapped his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. See you out there. Nodding, he turned back to his costume and asked Kat, any modifications you think we will need? A razor-sharp sword and throwing knives. He sighed, I meant strictly costume changes. I know. Okay, you've been like this all night and all day. What's up? A moment of silence passed. I'm bored. He raised an eyebrow. That it? Yes. We've literally done nothing but study for 3 weeks. I need action and adventure. I can ask Akito to send us to the Shadows Cape this Sunday? Thank you. He gave a small chuckle. No problem. All you had to do was ask. I'm not going to say no to everything you ask me to do. It was just the girls' changing room. You should have totally done it. That student is a menace to women everywhere. You shouldn't support any of his ideas. Cat blew a raspberry. Lame. Whatever. You got the playlist ready? One super awesome playlist filled with classics? Hell yeah, I do. Let's do this. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. Uraraka whispered something to Kendo, and he could see her nod in agreement. That is all. Thank you for listening. The students started cheering for 13. Aizawa didn't bother to try and calm them down. They settled themselves down slowly, and he took charge. We will be separating out into 2 groups and rotating around to the different areas today. He pulled out a clipboard and started to list off names. Group 1 will consist of Ida, Yaoyorozu, Azui, Ojiro, Kirishima, Koda, Sato, Shiro, Tokoyami, and Bakugo. Everyone else, please follow 13. The 10 students followed him and descended down the stairs. 13 faced them. Please follow me. As they followed, she spoke to them. As it was explained, I will be taking you to each of the sections. We will begin with the blizzard scenario. Halfway down the stairs and with Aizawa's group ahead of them, Cat cried out. Code red. Villains inbound. Communications down. Everyone, evacuate. We have villains coming. He shouted and started pulling Hagakure and Uraraka back up the stairs. Can we send out a message to Aki? He didn't bother to see if the students followed his lead. Cat pulled up a window. You are currently under the effect of dead zone. All forms of outside communications are impossible. Shiro, pulling a couple of others behind, flew up the stairs toward the exit. Tsu flew by him next, as hurried footsteps scrambled up the stairs. Keep trying every minute. There should be a brief respite soon. A loud whirring sound came from the pavilion. All students and teachers turned to see a massive black portal opening. Only a few seconds went by before a couple dozen villains came pouring through. In the middle of the pack, a person, a little older than him, strutted out arms wide, with the distance and his mouth being covered by a hand. Izuku could just barely make out his voice. All might seems to be missing from this raid. Maybe we need to kill the ads to summon him. Eraserhead turned to them. He was standing further down the stairs than anyone else. 13, get the kids out of here. He put on his goggles and jumped steps to the pavilion, his hair and scarf flowing free. How does he do that? Not the time. Kids, follow me. We're headed toward the entrance. 13 waved everyone to follow, and as they rounded the top, she was blasted backward down the stairs toward the pavilion. Izuku see her face shield shattered, more than likely out for the count. I apologize, but you cannot leave. A flat voice sounded all around them as multiple portals opened. Jump. On instinct he leaped into the air and cast air step to leap even higher. He had a bird's eye view of what happened. Some invisible force pushed the students through the portals. You must be Midoriya. He spun midair to see a man flying above him. He raised a hand but was blasted down instantly by a strong force of wind. Before he hit the ground, a portal opened in his landing path. Correcting his fall, he landed on his feet in the middle of the pavilion. Midoriya. Skill check pass. His body threw itself to the side and rolled into a standing position. Mana shield. The being that attacked him instantly rushed him and careened into the shield. It held but cracked badly. Observe. Name: Project Nomu, Subject 52. Level. Quirk: elastic muscles, titanium bones, invisibility bursts, flesh knitting. Mana. Stamina: this creature will continue to fight even after its normal stamina is out. Strength 611. Constitution 672. Dexterity 328. Agility 417. Intelligence 32. Wisdom 40. Charisma 24. Resistance? Puppet template. This creature has no will of its own and follows the commands of a superior. F-. Not wanting to stay still, he jumped back and cast Pillars of Hell, Frost Giant Spear, Odin's Rage. While the pillars raced toward the thing, The air crackled and the familiar weight of the spear formed in his hand. The fire pulsed to life and the air turned bright white as the electricity flared out. Frost Dirk. He quickly summoned the dagger and sacrificed it to block the being's fist. Spinning with the punch, he twirled the spear and sliced in the neck of the thing. The spear pierced the skin, but stopped halfway through when it hit the spine. The spear shattered into nothing and kicking off the ground to gain a bit of distance, he prepared for a retaliatory strike. Looks like our information was correct. You do seem like you'd be a problem. The villain with hands all over his body seemed to smile sickly and pointed at him. Nomu, kill him. The Nomu, as it seemed to be called, blinked out of existence. Mana shield. The shield cracked badly, then shattered. He used the brief millisecond of bright light to jump away and cast more spells. Mana storm, stinging rain. Body of gods. Once Cat's spell finalized itself, his body was enveloped in a gold aura. A little under a week ago, they had unlocked the second level of Wisdom of 2. It allowed Cat to cast spells on her own volition. The only downside of this was that it was a cooldown of 5 minutes. Luckily for him, she seemed to process information much faster than him. A fist slammed into his head and sent him flying into a nearby wall. Dodge. He charged a toe and slammed it into the ground. It broke, but the fast reaction saved him from another attack to the head. Keep backpedaling, recast your buffs. Hermes' Blessing, Sylph's Blessing, Body of Gods, Frost Giant Spear. The 4 spells went into effect and the Nomu's invisibility ended. It jumped after him and before it got close he cast another spell. Banshee's Wail. The force of the scream kept him airborne and slammed the Nomu back into the ground. When the spell ended, he used Air Step and jumped higher. Momentum Bomb, Thundered Weapon. Both were centered on the spear. As it rocketed toward the Nomu, he cast Emergency Aid on his foot. The spear pierced the thing's right thigh, blood splattered the floor behind it. Both spells he cast on it exploded in a loud boom and caused a small crater where it struck the ground. Slowly falling toward the ground, he cast the spear again and readied to throw it. When the dust cleared, nothing was visible but the hole created from his spells. Sight of the Hunter. A massive ball of light coalesced less than a few meters from him. He kicked off an air step and changed direction midair. The Nomu went flying into a nearby ruined building and went out of range. He cancelled the sight spell and jumped downward into a hole of a fiery dome. Landing on a roof, which collapsed under his weight, he jumped again and landed in a small alleyway. What's the plan? He could feel the joy and crazed bliss rolling off her. We need to burn this thing, or it will keep regenerating. With the spell he saw the leg he attacked was still whole, but no doubt shredded. Firebombs are out unless you can make a hole in the ceiling. He looked up but couldn't see the real ceiling. Maybe dash dot. He was cut off by a massive explosion. Kakin. We could throw him. Kat sounded pleased with her idea. He took off in a run out of the alleyway and started running down the faux roadway. Another explosion from further down and a collapsed building gave him a direction to go. Die. A scream and another explosion. Apparently the blast wasn't meant to kill, but gained distance as Kakin was sent flying sideways across the street. Leaping as hard as he could, without one for all, he grabbed his friend and cast. Momentum Bomb, Gravity Assist. They spun twice before Izuku threw him. Having done this before to fight off a horde of robots, Kakin added his own spin to the throw. Comet Strike. Sweat went in a cone behind Bakugo and created a comet-like appearance. Upon hitting the unseen villain, all the sweat, including the amount he had already saved up, went off in a massive explosion. The surrounding buildings took less damage than the epicenter, but they were still leveled. Sight of the Hunter. The spell showed what was more than likely Bakugo standing over a collapsed form. He then heard the sound of crumbling, accompanied by something crashing through a wall. He turned to face the noise and out of the corner of his eye, he saw the prone form move again. No wonder Bakugo was having a hard time. Don't get distracted, that thing is still after us. Cat's voice forced him to focus on the intelligence aura that was getting brighter and brighter by the passing second. Bone Blade, Thundered Weapon. He readied himself and his weapon as another explosion went off. The aura approached at a rapid pace, and when it was in range, he cast another spell. Ethereal Haunt. The world shifted to grays and he sidestepped the monstrosity of a creature's charge. He touched the back of its knee with his foot. The spell ended and he quickly charged his foot with one for all. Smash! The resounding stomp, which thankfully didn't break his foot, snapped the knee of the Nomu. With it on the ground, he jumped up and threw the blade at it. He managed to skewer its abdomen, and after a brief second, the blade exploded. The ivory dust cloud obscured his sight from the damage, but he clearly saw the aura of the Nomu standing up. Let's give him a hug. Not unless we need to. He jumped further into the air and pulled an arm back. Frost Giant's weapon, Thundered Weapon, Momentum Bomb. The instant the last spell took effect, he charged his hand and threw. Arctic Lightning Smash. The bioelectricity that seemed to come off him, when he used one for all, added to the subspell, and the wind pressure pushed the spear even faster. As it hit, a loud boom sounded as it tore a hole through the chest of the Nomu. The ivory dust cloud was cleared and the thing's invisibility ended. He watched as its flesh stretched itself into thin strings and reached across the child-sized hole in its chest. When they touched, they grew in thickness and repaired the damage he managed to inflict. Any ideas besides nearly killing ourselves? She gave a happy hum. We could either help the stick of dynamite defeat the man he's fighting to free him and cause a hole in the ceiling to use firebombs. Or we could find Icy Hot to freeze it in a block of ice. Casting emergency aid on his hand, he made the decision nearly instantly. We can't leave Kakin here alone and we have no idea where Todoroki is. Using air step, he kicked off toward his friend. After being shoved through the portal, he found himself in some type of indoor blizzard area. A wispy female voice spoke behind him. Hello, Peppermint. He sent a wave of ice at the voice. There was no doubt in him that it belonged to a villain. Hearing no cry of alarm, he assumed he missed. He turned to see a rather tall woman, at least taller than his sister, standing behind him. She wore a long white kimono decorated with icy blue needlework. His eyes phased through her. She crossed her arms and propped them under her chest. Does my little Peppermintelligent Senate like me? Giving a mental sigh, he sent multiple volleys of ice and slowly walked back to give himself some space. I'm afraid it won't work, kiddo. Ice and snow are my element. Only one thing to do then. He formed a shell of ice and stamped the ground to try and tear apart the dome. As he started to rise, his makeshift spear lurched to the side and threw him back toward the ground. The woman walked through his ice and into the sphere with him. Let you leave, Peppermint. With a wave of her hands, the ice around them flowed into the ground. He clicked his teeth in frustration. This is bullshit. Quickly getting to his feet, he utilized the judo he did know and laid the woman out with a simple throw. Not wanting to be near her, he encased himself again. His only option was to run. Pushing a pillar of ice away from himself, he put as much force as he could into it. The pillar slammed into his cage and sent him flying toward the wall. He stopped midair. Her face appeared in the shell. Now I'm mad, you die now. The shell around him turned into spikes and shot inward. He created another smaller shell and expanded it rapidly. Dropping himself to the ground, and he rode a wave of ice the rest of the way. He could see her in the corner of his eye riding the snow behind him. Putting up a wall of ice to separate them, he sent 2 spikes of ice to wrench a hole through the wall. He was far enough ahead and apparently out of her range of control to enable his getaway. The 2 spikes made a hole big enough for him to launch himself through, but the villain's statement stopped him. You can leave, but I'll just play with the other little sweeties in here. The poor little Froggy and Invisigirl won't survive as long as you. He felt his blood still and turned to face her. She was already on her way back. No one would know, he would never find out. He called on his quirk to its full extent and encased the whole dome in a layer of ice so thick, barely any light made its way through. The villain turned and gave him a sickly smile. It dropped when she saw the first embers. Sylph's blessing. Jump for the hole. I'll get Bakugo. He tossed Tokoyami as far as he could without making it dangerous. He twirled and grabbed the oncoming fist. Spinning further, He charged one for all into his fist and slammed a closed fist against the Nomu's head. The head spun around twice and snapped violently. Dropping the body, he ran toward a nearby destroyed building where Bakugo was fighting the body drone. Just burn him. We can't kill. Then disable him. How? Chop off his limbs. You morbid B-dash. Nerd. Mana blades. Forest green blades jutted from his hands in the form of 2 blades. Get to the pavilion, I'll keep them distracted. As Kakin flew past him, he received a grunt in response. Plan. We go morbid and give that demon monstrosity a hug. I like. He growled. The first one to him was the zombie-like man. Thunderous weapon. He held his arms in the ready, and the instant the guy was in range, he struck. He went for the arms and slashed. The blades sunk in and the sub-spell immediately went off. With a loud boom, lightning aided his slash and managed to break bone along with cutting the rest of the flesh. When the arm fell, he used his gravity to pick it up and jumped back with it orbiting him. Flash fire aura. His skin erupted into fire and radiated an aura hot enough to weaken solid steel. The fleshy arm hovering around him turned black almost instantly and began to shrink from the heat. No! The man, named Watanabe Goru, charged him far more vigorously than before. Izuku jumped out of the way and let the arm turn to a burned husk. He looked on in impassive hate as the man teared up and was on the verge of crying. You're no hero. You're as much a monster as that thing. Izuku whirled, mana shield. The fist slammed into the blue aura, shattering it and sending him flying backward further into the fire area. Hug. We need to get some distance from the guy. I'm fine with maiming, but killing is a no-go. Then throw him and charge the demon monster. HP. High yellow. Mana is high yellow and stamina is low green. Not bad, could be worse. Watch OU dash, she was too late. The Nomu turned invisible and managed to grab his arm. He was thrown against that ground, his arm had snapped and he took a heavy hit to his HP. Cut it. Gamer's mind worked double time as his panic was replaced with sheer chilly calm. Using the blade in his hand, he cut off his arm and kicked backward hard. Emergency aid. He busted through a ruined wall and cast the spell again himself. Thanks. No. Get your sorry butt out of here. Now. Taking her advice, he pushed off an air platform and charged through the dome's ceiling. Outside in the pavilion was pandemonium. Eraserhead was barely keeping the villains at bay, as he was stuck protecting a small pack of students. The students themselves were keeping a handful of villains at bay. Bakugo and Tokoyami had joined the fray as each was battling a villain. There was also a massively large ice ball encasing the blizzard area. An hour says Icy Hot is in there. Not now. We need to get help. 6. Mana shield. He received an attack to his back and was sent soaring through the air. Activate your sight. Sight of the hunter. He saw a large aura approaching from the fire dome and saw a man floating in the sky. As he was headed straight for the later and didn't want to stay in the path of the Nomu, so he jumped as hard as he could with air step. He realized he didn't have either of his normal buffs when he began to fall pretty rapidly. The roof. He turned his head and before the roof went out of sight, a F.A. intelligence aura was sitting on top of it. He felt a grin creep across his face. Sylph's blessing, Hermes' blessing. Kicking off a step, he somersaulted forward with a leg outstretched forward. His target was the villain Bakugo was fighting. His rival must have seen him as he jumped back from melee and launched himself at a villain attacking Uraraka. St. Louis smash. The kick connected with a sickening pop. He was forced to dodge an attack by a villain using some sort of sword. Kakin. Leaping backward away from the sword wielder, he landed near his friend. What the hell do you want? While most people would say he was itching to get back into the fight, but Izuku had known him long enough to know he was stressed. I'm launching you up. Bring it down, the whole thing. Got it? He received a grunt and a held-out arm. Her hands were slashed and had gouges all over them. Her gloves were pretty much gone and Ojiro's tail and hands were nearly as bad as her own hands. Siro was nowhere to be seen, The last time she had seen him, his helmet had been split straight down the middle. He had disappeared behind several collapsed buildings fighting a villain. This counts as an emergency, right? She jumped behind a ruined bit of building and reached a hand into her bag. The sturdy rough leather rubbed against her open wounds as she searched for the backup plan. She found what she was looking for when her fingers touched a cool piece of crystal. Pulling it out, a crystal whistle, which was covered in droplets of blood, was hanging off a silver chain. She got the thing from Midoriya, who said he got it from a friend, who got it from somewhere. All she knew about it was if she blew this, it would shatter. He had told her to only use it for emergencies as it wasn't possible to get another one. Putting the whistle to her lips, she blew as hard as she could. It released a low shrill that didn't sound natural at all. When she ran out of breath and pulled away from it, the whistle started to crumble and turn to dust. Only the silver chain was left behind. A few silent seconds went by before a purple disc, like the ones Midoriya appeared and disappeared out of, came into existence. The person who came out wasn't what she was expecting. Moments earlier. "Hail! Get your feet moving." She made a face behind the teacher's back. Mickey, one of her new friends, started to giggle besides her. Talking quiet enough for her voice not to travel. "I can run circles around you, old man." Mickey smiled and, panting a bit, said, "You are new. You should try to show him what you're capable of so he shuts up." She gave a shrug. "All that would do is turn others against me. You think the boys would be okay with me leaving them in the dust?" She raised an eyebrow. She got a smile. "Probably not, but from the small time I've known you, I doubt you really care." She smirked. "You're right." She looked forward and saw the jocks of her class a good distance ahead. "I'll see you in a bit." Hermes' blessing. K. She started out slowly but picked up enough speed that she was behind the boys almost instantly. As she passed, she grinned at their faces and called back at them, "Don't bother trying to keep up." She heard a few angry shouts, but the increased pace of steps behind her was even funnier. With a smile on her face, she looked forward and ran a bit faster. What she wasn't prepared for was the low whine that rang in her ears. Sheet. Dimensional door. The portal opened and without thinking, she charged through. A young girl, in elementary gym clothes, appeared and had the angriest face she had ever seen on a kid before. When she saw Kendo sitting on the ground, it morphed into confusion. Her hair was a weird tinge orange and purple. "Who are you?" Her voice was definitely kiddish. "Kendo, I'm a classmate of Midoriya's. He told me to use the whistle if we were ever in trouble." "Found you." The loud voice of the villain, who had attacked them, was to her side. She jumped away and in front of the newcomer. "A kid? Seriously, Izuku? What's going on?" Without turning, she answered, "Villains attacked. We need help." "Anything else?" She turned slightly to look behind her. "No?" The girl nodded and held up a hand toward the villain, who pulled out a knife. Odin's last stand. A bright white light and boom came out of her hand. Kendo went blind and couldn't hear anything but a loud ringing. She couldn't tell how much time passed before it started to clear up, and the first thing she heard was the girl's voice. "Sorry." Shaking her vision clear, she waved away the apology. "It's fine. Did you get him?" She giggled a bit. "You could say that." Kendo looked behind the girl and saw the man unconscious on the ground. "He's not dead. I hit him a rock. The light was to blind him. Now." She turned to the girl. "Where's my friend?" A loud crash sounded from the pavilion. Both looked up to see the dome above them starting to collapse. "Get close." She stuck out a hand toward Jiro, who was knocked out and bleeding in a pile of rubble. He started to levitate and was pulled rapidly toward them. When he was laid next to her, the girl held up a hand and a blue orb appeared around them. The larger chunks of glass that fell on it turned to nothing. "Carry your friend and go through the portal. It will take you to the school. I'll leave the portal open for the teachers. Hurry." Another of the discs appeared and the girl walked off. Throwing Bakugo with a single arm was rather awkward, but he managed. "Mr. Aizawa." Izuku whirled to see his teacher get grabbed by the head by the second Nomu. At that exact moment, the Nomu that was set on him had finally managed to grab him as well. Both were thrown to the ground. As the remaining students were subdued, he glanced up to see Bakugo fighting midair with the floating guy. Hug. I'm not sacrificing my classmates. Then think of something. Bring the annoying one. The one with hands all over him spoke aloud. When Izuku was picked up in a hold, he used Observe on the ringleader. He didn't bother to try and read it but let Kat give him the brief summary. Shimura Tenko. Quirk is Decay. Stats aren't ridiculous, but he is on par, or better than your top classmates. A wide grin spread across the face of Shimura as he got closer. Congratulations, mini-boss, you're going to be the first sacrifice. He reached out with an open palm and grabbed him by the face. When nothing happened, he pulled his hand back. The Fu Dash. A hero even when you're close to death. Commendable but useless. Nomu closed his eyes. Izuku heard a cry of pain. Eraserhead probably just sacrificed his quirk to save you. Do something. He knew she was right, but what could he do? Her constant yelling was starting to annoy him honestly. Flare. I'm not going to risk hurting my classmates. Not that one. The other one. That still won't work. I have one arm. Let's try this Agadashta. He was cut off by the sound of a blast booming across the whole complex. Not long after, the dome came down in massive chunks. Nomu, protect me. Izuku was dropped. Hermes' blessing. He kicked off toward the villains that were keeping the students subdued. 3. He roundhouse kicked one of them and no doubt broke something. Tokoyami and Aoyama were saved. Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow to create a cocoon around them. 2. He feigned a punch toward the second man's face, who fell for it. Putting up his hands to block the punch, he didn't see the kick go for his leg. A loud snap dropped the man on top of Koda. 1. He jumped forward, casting Ice Giant's weapon along with activating the emergency strength runes Aki drew on him. He willed the spell to take sword form and it fulfilled his request. He slashed the arms off the Nomu, picked up Eraserhead and threw both himself and his teacher at the villain holding Uraraka hostage. He let his teacher soar through the air and cast Ethereal Haunt. The world turned to grays and slowed down just long enough for him to run over and prepare. With a thought, his runes activated. Grabbing the man by the arms, the spell ended and Izuku pulled hard and fast. He wasted almost no time as the man's arms were pulled off and dived past him. As Kat said 0, he caught his teacher with help from his gravity and pulled Uraraka toward him. Mana Shield. The blue aura flickered to life as the first chunk of glass hit the ground. As the few seconds went by of respite, he looked at the girl hugging his left arm. You need to get out of here, take Mr. Aizawa and hide. I'll cover you. When he received a shaky nod, he handed her the man, and as the last glass fell, he ended the spell. He dashed in front of the students, who were thankfully unharmed by the glass, besides the few scraps on Koda. Get out of here, let me fight unhindered. He didn't turn to see if they followed his instructions. Instead, he kept his eyes on the Nomus and ringleader. The mist villain was nowhere to be seen. Kat sent a message to Aki to get help. On it. You are quite fast. Not as fast as All Might, but still fast. He held his arms out toward the Nomus. Do you honestly think you could even hold off the Nomus? These things are meant to kill All Might. He let out a dry laugh and by the time he calmed down, Izuku's arm had recovered. She says, that all it says. With a smile, Shimura waved both hands toward him. Nomus, go kill him. Izuku could feel a grin creep across his face. Activating his sight spell, he flipped backward to dodge both reckless swings. Mid-flip, he used air step to charge forward and clothesline both. As his arms neared them, he called on the miniature sun inside him. Solar flare. His arms and body erupted in a fire hot enough that not even his own quirk could handle. He felt the metal that made up his clothes start to melt away, the fabric fibers that held it together burned away. The rancid smell of burning flesh permeated the air. He felt his skin start to blister and char. His sense of touch became non-existent. Only 2 seconds left. He felt himself scream in rage. 1. Now. He ended his quirk and stayed on the ground where he landed during the attack. He was surrounded by steam and smoke. Looking down at his own hands, they were crispy and bleeding badly. HP is in the high red. Mana is sitting at half and stamina is high yellow. Not bad, Izuku. You still need to build up your resistance, but it's a nice attack. He tried to look up, but his neck was covered in hardened flesh. Nonetheless, he knew Aki's voice from anywhere. I have to say that was quite impressive. Shimura started to clap. He stopped when he talked again. Unlikely for you, this one was meant to deal with all might. Endeavor's flame looks weak compared to that. Izuku, forcing his own flesh to move, looked up. One of the Nomus was standing in front of Shimura and quickly regenerating itself. The other was laying on the ground next to him, burnt to a crisp and smoking. When the standing one finished, it put its arms down to reveal an ever-present grin. He felt his skin start to cool rapidly and a yellow light surrounded him. Aki had cast emergency aid on him and gave a smile. I'll protect you as long as I can, but you need to get on your feet fast. He wasn't able to open his mouth due to it being sealed shut, but gave a nod. Good. Let's do this. She snapped her fingers and small little motes of light sprang into existence. The ball became faster and rushed the two in front of them. Kendo, carrying Jiro, dragged herself to the main walkway and yelled as loud as she could. Help! A second later, two students came running toward her. What happened? The one who spoke had a plain face, but the worry and friendliness in his face negated the plainness. USJ was attacked. The students and Mr. Aizawa are still fighting. There's a portal in the parking lot waiting for the teachers. Plain face went dark. Amajiki. Get these two to the nurse's office. I'm going. To go help. Are you sure? Yes, follow through with help once these two are safe. He received a nod. Kendo watched as the plain one ran off toward the parking lot and the one named Amajiki picked both of them up in his arms. They'll be fine. Lemillion is on his way. She got a weak smile. Ida. She watched as he fell off the side of the cliff. When he disappeared over the ridge, she felt her heart drop. The villain began to attack Shoji, who was putting up a feeble fight as he was stuck defending on a small ledge. The villain's quirk was some form of air manipulation, and neither of them could effectively fight a flying opponent. As she felt the tears start to roll down her cheeks, her ideas became darker. Little girlie, you give up? A ball-shaped container made entirely of candle wax, with a thin layer of glass to keep its shape. What you got there, girlie? He gave her a smile. You know, if you give up and accept me, I'll treat you pretty nicely. The smile turned predatory. Filled with a compound. 3 fluorine atoms added to every chlorine. Enough to make the ball struggle to contain it. You know what? How about a deal? I'll give you a single shot and not move. If you miss or it does nothing, I win. If it hurts, you win. What do you say? She felt her tears rolling off her chin. A simple DLVOI mechanism. A slingshot. Deal? His smile enraged her further. Pulling back the glass container in the pouch of the slingshot. She growled, deal? She let the ball loose. As it soared, Shoji climbed over the edge and picked her up. Before she could fight his hold, he jumped off over the edge. She didn't scream, but she did turn to see the shock on the man's face as his skin ignited and went up in flames. His screams filled the part of her seething for revenge. She turned her head to face the ground, and saw Ida safely hiding behind a rock. All of her anger evaporated as she hit the spongy ground. Laying there, she started to sob. Shoji was forced to pick her up and carry her. She didn't know where they went after that. Luckily for Kaminari and Kirishima, Sato was dropped over the boat floating in the middle of the lake. After pulling them to safety, they had put up a fight in the captain's quarters. With Kirishima in the forefront and standing in the entranceway, Kaminari was able to zap anyone who got close enough. Sato was defending the rear as a few of the villains had decided to try for the windows. We can't keep this up forever. We'll fight as long as we need to. He slammed his fingers into the gut of a man with blue skin. Kaminari didn't say anything else and turned to help Sato defend the windows. I'm starting to run low too. We need a getaway. A loud boom took over the whole dome and several of the villains looked up in fear and started running. A few others fought harder to make it inside their room, but with him standing in the way and Kaminari providing aid, they fended them off. He couldn't decide if he did the right thing or not. The villains not standing under cover were either pierced or flattened by large chunks of glass. The boat was thrown to the side as something smashed into it. The emergency proceed resistance activated and a massive amount of airbags deployed to keep it from sinking. The hell was that? Kaminari had gotten to his feet. He felt a smirk come over his mouth. Bakugo! He jumped to his feet and pulled the others toward the exit. We need to help him. With his quirk working overtime, he charged out over the bodies and found his friend already fighting. Their fight turned one-sided as it was 4-on-6. He was pretty sure that Bakugo counted as 3 people on his own. It ended once a bright light came from the pavilion. It felt like he was standing in 44 Celsius weather, with the sun beating down on him. Covering his eyes to block the light, he and the rest of his classmates made their way to the edge of the boat. Looking out over the lake toward the pavilion, he could barely make out the small figure resistance standing upright. One apparently had taken the brunt of the attack as the other stood behind him. Bring it down. Boo dash. Just do it. What dash? Do it. She bit back the bile that rose in her throat. Stabbing her one good jack into the ground, she put her all into her next attack. The villain that had been attacking them had some sort of quirk that let him nullify acids. By itself that wouldn't have been an issue for them. No, the issue was the sword he carried around. Ishido had been getting more mad and desperate as time went on. Her friend's convoluted plan wasn't bad altogether, it was the consequences that scared her. They had discovered the hydraulics for the area while they were running uphill. Ishido wanted to literally drop the face of the mountain on the dude. She had almost no doubt it would probably kill him, but did they have any other choice? The supports had already been melted via her friend's quirk, so that left her to actually drop the platform. Heartbeat whisper. She shut her eyes. It started slowly, but the low beat became louder and more frequent. The ground started to sway under them, and as it lurched, Ishido tried to hold on to her. She batted away the hand. Stop. She sat down with her head in her knees. Listening to the ground above her crash downward, only one thought came to mind. I just killed someone. Fairy party. As the lights attacked the 2 people in front of her, she opened a portal below Izuku and sent him some distance away. Less than a second later passed when she cast her second spell. Aegis of Sparta. Ghostly beings sprung into existence just in time to block the tackle of the monster. Super strength and speed, combined with near-instant regeneration and damage reflection. This thing is a tad ridiculous. Blood bomb. The small amount of blood from the nearby burned corpses pooled together in the air in front of her. Kill switch. Spell check pass. As the Nomu got within an inch of her, she teleported into the air. Halo of childhood. The spell made a halo of light that surrounded her like hula hoop. Just need a single touch. Ethereal haunt. She jumped forward as the world turned into grays. The Nomu was even more ugly close-up. Its brain was visible, and its face looked like a cartoon chicken dunked in ink. Doubt it has anything good besides the quirks. She reached out and touched the thing's neck. Quirk absorbed. Molecular reassembly LV. Thnix. Your body refuses to die even when death stands before it. As long as a single cell of you remains, it will call on the necessary materials to recreate your body. At max level you will retain your memories. Cooldown, 72 hours. So not regeneration but a death save. Armor of Athena. Bronze armor enveloped her body and was instantly dented when the thing attacked her. Switch kill. Her body dissolved and rematerialized a few meters away. In her place the ball of blood exploded in a gooey necrotic energy. Blade of the Fallen. She summoned the broken blade in the path of the Nomu and let it skewer itself. While it freed its torso, she let her halo finalize. You are currently under the effects of Halo of Childhood. You have gained the following. All spell costs are halved. All spell variables are reduced by half. Spells will randomly change. This effect can be harnessed via imagination. Let's see what we got. gale of notice. A raging storm filled with lightning and at its heart, a destroyer of land. Spending class daydreaming did have its benefits for her. The spell, which normally pushed enemies back and summoned a small storm at end, answered her call. Sylph's blessing. The quiet whisper of a being so light it dances at the wind, bringing storms of ice in its wake. She started to rise in the air as a tornado formed below her feet. Odin's rage. Anger simmering in the heart of a god, standing before the enemy ready to pay the price. Lightning crackled around her body, her eyes shone with blue sparks. She could feel her anger rising and wanting to take over. As the Nomu was almost free, she cast her last halo-buffed spell. Reaper's Shadows. When their leader called, the kin answered in a shout so loud it shook the ground and rocked the bedrock of the heavens. Skeletal hands burst from the ground and clawed their way out. Once they were free, they let out an in-sync roar and attacked as one. Halo of childhood ended. She took a breath in and let it out slowly, calming her nerves. Hermes' blessing. A loud whirring noise built up and ended in a thunderous crescendo. We need to run. He began to stand. You're still hurt. Uraraka grabbed his arm. I'll be fine. He looked back at the fight. We'll be less fine if we stay here. Resistance check pass. A shock wave crashed into them. Uraraka, along with the unconscious Mr. Aizawa, were sent flying backward. Aki had used Force Bomb. It was a spell that normally hit people like a semi going 160 km/h. This time, however, the spell slammed into the Nomu and stopped. It didn't dissipate, but the force acted like it hit an immovable object. The spell went outward and had crashed over them. The skeletons that Aki summoned were clawing and biting in the flesh of the Nomu. He turned back toward his classmate and picked her up along with the floating Mr. Aizawa. His skin was still sensitive, but the pain was starting to subside. Time to leave. You got 30 seconds. Get these two safe, you're fighting for your life soon. I thought I was already fighting for my life. You were fighting for your classmate's life. Now it's a fight for yours and Aki's. Does anyone need help? The voice came from the ruined city scenario. Who dash? As the person came around the corner, Cat let out a loud wolf whistle. Uraraka, who was already red in the face, covered her eyes and went cherry red. Cat, please stop. After seeing them, the guy ran toward them, smiling wide and seemingly oblivious to his NDY. Are you two okay? Yeah. Do you mind taking these two? He pushed the self-blinded red-faced girl toward him along with the floating Aizawa. My friend is in trouble. I'm going to go help her. But dash. He ran off before the guy could finish. Does he know he's naked? The girl nodded her head. She was covering her eyes and was bright red down to her fingertips. He hummed a bit, should hurry. Picking up both the kid and teacher, he took off back toward the hideout. That weird portal closed, but I found a safe spot to hide. You'll be fine until the teachers show up. Knocking on a bit of fallen wall, he waited. It was picked up by the dark shadowy shape that came off the kid he met earlier. Once the wall was out of the way, he pushed both of them in. I'll be back soon. He turned to find more people, but was grabbed by the hand. The hand's owner was the red-faced girl. She was giving him a desperate look. Please help our class president. Mirio felt his blood surge as he gave a small nod. I'll try. Lightning rush. The spell, aided by the storm surrounding her, lit up several paths around her and vaporized anything in its path. The Nomu jumped over the spell and was flying at her. Frost Giant's armaments. A dozen spears made of ice appeared, and with the aid of her telekinesis spell, they flew forward. The Nomu shattered each with a ridiculously strong punch. It didn't slow down at all. Before it could land it on her, she put both hands up. Dual cast Gale of Notice. Being midair and not having a way to move, the spell slammed into the Nomu, sending it flying backward. It crashed into the pavilion's retaining wall and got up like nothing. Demon thing, stay down. Pillars of Hades. The normally red portals spun quickly and turned purple. As they raced forward, both expanded and unleashed their cursed fire. They didn't burn flesh like a normal fire, but set the nervous system alight. She saw the Nomu stop its run and stand there shaking. Not wanting to let up, she cast several spells in succession. Mana Bow, Bone Arrow, Momentum Bomb, Hellish Weapon. A bow made of her own solid mana appeared in her hand. The arrow appeared when she pulled back the string and aimed. As the final two spells finalized, they began to spiral and emit light. Letting go, the arrow raced through the air, emitting an ear-piercing cry and shot through the chest of the beast. It fell forward on its front, seemingly dead. Nomu, stop messing with the girl and kill her already. Suddenly its eyes opened and it began to stand up again. Seriously? How is it healing? With a raise of her hand, she summoned several layers of bone wall in a dome around her. She summoned a single Reaper's Shadow and quickly carved several runes into it. Destruction, mana storage, multi-target, barbed spears, reeling chains, explosion. The action was quick and nearly instant for her. She felt the second-to-last wall break and cast again. Forgotten Life, Mimicry of Life. Her body went completely transparent and with a rune she teleported up through the last barrier just before it broke. The second spell had caused the skeleton to take on her. Appearance. When the final wall broke, the Nomu picked up her decoy and ripped it in half. She smirked as she watched what happened next. Sucker. The broken skeleton erupted in spears and skewered the Nomu all over its body. Once the last spear pierced its flesh, they were pulled backward, reeling the thing closer to the skeleton. It then erupted into an explosion strong enough to throw her backward and end her invisibility. Unfortunately for her and the others, the thing got back like it was nothing. Its body was missing large chunks of flesh and a whole arm, but they slowly started to come back. Letting out an annoyed huff, she muttered to herself, "Someone has to be healing it." Giving a cursory glance around the area, she didn't see anyone, but that didn't mean anything. Some quirks are such BS. She knew it was hypocritical, but hey, it wasn't working for her so she could complain. Still floating midair via her previous spells, she used air step to jump a bit higher. Her mom never made Japanese-based spells when she was alive and there was a reason. The gods of Olympus and most other pantheons didn't care if you used their names. The Japanese gods, though, took it as an oath if you did. Unluckily for her, though, she was a curious kid. She had made her oath long ago. On the brightest day, I am the darkness on the horizon. In the fury of the storm, I stand firm. The sunny day began to turn dark as clouds congregated over her. The Nomu, after healing completely, crouched and prepared to jump. In every drop of rain, the floods rise. It jumped, going straight for her. It was little over a few meters in the air before she heard a cry. Planetary smash. Izuku spun through the air and delivered 2 roundhouse kicks. The attack sent the Nomu flying back toward the ground. She continued, "Life flourishes under my blessing. I join 2 beings for life." Izuku, standing on his one unbroken leg and completely ND, fought to give her time. He sent a multitude of different spells that constantly threw the Nomu off course or grounded it. I am the harvester, I am the priest. As the sky grew dark enough to blot out the sun, a swirly black portal opened in front of her. A man's face came through. He was seemingly made of pitch black smoke. He reached out to grab her but was yanked downward by another person. He had plain feat resistance but had a hard look on his face. I am the wave caller, I am the bringer of storms. Lightning and rain fell from the clouds, begging her to be released. I am the herald. A villain, who she hadn't seen before, floated up to her and pulled an arm back. He was stopped just in time. A teenager, with a single gauntlet in the shape of a grenade, launched himself at the villain. In a fist fight of explosions and wind, they fell toward the ground. Listen to the hymn of my God. The wind howled and spun at the tip of the spear. The lightning solidified into a solid metal, tingles vibrating through her hand. Susanu's roar. The spear took off in a flash. Izuku, seemingly sensing the attack moments before it took off, had used Ethereal Haunt. He appeared behind the beast and used his still good foot to deliver an attack to the knee. It went down as Izuku tried to jump away. He was a little too late. Her mana dropped to almost 0 and she fell. She was caught before she hit the ground, but both she and her savior were sent flying backward as the attack hit. Achoo! All Might groaned as his headache wreaked havoc on his head. Even sick, he was fulfilling his duty as a teacher and grading his students. It was particularly difficult for him to grade non-combative students. One such student, Hitoshi, finished almost every fight with a single word. The smarter students kept their mouths shut and beat him down easily. Another was Hagakure. If it was a stealth-based mission, she earned top marks. If it wasn't, she was no more than a distraction. He leaned back into his couch and sighed, maybe I should train them in some sort of martial arts. They could use the experience and the ability to defend themselves. Ring ring. He looked at his phone, laying on the couch. Flipping it over, he checked the name. Nizu. With a cough, he picked it up and answered. Hello. All Might. Vishay now. It's under attack. He activated the flames of One for All and crashed through his apartment's wall. I'm 3 minutes away. Status. No clue. All communications are down as far as we can tell. The only reason we know is because one of the top 3 flew up to my window. Mississippi Kendo and Mr. Jiro are currently on their way to the hospital. There was supposedly a portal left in the parking lot. We're assuming it was Mississippi Hale, but it wasn't there when one of the teachers ran for it. We're on our way via cars. Got it. He was about to hang up when Nizu added something else. All Might. He paused for a second. Protect our students. Please. His voice was pleading. He felt the flames of One for All ignite even further. I will be there. He hung up. As he rounded a hilltop, he saw clouds condensing into a single massive storm. After a brief pause, little over 500 lightning bolts struck at once. He was assuming the force of the attack had caused the accompanying rain to go upward, though that might be just his eyes. I'll be there, kids. I promise. The next building he landed on was left missing a piece of cement as he kicked off harder. Izuku was sent flying forward as his back received a part of the attack. His vision went white, and before he flew into the wall, he was picked up by water. Instead of the wall, he was sent upward and reached a height exceeding the remaining bit of the dome. Sylph's blessing. His fall was slowed till he was slowly floating downward. Thanks. Yeah. No problem. He turned to the epicenter of the attack. The ground was covered in a thin layer of water and smoking. Small sparks were jumping every now and then, giving a dangerous look to the water. The Nomu's destroyed corpse was skewered on a pole, which was releasing electricity every so often. He needs help. Izuku turned to look and found Bakugo, wet and breathing hard, still fighting the flying villain. Hermes' blessing. Using air step, he launched himself at the villain. Detroit smash. The punch knocked the man out and sent him flying into a nearby wall. He picked himself up as his momentum ceased. Bakugo looked at him, eyes white and a face of anger plastered on his face. He didn't say anything. Bakugo. Still nothing. His friend began to fall forward, dashing forward. A bit, Izuku caught him and lowered him back down. I see you're still alive. Izuku turned quickly to see Shimura walking out of a portal. I guess we go to Plan B. Izuku's heartbeat went up at that, but went down slightly as he caught one of Aki's portals open below Bakugo. Plan B. Kurogyri. Do you mind? The smoke villain walked out the portal and opened another. As you wish. With a wave of his hand, another portal opened. F-. She summed up all his thoughts in one word. From the portal, another Nomu walked out. Using Observe, he saw that this thing was stronger than the others. These things have to be made. There's absolutely no way they are natural. Agreed. She paused for a second. Izuku. Yeah. No matter what happens, I want you to know you're my best friend. He felt the sentiment in her words, but couldn't resist the urge. I'm your only friend. Shut up. You ruined the moment. He smirked. What moment? I'm going to live way past this event. This is a stepping stone. He stood and faced the 3 villains. Don't you dare come near my friends and classmates. If it's a fight you want. He slammed his fists together. You got one. Shimura laughed. You're one hell of a mini-boss. He smiled at him. Nomu, kill the kid. Mana shield. The shield shattered but saved him. Gauges. Red, red, yellow. He gave a mental sigh as he dodged another strike, just barely. It'll have to do. He counterattacked and sent a punch for the elbow. His attack didn't have enough raw power behind it to do damage, so he went with something untested. He rolled down the length of the Nomu's arm and used his quirk. Fire branding. A snake of fire curled his arm and shot out toward the monster. Jumping up and away from the thing, he used his mind's eye and elongated the snake. He had it form several shapes with its long body and ignite itself. It burned hot enough to leave scars on its flesh. Not bad, but you need to power them. He ignored her point. We just need to buy time. Aki is out of mana more than likely now. The teachers should be on their way. How the hell are we going to stall? Your HP and mana are almost out. We are going to die if you don't think of something. Jumping off an air step, he flew at the Nomu. Stupid idea. I like. He could feel the edge of his lips curl into a smile. When he neared the Nomu, he used his gravity to spin himself around it. He fired a lightning spell into its back and jumped up. A massive spike of ice raced between his feet and stabbed the Nomu through the chest. Not wasting the brief moment of registration, he jumped for its arm and powered the runes. Mana shield. The blue aura took the attack that followed and sent him careening away. He was caught by a pile of snow, which brought back a few memories. Todoroki, with both Tsuyu and Hagakure trailing behind him, had come from the massive ice dome. Run. Leave this to us. Hagakure acknowledged his order and carried a rather weak-looking Tsuyu toward a hiding space. He looked at Izuku. You good? He smiled and made a hand gesture. I'm running on fumes and this thing is ridiculous. That was an understatement. His mana had hit sub 100 after powering the runes, and his HP was in the 400s. Only his stamina was any good as it was still in the yellow. His classmate eyed the three villains and immediately attacked. A massive glacier materialized from the ground and encased the area in front of them. Izuku blinked. Yeah, that works. Thanks. Todoroki nodded, with a hum. A heavy vibration came from the ice. Looks like we don't have much time. I'd say. Both turned to find the naked man standing a few meters away. He continued when no one else said anything. I may have an idea. Hi. Who are you? Name's Hale. I'm a friend of Midoriya's. Several of the students nodded at that, but began to ask questions. She put up a hand. Please stop. I need to go help them. Everyone, let's leave her alone for now. Once we all make it out of this mess, we'll have more time. Glasses took command of the situation. She opened a portal to her sister's inventory and began rummaging. Pulling out a mana elixir, she downed it. As she watched her mana refill, she began to cast spells on the student around her. No need to waste excess. We only have 3 left. Glasses had massive gouges on his arms and chest. Emergency aid. There's nothing I can do for the missing HP right now. She walked to the next student. A rather large guy with a super blocky face. He was covered in burns and his legs were shredded by glass. Next was Bird Dude. He didn't seem physically hurt, just tired. She left him alone. Mask was nursing his missing arms. She assumed he could regrow them with time, but it had to hurt. She used a spell to aid their growth. Mr. Sparkle was hunched over in a corner and seemed to be forcing himself not to throw up. Other than that, she didn't see any other injuries. There was a girl with massive melons on the ground letting out an annoying, incomprehensible cry. She put her to sleep. The hand grenade was unconscious and sporting massive bruising all over his body. His arms were cut up and his hands were broken. He took several spells to heal. She turned to find a girl in a ripped-up skin-tight outfit. Yeah. Our teachers need help. She raised an eyebrow but followed the girl. Rounding into the only somewhat cordoned-off section of the hideout, she found the wrecked bodies of 2 teachers. Mr. Aizawa's body was destroyed. It reminded her of when they would go overboard and be left incapacitated. The fact that a man, who had to worry about his body, was in a state like this, gave her a newfound respect for him. She could heal his and the other teachers' injuries, who seemed to have disintegrated, but it would force her to stay here. The elixir had run out while she was healing Grenade's injuries, and unlike Midoriya's version of the spell, emergency aid had a way higher cost for her, 600 mana to be precise. Her affinity for light-based spells was only 20%. Air and water spells were her niche. Sei had necromancy and life spells. She sighed to herself as she began to heal. Izuku, don't die. You ready, kid? Cat was anxious. Good. Yeah, I just hope this buys time. If it works, it will. Let's just hope it works. When the Nomu broke its way through the last bit of ice, he watched as hundreds of sheets of ice erupted from the ground. They were roughly 13 centimeters thick, and so shiny you could see your reflection in it. Now! He took off in a dash for the monster. Its line of sight was broken by the mirrors, which it was just staring at. Running counterclockwise in attempt to gain as much distance without it seeing him, he summoned his bone blade. The Nomu started to attack something or someone. Togata! The plan was that the older student would distract the thing while Izuku attempted to attack from behind. Besides the mirrors, which were meant for both cover and distraction, Todoroki was on support. He caught sight of Togata phasing through a punch and delivering a haymaker to the thing's face. He was almost halfway there when the Nomu slammed the ground, causing it to shake rather violently. More than several of the mirrors broke, but Togata kept up the fight. Hurry! A black portal opened in front of his path and forced him to jump out of the way. Breaking his cover, he threw a ball of fire back through the portal. With an air step, he charged toward the Nomu. Okay, kid, the plan got ruined, but you still have a shot. Get ready. He pulled his blade back in one hand and held an open palm forward. Togata tried to buy him a brief second, but the Nomu took his hit in stride. As it swung to try and hit him, he thanked every god of luck, as he didn't have to try and catch the attack. The thing's fist went through him as the borrowed quirk took effect. When the attack phased completely through, he ended the quirk. Taking his chance, he swung and activated the runes. His blade cut to the spine and stopped. As that happened, a spike of ice, courtesy of Todoroki, pierced the Nomu. His blade exploded in necrotic energy, and before its body could heal, the runes activated. He had used a slowing rune, aimed at its regeneration quirk. Right before the attack was going to end, he saw him. He was then encased in ice alongside the Nomu. His part of the plan, done. Hagakure, with the still recovering Tsuyu, watched the fight in fear and hope. She didn't want anyone else to get hurt. Watching their attack made her go through several emotions rather quickly. It began with anxiousness, which morphed into excitement, then fear, and finally rested on overwhelming happiness. She could feel tears on the edge of her eyes. All Might. Her happiness turned into fear as she saw the look on his face. His normally ever-present smile was in a deep frown, and his eyes made him look ready to destroy or kill. He was at the top of the stairs and slowly making his way down. He was wearing pajamas, but that didn't make him any less terrifying. Togata? His voice was icy and filled with anger. Yes, sir? The naked guy looked scared. Get my students out of here. I'll get Midoriya. Yes, yes, sir. He saluted and phased through the ground. He appeared next to Todoroki and both of them ran toward her and Tsuyu. It's time to leave. We'll go to the other students. Togata picked up Tsuyu and all four ran toward the ruined city. A voice came from the top of the ice glacier. Well, it looks like you finally appeared. What took you so long, All Might? The kid took in his appearance with a smile. You appear to have been sleeping. That might make you a tad more angrier than I was planning. He gave a shrug. Oh well. Lady Mortis? Do you mind? A woman appeared out of a portal. She was wearing a blood-red nurse's outfit and carrying a large scalpel. Her hair was jet black and her face was sporting a small smile. She pulled something from the bag at her hip and threw it down the wall. All Might's vision went red. An arm. The only person it could belong to was Jiro. He immediately went for the attack. Moving fast enough the air behind him was displaced, he delivered a punch to the girl. Before he could move on to the others, a portal opened below them, forcing him to jump. The three went through, and the portal closed. No! He slammed the ice with his fist. It shattered almost instantly, causing him to fall. Landing, his anger shifted to the being trapped in ice with his protege. His vision went blurry as the ice broke. Never again. He couldn't help but agree. All Might had carried him some distance away and deposited him onto his feet. "Are you okay, my boy?" He nodded. "As long as I don't have to fight anymore, I'll be good." He summoned a small fire to melt the remaining ice. That thing has multiple quirks. Super strength, shock absorption, and regeneration of some sort. He didn't mention its stats. They wouldn't make sense to All Might anyway. All Might nodded. "Get clear, boy. I'll handle this." As he started backpedaling, both watched the monster's head start to reattach itself. The hole in its chest was already almost together again. Before it could fully reform, All Might was on it. It took the first punch and crashed into a large shard of ice. His hero started to hammer it further into the ground. The ice it was pushed against cracked and shattered. All Might kept going though and punched it into the ground, causing the ground to give way. Even when its body started to regenerate the damage, he kept going. Each punch sent a shock wave of air pressure and slowly started to bury the Nomu deeper. This went on for several minutes. He could tell All Might was letting out his anger, which was a terrifying idea. It only ended when the other teachers appeared and All Might stood. Beads of sweat had formed on his face and his hands were covered in blood. The Nomu's body was trying to heal, but the amount of damage seemed to be too extensive. Instead of turning to give a smile, All Might walked back up the stairs and talked to the teachers. Izuku followed. He stayed several meters behind, giving All Might all the space he needed. That was brutal. Yeah. I've never seen All Might so mad before. "Izuku." "Yeah. We lived." He felt himself grin slightly but forced it down. "Yeah." "Midoriya?" He turned to see Nizu. "Yeah. You're naked." He looked down and reconfirmed that he was indeed in his birthday suit. "Yeah. My outfit burned to ash during an attack. Go get clothes on and come back immediately. We have a lot to talk about." Izuku could see the anger in his eyes and didn't argue. He walked to the locker room and changed back into his school uniform. On his way back, several of the other students were being walked up the stairs. Bakugo, Momo, and both teachers were on stretchers being walked up by EMTs. Aki joined him a second later. Giving him a hug, he received a message from her. Did you hear?" "Know what?" "Siro was hurt badly. He'll live, but the damage is extensive. He was found by Togata after he brought back the 3 students. From what he could find, Togata says he fought 2 villains. Though one of them was missing large chunks of flesh and was burned to a crisp. The other villain was gone by the time he got there." Izuku didn't respond as he heard his heartbeat. "Kid, you need to calm down. There's no one to fight right now." He was slapped after she finished. "Don't you dare go running off into danger again. I barely rescued your butt as it is. If you get into danger again, you're on your own. My dad is going to ground me for life after today." His heartbeat slowed as he returned her hug. "Fine. Go home or back to school. I'll see you later." She nodded and opened a portal for herself. "Bye." It closed as she stepped through. "Midoriya, would you come here please?" Nizu waved him over, his ever-present smile sullen. Walking over, Izuku could see more of the students being walked across the pavilion. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Sato seemed fine but tired. All 3 were leaning on each other as they trudged past the ruined area. "Yes, sir." "Walk with me." He began to walk away from the crowd. Following, Izuku took in the faces of the teachers. Most looked sad, but had a fury in their face that made him remember they had power. Reaching a section of the balcony that overlooked Todoroki's ice dome, Nizu stopped. Turning to him, he had a glare that triggered Gamer's mind. "Who did this?" "Whoa." "His name is Tenko Shimura. He seemed to be the ringleader. They were using some sort of test tube villains called Nomu. On their stat page it called one number, the others were numbers 41, and I'm assuming there are more than that though." He nodded and bowed. "Thank you, and I'm sorry you had to go through that. Please forgive your principal." Izuku felt uncomfortable. "It's no worry, sir. I'm just glad everyone mostly came out okay." Nizu stood straight up and nodded. Things could have been much worse. I'm glad it didn't though. We have Mississippi Hale to thank for that though. She saved both teachers' lives instead of trying to help you three. If you will extend my thanks to her. He gave a nod. I will, sir. Was there anything else? One last question. A rather important one if I'm honest. Did you kill? He felt his heart nearly stop. There's no po-intelligent scene lying, kid. The charred bodies prove it was you. With a sigh, he nodded. Yes, sir. It was either us or them and I made my decision. Nizu sighed as well. I thought as much. You won't be punished for their deaths, but you will have to give multiple statements to the police. Each was either self-defense or in the defense of a person who couldn't help themselves. Correct. He nodded. Yes, sir. All right then. He started to walk back to the main entrance. We will speak to the police now. We are currently looking for Mississippi Ishido and Jiro. Do you happen to know their whereabouts? No, sir. Everyone was teleported somewhere different. I was attacked almost from the start by one of the Nomu. Nizu hummed as he looked across the Izuku followed his gaze. The landscape had changed, drastically. Not including the ice dome, the landslide area was ruined, the ship in the lake area was missing chunks. The fire dome was destroyed, and several of the ruined buildings had collapsed. The pavilion, however, took the largest hit. Ice, fire, lighting, chunks of cement, and craters marred the surface. He could make out All Might standing over the Nomu, making sure it stayed down. Sir? Yes. What happens now? Nizu sighed. I'm not sure at this moment. All I know is school is cancelled for the next week. Any other decision will be made later. Kid. Yeah. I've been hiding something from you. I didn't want you to panic or worry about it, so I hid it. What? She pulled up a notification window for him. New quest. The Siege of Youth. Villains have attacked USJ and are ready for a fight. Save your classmates and survive. Bonus objective number 1. Finish off a Nomu. Bonus objective number 2. All students must survive the attack. Reward? Quest complete. The Siege of Youth. You have fended off the villains as long as you could and stayed alive long enough to be saved. Bonus objectives number 1 and 2. Completed. Reward, 250,000 XP bonus rewards, 10 skill coins, skill book. As he swiped away the notifications, the coins materialized and he stored them in his pocket. The book shone with a blue hue, but before he could use observe, more notifications came up. XP debt repaid. Congratulations, gamer. You have gained multiple levels and reached level 22. You have gained the following. 10 bonus stat points. 1 quality point. Current XP, 736,547 837,395. We did it. Cat cheered with him. Check the book. Observe. You have found a lost skill tree book. This book contains the skills associated with the lost class, Viking Berserker. Do you wish to unlock this skill tree? His eyes widened. A skill tree? Cat selected yes for him, and the book dissolved. A new prompt appeared. New skill tree added. Starting skill line in the sand LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Make your mark and hold it. With your will, body, and mind as one, you will hold the line until your dying breath. Stand firm, warrior, you are the first and only line of defense. This skill was lost after the last user died during the Battle of Stamford. When active, gain the following. Max HP, plus 10%. Max mana, plus 10%. Max stamina, plus 10%. You are unable to move further than 1 meter from the selected spot. Active cost. Stamina cost, 100 per second. This skill is the first step in a skill tree. Reach level 10 to unlock the next skill. Holy dash, sheet. Cat's excitement started to build drastically. Cat message Aki and see if she knows anything. She didn't answer him, but a minute later a reply came in. Sorry, that's a first for me, Mom never mentioned anything like it. Kid, we have work to do. What did you do? What was that spear the other day? A spell? He sat down in his desk chair. Our spells have never needed incantations. What made that one different? Her smile went strained. It was a stronger than normal spell. I can tell that, but why was it stronger? She looked down at her feet, not saying anything. With a sigh, he went on, "Look, I'm just curious. You killed that thing in a single strike. I'm pretty happy I lived through that, but I'd like to know how you had so much power hidden up your sleeve. I can only do it once." She looked up at him. "That's a start. Why, what is it?" She put up a finger and held out her hands into a bowl. "I call on the storm and sea." A small ripple in the sky appeared, from it water poured out. And a small cloud hovered above her hands. Small lightning strikes started falling from the cloud. "I'm a herald of Susanoo." The cloud disappeared and the water evaporated. "Herald." She sat down on his bed and pulled her knees to her chest. "It was an accident. I was only 4 when it happened. 2 years ago, I was messing around with spells trying to make new ones. I was following along with Mom's idea and was using the names of gods. Mom didn't bother telling us at the time or forgot, but Japanese gods want back into the world. Anyone who uses their name in an actual spell is considered a herald by them." "What do you do as a herald?" "Until I'm 18? Nothing." "What happens then?" "I'm not sure." Susanoo started to explain, but was cut off by Mom. She argued with him saying it was a mistake but he wasn't having it. She challenged him to a fight over my freedom. "Wait, Cat fought a god?" Misaki started laughing. Aki gave a small smile. "Tried. She got her butt handed to her. She was able to get a single hit in though. Susanoo rewarded her by extending my initiation date to my 18th birthday. That's kind of terrifying." She put her face into her knees and hummed. "Does he just let you use his spells freely now?" Aki shook her head, her knees following the movement. "All spells I cast with his name take up all but 1 mana. They have a minimum, but no max. I can do small things, like the small ocean storm, without using too much." Izuku's mind immediately began to think of the implications of this. Are there other heralds? What do the gods want? Why just the Japanese gods? What about the Greek or Norse gods? Quiet. I'm trying to think too, you know. Sorry. Why is it just the Japanese gods? She fell onto her back and splayed out on his bed. No idea. Mom said it was something to do with doomsday or something. The world is going to end? He shot up to his feet. He was then hit by a bolt of lightning. No, you idiot. The end of their worlds. She sat up and gave him a look. Did you ever read up on Greek or Japanese mythology? Sitting back down, he rubbed away the mark on his forehead. No. Why would I? She zapped him again. Izuku, you set off the goddess of the sun. Why wouldn't you read up on it? I was busy. Zap. No excuses. With a sigh, she began to explain. Greek mythology itself doesn't have a true doomsday, but their own world does. A great force shall descend on Olympus. With a hunger so great even the marble shall be consumed. Standing with their children, the gods must face their end. All the Greek gods stay on Olympus to be prepared to fight this threat. I wonder what a resistance looks like? What would Aphrodite look like for us? Doesn't she take on the form of what you want the most? Aki continued, oblivious to Misaki's ramblings. The Norse gods have Ragnarok. Most of them are supposed to die during it. So they're preparing their armies. She took a breath. The Japanese gods, though, their world doesn't meet an end. Their bloodline is said to be alive to this day. They use heralds as a foothold in this world. Mom said they were imprisoned by some other force a long time ago. And before you ask, I have no clue how she knew that. So what's the intelligence of having a foothold if they're stuck where they are? Mom didn't know. She had a guess that it had something to do with their spells. The more spells used with their name, the more they can push themselves into this world. That paused his thoughts. What do you mean? Can other people cast spells? She raised an eyebrow at his question. Seriously? Did you think villains were the only bad thing in this world? Misaki snorted. She has a fair point. I never really thought about it, I guess. Conversation for another time, though. Are there other heralds? She shrugged. I assume there is, mainly because Susanoo told me that I'd be defending myself from the other gods. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. Being able to fight the heralds of other gods. I'm in. No. Why? It seems to be a contract that can never be broken unless you win a challenge against them. She went silent. Also, could you really be under the thumb of someone else? DMN. You're right. Screw that. How is everyone? He blinked his attention back to Aki. What? Your classmates and teachers? How are they? One question first? Yeah. How do you know about all this god stuff? She smiled. We ended up meeting a goddess during our dimension hopping. Her name was Meth. Mom and her got into a drinking competition that ended in a draw. She was really fun though. She told us all about the Greek gods and then introduced us to UNN. They apparently became drinking buddies after they were left on Earth. UNN. She's a daughter of Agir. At his confused stare, she explained. He's a god of water in Norse mythology and he also holds a lot of the parties for them. He supposed, since they were actually real and not just a weird woman with a lot of power, he should read up on them. So how are they? Mr. Aizawa and Ms. 13 are in near perfect health, thanks to you. They are currently in forced bed rest. As for the other students, the only physical injury was Ciro. He isn't being allowed back to UA by his parents. That really stinks. Other than that though, all the trauma is mental. From what I could tell, several of the students killed people directly or indirectly. The two affected the most by it were Jiro and Momo. Jiro hasn't talked to anyone since USJ and Momo has been holed up in her house refusing to answer anyone. That's not too bad then. It could be much worse. Are the two who I sent to get help okay? He nodded. Kendo's hands are completely recovered after I visited her, and Ojiro is fine. Last I saw them, they were sparring on hospital grounds. They seemed rather annoyed they were beaten so easily. What about you? She fell back and groaned, grounded until high school. He wasn't very happy about what happened, even if I didn't come close to death. She sat back up. What happened with the police? After you see, a man with no discernible feat to resistance walked into the police interrogation room. Izuku was sitting alone and playing Mental Eye, Spy with Cat. It took a lot of effort for neither to cheat at it, but it was better than sitting around bored. Name, Tsukachi Neomesa. Title, The Keeper of Secrets. Age 36. Level, 29. Quirk, Truth Rank. His physical stats weren't all that impressive, compared to a student or pro. His int, wis, and charisma were way higher than his own though. Mr. Midoriya? He nodded. That's correct. The detective offered his hand. Pleased to meet you. You may call me Tsukachi. He sat down in the chair on the opposite side of the table. Opening a folder, he began. I have a few questions for you. Please answer truthfully. He nodded. Yes, sir. What is your name? Midoriya Izuku. Badass cat. He smiled. Or should it be an actual name? What is your birthday? July 15th. Midoriya cat? Age? 15. 4 months magic side and almost a year earth side. That feels kind of rude to Shino though. Thank you. He flipped the page and opened his notepad. How did the attack start? It was fairly close to the start. We had just started walking down the main staircase and my ability to message certain people had gone offline. I warned the teachers and other students. As we made our evacuation, the villains appeared. Mr. Aizawa jumped down to meet them head-on as we made our way out. When we rounded the top of the stairs, 13 was attacked by some unknown force. Portals began to open around us and I jumped. While I was in the air, the others were pushed into portals. What if we combine the names? Something like Midoriya Misaki? Cat. Really? Once he finished writing a few things down, he asked his next question. You were the first to fight the Nomu, correct? Yes, sir. Tenko set the Nomu on me with the order to kill. Yes, really. I like it. Refer to me as Misaki. How do you know the leader's name? Part of my quirk is the ability to read the information on people. This includes their name, age, quirks, and a per-intelligence-based power system. I'm not calling you Misaki, it makes it sound like you're our child. He hummed as he wrote something down. That sounds rather useful. I assume you used it on me? Izuku nodded, causing him to smile. Do you know the name, Watanabe Goru? Zombie? Also, I technically am. His quirk is zombie? Tsukachi nodded. Izuku sighed. He was fighting Bakugo Katsuki. He didn't let up at all, and I was still fighting Nomu at the time. I'm sorry for what I did, but he put himself into the situation and forced my hand. How are you, our child? He nodded again. He wants to press charges and is suing UA. His case will probably be laughed at, then thrown out. I just thought you should know. Every villain there was there to kill kids. Any jury or judge will not be happy with them. He finished writing a couple of things and asked another question. What happened when the ceiling collapsed? I was dropped by the Nomu, who went to protect Tenko, and went on the offensive against the villains holding my classmates captive. Because you got the perk from her, so without her I wouldn't be here and you're you, so it fits. I was told you ripped the arms off of one and threw another on top of another to protect them. He nodded. Koda? I didn't have any other reliable way to save him, Uraraka, Mr. Aizawa and myself at the moment. So I did what I had to. As for the arms, I had less than a second before the glass hit us. Cat, please? He flipped to the next page. And the Nomus? I killed one with my solar flare and the other with a lightning spell. All Might dealt with the last one. Myself along with Todoroki and Togata fought against it, but were unable to deal with it ourselves. Cat, why did you resort to killing during the attack? Could you not have subdued your attackers? He could tell it was a legitimate question, not an accusation. I subdued when I could, but the Nomus left us no choice. As for the other villains, I did not mean for it to happen. All I knew was that there was a villain sitting on top of the USJ and I assumed it was the person blocking our signal. I threw Bakugo toward the roof where he fought against a flying villain. After a brief skirmish, he followed through with my command and brought the roof down. I didn't think about what would happen afterward, I just knew we needed help. Cat? He asked a question while the detective finished taking notes. Have you spoken to any of the other students? Not yet. Most are still recovering mentally and we don't want to push them. Why do you ask? If any are in grief, please tell them I take responsibility as their class president. While no one should take fault for what happened, I don't want them to believe they are monsters for what they did. They fought for their survival and their friends, not for anything else. Cat, I swear. He gave a nod. I can do that. Now last question. How did you get the 2 students to UA? He sighed. Misaki? Hello. Also, DMN. They seriously don't remember her. Aki had messaged them about using some type of invisible rune on her forehead to make everyone forget her. She told him to take credit for everything she did. Portals. I can open and close them, but the time between them and how long they stay open is short. That's why only Togata was able to make it through. He nodded and wrote something down. Thank you for telling the truth. Someone will be by in a minute or so to drop you off at home. He stood and walked out of the room. 1 week since USJ. The 2 of them had decided to walk the whole way to school. They left rather early and were currently walking the final bit. Do you think Kamui can talk to trees? He hummed. Probably not. He might be able to sense their needs though. What do you think a tree would sound like if it could talk? Probably like an old man. It'd probably be really slow speaking and have some type of speech problem. Do you think Lady and Kamui are together? The forums say yes, but I doubt it. They don't seem to mesh like that very well. What about you? Do you like anyone? He raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't you know that already? It's more fun if you actually say it out loud. Midoriya. He turned to see Kendo and Uraraka running up the hill. He forced himself to fight back his natural instinct to not dodge their tackle. Resistance check pass. He stood there waiting for them to let go. Maybe we should get into more life-threatening situations. No. That was bad enough, I couldn't imagine something worse. They let go after a minute and Kendo spoke up. How are you doing? With them trailing behind him, he answered, honestly? Bored. He had spent the last week learning a few new skills and improving ones he already had. Did you hear what happened? Uraraka had run a bit to stand beside him. Misaki. No clue. No. I don't really watch TV anymore and I try to avoid forums where people talked about it. There's a manhunt going on right now. All alumni of UA are up in arms and are hunting for the League of Villains. He whistled. That's kind of terrifying. Did they say what happened during the attack? Kendo answered, the news stations are saying we defended ourselves as best we could and are pinning any deaths on the roof collapsing. Not far from the truth. He saw Uraraka look back at Kendo and give her a worried face. Ideas. Girls are as much a mystery to me as they are to you, kid. Midoriya? Uraraka's voice was quiet. Yeah. Are you okay with what you did? What do you mean? Oh. Momo and Jiro still won't answer any texts or calls. We were wondering if you were okay. From what we heard, the guys are taking it in stride but are a little more harsh than normal. I'm actually perfectly fine with what happened. All of our classmates lived through the attack and only one is unable to return. All in all, I count that as a success. So you don't care that you killed? He glanced at her. She had worry written on her face and a H intelligence off, something he didn't recognize. Fear. Her suggestion seemed off but not wrong. He explained with a sigh, don't get me wrong. I feel bad in that I was forced to kill, but I did what I had to do to make sure everyone survived. If I got a do-over, I'd try to keep the outcome but change the method. I'm not a monster, I just don't feel bad for people who want to kill kids. Both stayed quiet until Kendo broke it with punching him in the shoulder. I agree with what you said besides one thing. Kid. She flicked him with an enlarged finger at each syllable until she got to her thumb and just smacked him in the back of the head. He fell forward and was forced into a roll, uphill. So he ended up just falling. He laid there face in the ground and sighed. I guess that's the wrong word to use. Misaki started laughing. He then felt weightless and was picked by the shirt. You know, I'm kind of embarrassed for you. He looked at Kendo. Why? Uraraka says you were stark naked after your little light show. He looked over at the girl who had gone red across her face and to the tips of her ears. He sighed and shrugged. I burned off my clothes, not much I can do about that. All the teachers saw you too. I think midnight might give you a few funny looks, so be careful. He thought about and couldn't help but agree. Operation Rabbit's Foot? He held back a snort. Is that what you're calling it? I get to call my spell combos whatever I want. She blew a raspberry at him. A couple of days ago, they had discovered Misaki could cast and hold onto a spell without it going off. The timer went on cooldown during this, allowing her to cast another, but no more than that. So they had decided the best use of this was to have Hermes' blessing and Sylph's blessing on standby. I'll be sure to run. He smirked. A short while later they found themselves at the entrance to their classroom about a half hour early compared to normal. They expected to be the first ones in class, but most of the classmates were present and chatting quietly. Even the normally non-studious students were present. The only ones missing were Momo, Jiro, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Ishido. When they saw him, everyone slowly went quiet. The hell is going on? He could feel her shrug. Beats me. Ida stood up and approached him. He spoke in a hushed whisper. They wish to ask something of you. He raised an eyebrow, but didn't get further explanation. The girls walked past him and sat down. Kendo looked back at him and smirked. She knew. Thanks, Misaki couldn't tell. He received a mental kick and an oncoming headache. Why? You're mean. He walked to the front of the room, his headache growing. I'm told you all wish to ask me something? No one said, but a few raised their hands. Ojiro. He was the closest person to him. I'd like to request sparring practice with you. I believe I also speak for Kendo? He looked back at her and received a nod. What? Why? He wasn't going to say no, but was confused on why. Kirishima spoke up. Dude, most of us either fought a bunch of unprepared small fries or people who we had no chance in defeating. You, Bakugo, and Todoroki are the only ones to go toe-to-toe with the villains and win. He murmured to himself, I see. Letting out a sigh, he spoke to them. Who else just wants spar training? Ojiro, Kendo, Ida, Sato, and Shoji raised their hands. Misaki. She made a popping sound, got it? Azui? What do you want then? Tsu, not Azui. I want to get stronger. I don't think sparring will help though. He nodded, you might be right. As he thought, the door opened to reveal an exhausted-looking Jiro and downcast Ishido. She doesn't look great. Neither of them do. I'll try to help both, but let's focus on this first. Any idea how to deal with it quickly? Questionnaire. That might work. I'm willing to help when I can. If you fill out a piece of paper and write out what you want to improve, I'll think of something. I'm sure I can also get a teacher or two to help if I explain the situation. He received a couple of nods, but mostly everyone took out a piece of paper and started filling stuff out. It was after the 10-minute warning bell that Ida stood and started collecting papers for him. I like him. He's not a SLV, Misaki. You sure? Yes, I'm sure. He took the papers, thanks Ida. He received a nod and spoke to the class. I'll look over them and hopefully come up with a plan for each of you by tomorrow. He walked to his seat and took out his hole punch. After each paper had 2 holes in it, if it didn't already, he grabbed 2 rings and put them together. Observe. Class 1A Training Wishes. This poorly crafted book contains most of the wants and needs, training-wise, of Class 1A. Do you wish to add this book to your library? She selected yes for him, and the book dissolved into colorful motes of light. He got several curious glances, but most of his classmates had seen the trick before. Anything interesting? Misaki hummed. He could hear the sound of pages turning. Shoji wants to learn how to deal with flying enemies. Birdman wants to gain more control over Dark Shadow and to be able to fight in melee. He closed his eyes and focused on her. Shoji's will be easy, but how would we help Tokoyami? Hail! Aki! No, you idiot, her dad Hitoshi. He has worg. But he can't control it. No, but he can aim and fire. Teach that to the kid and he can work on control later. Their talk was interrupted by the class start melody. The door swung open to reveal a Mr. Aizawa, who didn't look too off-kilter, but was definitely mad. When he walked to the front of the room, he bowed to them. Several of the students got really confused looks on their face. As this is the first time I've spoken to you all as one, I'd like to say something. I'm sorry. I'm sorry some of you had to make a sacrifice that will live with you for the rest of your life. I'm sorry I couldn't protect everyone. Misaki. Yeah. She paused for a second. Go for it. He had prepared something in case this happened. With charismatic aura activated, he stood and spoke loud enough for everyone to hear him. I personally don't accept your apology. Mr. Aizawa stood straight and gave him a mix between a glare and confusion. I personally think a proper apology would be to push us harder. We are heroes in training, not civilians. While your apology might be good for TV and PR, it's not good enough for the students you are training. I think I stand for most of us when I say your apology should be to prepare us for the future, especially if this type of thing is going to happen again. Kirishima stood. I agree. I didn't and will never blame you for what happened at USJ. If it wasn't for the mist villain, we would have made it out while you fought off a small army. You did everything you could. Ida and Kendo stood next. Ida spoke first. While I would have put it more delicately than our class president, I can't help but agree. You defended us this time, but it is our turn to prove ourselves heroes, even if we are students. Kendo went next. I don't expect you to be a babysitter, you are a teacher. You're supposed to teach us to defend ourselves and civilians, not hide behind you. Most of the students started to shout their agreement, and he could see Mr. Aizawa's eyes widen slightly. 30 seconds left. So Mr. Aizawa. The others went quiet, and his teacher looked at him. Will you teach us to defend ourselves? You're screwed. He could only smirk as he saw his teacher's grin. Time's out. Midoriya. Since you so kindly volunteered yourself, you'll be leading this extracurricular activity. I expect each of them to last at least 1 minute against you. Your deadline is the sports festival. His smile fell slightly. Yeah. We're not gonna have a lot of free time. He gave a nod and sat. Misaki giggled. A minute? You have some work ahead of you. She went quiet for a second, only for a second. Wait. He could feel her excitement build. This means we get to spend one-on-one time with the girls. He gave a mental groan, perv. She copied his groan, stale. In 4 weeks' time, we will be holding the annual UA Sports Festival. This is an opportunity for each of you to show what you're made of and to gain recognition in the hero world. Depending on how well you do, offers might come in from pro agencies. I'm sure each of you will impress me. The rest of class was their teacher answering questions. Not being able to talk, he chatted with Misaki over the training schedule he was making. Before the bell rang, Aizawa called on him. Midoriya. Follow me. He got up and followed. They walked down the hall and into a small teacher's office. The bell rang as they entered. The teachers that were present walked out, leaving them alone. Thank you and I'm sorry. He raised a hand and made letters out of his fire. For helping get them over this bump in the road. I'm also meant to inform you that you will not be participating in the sports festival. Lame. He nodded, both in agreement with her and his understanding. I figured. I could probably win every event easily. That was the faculty's concern. You do have an offer though. It begins after the sports festival. Sleepy say what? He raised an eyebrow. Really, who? Sir Night Eye. His eyes widened and Aizawa nodded. I assume you are familiar with the name? He nodded. He was All Might's sidekick. He nodded. He is also the mentor for the older student who helped you at USJ. I believe it was Togata who gave your name to him. Misaki whistled. You think he's going to be ND too? I'll be sure to thank him. I have a couple of questions about the training. Like, can I use UA facilities for it? I'll arrange something by tomorrow. If it's approved, it will be for every day after school. He nodded. That would be a lot of help. Do you have some symbolism of an idea? For most, there's a couple that will be tricky. If you need help, I'm willing to offer assistance. Thank you, sir. Last thing I wanted to talk about is the missing seat. How is Zero? He's angry and depressed. He's been pulled out by his parents, but UA's support teachers are building him a bionic arm as a small token of apology. Can I help with it? He shrugged. You'd have to ask Power Loader. He's in charge of the project. He's normal free after school. I'll talk to him then. Now about the seat, we'll be getting a new student. Normally we would draw from the general studies program, but it's too early in the year to see if any have potential. So we will be accepting a student from abroad who didn't make it initially. What's their name? What country? I'll provide you a folder with basic information by the end of the week. I expect you to remember their name and assist them whenever needed. Understood? He nodded. Yes, sir. Get back to class. Yes, sir. He walked out of the room and made his way back to class. Misaki, send a message to Aki asking for her help with training. Ask her to ask her dad for his help also. Tell him that there's a student with an entity similar to Werg. KK. He pulled out his phone. Hey, I got a request if you're not too busy. He received his reply a minute later. I've been volunteered by Mr. Aizawa to train my classmates. I have until the sports festival to make them last at least a minute against me. Was wondering if you guys wanted to help. She sent a thinking emoji. I'd be fine with it, but we still have our hero duties. I can ask Hale if she can open a portal for you. Before he got her reply, Aki messaged him back. I'll ask Dad. I'm sure it would be a first for him. If he's going, I'm pretty sure he'd be fine with me helping too. Thank you. Request? Yeah? Would you mind opening a portal for the pussycats so they can help? Sure. Thank you. You owe me though. Like what? I'm thinking a magic spar and food. Fine. Sweet. I'll message you when I talk to Dad. He turned back to his phone. If she says yes, then we can help for 2 hours every day. That's the best we can do since our travel time is non-existent. She said yes. Send me the coordinates of where you want the portal tomorrow. Thank you so much, Mandalay. I really appreciate it. She sent a puke emoji. Too sweet. Misaki snorted. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll have the costume ready for you. Please no. Mandalay? Fine. Misaki started to laugh. This is going to be a lot more fun now. He sighed, putting away his phone as he made it back to class. I really hope the girls didn't modify it more than what it already was. He got a few curious glances as he sat down, but no one said anything. Like what? You were already but naked in front of several of the students. What could be more embarrassing than that? He conceded that po-intelligent Sato her. The next day after school. Tokoyami, this is Mr. Hale. He's going to help you try and control Dark Shadow. The older man bowed. It's nice to meet you. I'm told you have a monster in you. He looked up with a smile. Wurg. A gray fog erupted from his body and took the form of a large wolf. Wurg growled at the kid in front of him. Show yourself, you runt. Dark Shadow appeared, but cowered behind his keeper. It gave a low whine. Tokoyami? Do we have to fight the scary wolf? His classmate sighed. Dark Shadow, you need to get a hold of yourself. We are going to train for a while. A portal opened and Aki walked out. The arena is ready, Dad. He smiled and rubbed her head. Thanks, sweetie. He turned to Tokoyami. Come on, kid, your training starts now. After a nod, both walked through the portal and it closed behind them. Will they be okay? Aki hummed. The bird guy gets stronger in the dark, right? Izuku nodded. That's what he said. Then I have no idea. She ended the sentence with a smile. I wanted to see them fight. Misaki let out a whine. Maybe next time, Misaki. We have the other students to worry about, though. He's right, Misaki. She slapped his hand and he felt his mind clear. She tapped him again and the AI filled part of his mind again. Yes. What did you promise her? Aki smiled. Nothing. Misaki. Don't worry about it, go help your classmates. He let out a sigh. Aki? You have the coordinates right? She snapped her fingers. Yup. A few seconds went by, resistance check failed. Lion. Pixie had tackled him in a hug and took him off his feet. Hey, Pixie. He hugged her back and she dropped him. Ragdoll was next and Tiger slapped him on his back. He felt someone pull him into a hug. He used transference. Transfer successful. Hey, Mandalay. He felt a surge of yellow come from her. She pulled him deeper into a hug. I'm sorry we couldn't be there for you. He hugged her back. Don't worry about it, I made it out alive. Green was mixed into the yellow. Do you know how worried I was? How can you tell me not to worry? I'm saying don't beat yourself up over it. There was nothing you could do. Blue was added. I guess you're right. She pushed him away and all the colors were replaced with orange. Let's do this. He looked at the others and saw amusement in the eyes of Ragdoll and Pixie. Aki was walking into the arena and Tiger was following her. I guess it's time to start. What's the plan, Teach? Pixie nudged him. I actually think I figured out a plan for each of the students. Only 2 are missing, they're the ones that willingly killed someone. He was immediately assaulted by Red on 3 fronts. He tried to placate them. I'm going to talk to them, I swear. I just didn't have time yesterday. Pixie sighed and leaned on him. Sorry, Lion. You have no idea how much we want to join the manhunt. Why don't you? He walked to the door and opened it. We are banned from helping in the operation as our specialty is rescue. Which I disagree with. After sparring with you a ton, I think I could take a top 10. She shadowboxed the air as she walked in. Pixie, I can win against you now. She batted a hand at him. You don't count. He raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Because you cheat. He sighed as he spoke to his classmates. They were standing in a large group. Everyone. These people are going to help me train you all. The young girl is a friend of mine. Her name is Hale. The other 4, I'm sure would be more than happy to introduce themselves. Mandalay had a smile when she looked at him. Actually, we're not ready. We're missing a member. Fine, give me a second. He walked to the changing room with the bag Ragdoll handed him. It was only a few minutes until Midoriya came back surrounded in a mist. Really, Aki? You're helping? The young girl smiled. I was asked by a nice lady to keep your appearance a surprise. How could I say no? Several of her classmates started to snicker. After a few seconds the mist dispersed, revealing a very familiar muscular body adorned in a very fitting outfit. Uraraka couldn't help the laugh that escaped her. He looks so unhappy. Midoriya was dressed in a green version of the hero team's outfit. His face was giving the most deadpan stare she had ever seen. The red-dressed lady started by posing, lock on with these sparkling gazes. Next was the yellow lady, we've come to lend a paw and help. Then Midoriya, always ready to save you. Next was the big guy, coming out of nowhere. Then the blonde-haired lady, stingingly cute and cat-like. They all posed as one, with Midoriya kneeling in the front. Wild, wild pussycats. Several of the students began to laugh at Midoriya's face, but most started to clap and cheer. Midoriya let out a sigh and stood, all right everyone. Time to get started. Please take the folder with your name on it. He pointed to a small table against the wall, and then pointed to each of the people in turn. This is Tiger. This is Pixie, this is Ragdoll, and this is Mandalay. A name will be printed on your page of who you will be working with, and a lesson plan will also be there. If you need help, please feel free to ask any of us. Walking to the table and picking up her folder. She opened it and was slightly disappointed that she didn't get Midoriya, but he didn't exactly fight in a style she could replicate. Her trainer for the next 4 weeks was the lady in red, Mandalay. The training schedule seemed insane, but she knew it would help her. Learning hand-to-hand combat, along with boosting speed and agility. I wonder what the lady can do? Walking over, she bowed. Nice to meet you, Ms. Mandalay. My name is Uraraka. A voice spoke. In her head, nice to meet you, Uraraka. May I see your folder? Cool. She's a telepath. She handed over the folder. Here you go. She got a grin in response. Excited? She nodded. I'm excited to be taught by a hero, especially if they're recommended by our class Prez. He was a pretty great student. Do you like him? Her cheeks went flush. Oh. Mandalay giggled. I can read emotions, you know. That's not a topic you can hide from me. You're practically radiating pink right now. She could feel herself starting to float as Ishido joined them. Before she could get too far, she was pulled back down to the ground. Hey now, I'm just teasing. She got pulled closer and the voice turned to a whisper. If you do well each day, I'll send you a mental image of Midoriya each day. Her chaotic thoughts went still and focused on the thought. That caught your attention. I'll give you a sneak peek. After a second, a picture appeared in her mind of Izuku lounging at a lake. His body was blurred out. She saluted the woman. I will do anything you say, ma'am. Tiger grinned at his 3 students. I hear you 3 are in need of combat training. Do any of you have a fighting style? The only one to raise a hand was the buff one, Sato. Kind of, I never learned a fighting style, but I never bothered either. Then what do you mean, kind of? I can punch stuff. He swore a nerve popped in his head. This is going to take some effort. He looked at the other 2, Kaminari and Koda. I'm assuming neither of you know any martial arts? They shook their heads. He mumbled to himself, you owe me lion. She had to admit, this was going to be a lot more fun than camp. Her 2 students were the Invisible Girl and Frog Girl. Ms. Ragdoll, can you see me? She looked at the girl and shook her head. No, but I can sense where you are rather easily. Midoriya says I'm supposed to teach both of you situational awareness. The cute little froggy nodded. She raised her arms. This will be easy then. I'm a master at noticing things. Her job was to teach the masked one, belly button and legs. Both Mask and Legs wanted to get better at fighting flying targets, but belly button was the harder one. She needed to teach him creative thinking. Legs, Mask, get ready for a fight. She waited until both stood at the ready and cast. Dual cast Fairy Army. Your mission for today is to defeat 100 of the lights. They will be floating around the arena. Every day you will need to defeat 50 more until the end of the week. She smirked at their shocked faces. Next week, we take it up a notch. She snapped her fingers and the lights flew off at top speed. Next, she summoned dozens of platforms made of mana for them to use. They floated at different heights and hovered up and down. Get going. They took off toward the nearest platform. And what is my mission, young mademoiselle? She answered him in French. Did you not read your folder? You speak my language. He spun in a circle. That is amazing news. But alas, I don't understand what class Prez's notes mean. She sighed. You're going to do creative thinking. We'll start with scenarios. She snapped her fingers and a table with chairs appeared. They were made out of pure mana, and could be sustained with a steady stream of the stuff. Take a seat. The guy sat down with a smile on his face. Gladly. She started immediately. You encounter a villain while in deep cover. You know he has a penchant for causing massive amounts of destruction. He's about to rob a bank. What do? He thought for a second and answered with a smile. I call for help and engage. Your call goes through, but once you engage, he flies into a rage and kills a nearby bystander. You now have a death on your hands. Try again. She saw his smile falter. But I get the 2 powerhouses. Lady, didn't you get your butt handed to you during the entrance exam? She shifted her foot and formed a cave below the loud one. Its roof was weak and would break if he stomped his foot. She smiled at him. Didn't you get your butt handed to you by a zombie that lion defeated easily? He growled at her and small explosions started to form at his hands. Phi dash. His challenge was cut off as he fell through the ground. I win. She peered over the hole and couldn't see him buried under the rubble. The other spoke. Midoriya says you are supposed to teach us control? She nodded. He says you 2 use massive attacks to try and end the fight instantly. His idea is for both of you to gain more precise control and the ability to limit your abilities. While that would normally be a negative, it would actually help both of you. The hole exploded in a boom and the stick of dynamite flew out ready for a fight. She flicked her fingers up and small poles of earth shot out at him. While he was distracting and blinding himself, she created a thin wall behind him and dropped it. Its only purpose was to make him turn and blast it away. As he fell into her trap, she created a stalagmite and sent it for his back. He noticed too late and prepared to take the attack, but she flattened the tip and just lifted him. Todoroki, isn't it? The kid nodded. That's correct. I want you to make a bike. He raised an eyebrow at her. A bike? She smiled. Easier said than done. You'll need precise control to make each chain link and the brake system. You'll get extra marks if you make a gear shift. He nodded. Can I start? 1 second. She flattened the ground back out and Bakugo was on the floor at his feet. His anger was clearly written on his face. She looked down at him. Besides control, you need to learn how to maximize your sweat control. While the gauntlets are helpful, they require a massive amount of sweat to work. Wouldn't it be neat if you could do that same effect with a smaller amount? She gave a savage smile. He stood up slowly and looked at her. Teach me. She grinned. Let us begin. The 3 of you are going to be learning my own fighting style and be going through agility training. Izuku looked at his classmates. All 3 nodded in determination. Hey Prez. Kirishima raised his hand. Yeah. Why am I getting agility training? Kirishima catch. Portals of hell. Unprepared for the sudden attack, he hardened himself and stood still. The portals blazed and burned his hardened flesh. He ended the spell before they did too much damage. Reaching out, he healed his injuries and helped him on his feet. You won't always be able to take any hit. Not all quirks are physical attacks. The best examples of this are myself, Todoroki, and Ishido. If either of us is dodging your attacks, we can take you down rather rapidly because you don't dodge. Kirishima grinned. Pretty harsh example, but I get you, man. I'm game, let's start. Kendo and Jiro nodded alongside him. The next day. Midoriya, we found your new classmate. Aizawa had called him and asked him to show up early. Sir, how did you find a student so quickly? His teacher sighed. She's a student from Korea. She wasn't already in a school, because she fell asleep through multiple entrance exams, including our own. She took our recommendation course yesterday and passed. Please come in. A person floated into the office. Observe. Name, Tobu Mikazuki. Age, 15. Level 6. Quirk, Waking Nightmare rank, B. HP, 430. Mana, 4195 4195. Stamina, 1325 1325. Strength 31. Constitution 43. Dexterity 38. Agility 46. Intelligence 209. Wisdom 315. Charisma 124. Resistance 222. Status, asleep. Quiet and calm. Asleep and awake. Fear the unending nightmare. She's asleep. The girl was floating on a small cloud. Aizawa sighed. Mississippi Kubo, please either wake up or use your quirk. He turned back to Izuku. I'm sorry for the sudden meeting. The papers were only finalized a few hours ago. He nodded. It's all right, sir. He turned back to the girl, who was slowly starting to wake up. Her purple hair was done in a simple long bob and had 2 braided bangs going down the side of her face. Her nose was button-sized and her eyes gave away her Japanese descent. She wore no makeup, besides a bit of baby blue lipstick on her thin lips. She was roughly 150 centimeters, and probably weighed maybe 50 kilograms. He wasn't the best at guessing these types of things. With a final stretch, she yawned and blinked the sleep out of her eyes. The clouds that held her up poofed out of existence and she landed on her feet. Smoothing out her uniform, she gave him a half-asleep smile. Her Japanese was fluent and her voice was wispy. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. My name is Kubo. I look forward to working with you. Nice to meet you. He turned back to Aizawa. Are you going to introduce her to class at the start or do you want me to handle it beforehand? Aizawa shook his head. I'll introduce her during homeroom. I called you early today to show her around the school. You'll be responsible for showing her around and any questions she has. She will also be joining your training class after school today. He nodded. Sounds fine to me. Can we start? At his teacher's nod, he led her toward their classroom. This is our homeroom. Do you know how Japanese schools work? I have no clue if Korea is any different. She nodded. From what I can find on the internet, they're really similar. Good to know. We'll head to the principal's office next. He tried to make small talk with the girl, but she seemed to be falling asleep with every step. Are you okay? She gave a sleepy nod. Yeah. My quirk is stronger when I sleep, so I tend to nap. A lot. She finished with a yawn. What does your quirk do? Using observe on her provided no easy answers. She smiled. I can bring my dreams into reality, but they can't get more than 20 meters from me. His mind instantly started going over the potential of that. How do you fight? Monsters. I can also create weapons, but I can't really use them. What's the cost of using your quirk? She yawned. Headaches, really bad ones. I also sleep a lot more than a normal person. So mana. It was no wonder her wisdom and intelligence are so high. I kinda want to spar her. My turn. He sighed. Is that your natural hair color? She smiled. No, my mom dyes it when I sleep. The week before I left home was purple week. With another yawn, she added. I think I'm going to sleep now. Her eyes closed and she fell forward. Before he could react, a cloud poofed into existence and moved her into the floating position he saw earlier. Misaki. Kid, I'll be honest. I'm tired of trying to figure you and your classmates out. This girl is probably the second most confusing. Tobu. At his call, a tiny purple acorn creature popped into existence, sitting on her shoulder. I'm sorry for falling asleep. It's all right. Just kind of caught me off guard. The acorn nodded and sat facing forward. They met Nizu on his way up to his office. Hello, Mr. Nizu. How are you today? Seeing the free ride, he jumped onto his shoulder and answered. I've had better months, but things are finally looking up. Who's this? Mr. Nizu, this is Tobu Mikazuki. Tobu, this is our principal, Mr. Nizu. The acorn turned to them. Nice to meet you. She paused for a second and added, You are a strange creature. Are you sure I didn't dream you? Izuku raised an eyebrow, but Nizu laughed. I'm pretty sure I'm real. You're the new student in class 1A, correct? The acorn nodded. I'll be sure to keep an eye on your progress. They made it to the principal's office. dropped off Nizu and made their way to the lunchroom. With the mini tour over, he walked her back to the teacher's office. "Thank you, Midoriya, head to class, also here." He handed him a folder. Bowing to the two, he walked to his homeroom. The folder detailed the girl's known quirk limits and some basic ideas for training. "She's an interesting one." "You mean confusing?" "That too, but I think it will be fun having her in class." Walking into class, he took his seat and tried to think of a training method for her. "She's a glass cannon, but Pixie probably couldn't teach her much." He said hi to Kendo as she sat down. "I hear we got a new student today." He nodded. "She's an interesting one." "What's she like?" He shook his head and smiled at her. "Wait and see." She groaned. "Not even a hint?" Good night." He turned back to face the front and smiled at her prodding questions. "You got any ideas for training?" "Aki would be good, but she seems to have the imagination part down. Ragdoll wouldn't be much help in this situation, neither would Tiger or Mandalay. Your best bet would be either you or to find someone else." "What would I teach her?" "Teach her to fight with weapons or like an animal. Her dreams become real things, so she's probably only lacking technique." "I can't even fight with a sword properly." "True." "Hey, Miss Soma says the person who finds her missing doll gets an A for the next assignment." A student he had never seen before had run into the class and ran out just as fast. "My eyes." "Shut up. That joke isn't funny anymore." Every time he had an idea, she made it. "Fine. It's a decent idea though, you should ask her. She's a dead menace with her cleaver." "I'll ask during lunch." The bell rang for class to start and Mr. Aizawa walked in. "We will be welcoming a new student in class today. Please come in." Tobu, who was waking up, floated in and landed on her feet when she was in front of the class. "Hi everyone. My name is Tobu Mikazuki. I'm a student from Korea. My family is native, but moved to Korea when I was little. Mr. Nobuo, who's a teacher here, is my uncle." She bowed and stood back up with a smile, looking ready to fall asleep again. Mississippi Tobu's quirk allows her to be conscious while asleep, so if you see her nodding off, please leave her be. If she has any questions, I expect everyone to be courteous. "Understood." The class answered in unison, "Yes, sir." He nodded. "Mississippi Tobu, please take the empty seat." She nodded and walked over to the seat next to him. "Sorry, kid. I have a lot of stuff to do and don't have time for something like that." "Are you sure there's nothing I can do to convince you?" "Begging, Izuku? We're the enemy of a god, we don't beg." She let out an annoyed sigh. "Fine. If you can successfully make my wire and make enough of it, I'll help the girl." He bowed. "Thank you. Where would I start?" "Go ask Power Loader. I normally use the forge next to his office. He should help you get started." "Yes, ma'am." He walked out of the office and ran down to the support offices. "We might get new skills." "Not the priority, but it is a plus." Knocking on the door of Power Loader's office, he was greeted by a girl with pink hair and a crazed look in her eye. "Who are you? Do you need something? Are you a scout?" She was grabbed and thrown backward into the office. "Sorry about her. She's a little excitable." He walked out of the office and closed the door. "How can I help you?" "Nice to meet you, sir. My name is Midoriya." "I know who you are, kid. You were at USJ. He nodded. "That's correct. I was wondering if you could teach me how to make the wire Ms. Soma uses." He looked at him skeptically. "Why do you need to know that?" "I need her help to assist a student in my class. She agreed to help as long as I can make enough of her wire." He started laughing. When he calmed down enough, he took pity on him and explained. "Ms. Soma is a hard butt and built her wire from scratch when she was still a student. I only know how to make it because she left the notes behind one day. If she's having you make it from my memory, then she's testing both of us." He put a hand over his right bicep and struck a pose. "I'll teach you to make the highest grade wire in 2 days' time." Sir? I still have class." He waved away the concern. "I'll message Aizawa and tell him the situation. He should be fine with it as long as you are learning." He pulled him down the hall to an unassuming door and threw it open. Izuku had never seen a blacksmith's forge before, but he assumed this one was high grade. I spent most of my hero earnings on this room, and I get to keep it as long as it's open for other people to use. At my discretion, of course. Can't have students like Hatsum digging through here. He gave an involuntary shiver. Follow me. They walked over to a cabinet and pulled out several bars of metal. These are ingots that Soma made. They're made of a combination of tungsten and some form of carbon. I'm still working on how she figured it out, but I'm close. He pulled out a bucket from a small room in the back. This is the carbon she uses, but it's unlike anything I've seen. Its quality is top-notch and I've never seen anything like it before. It doesn't act like normal carbon would. Observe. You lack the skill to view this item's description. I'm guessing she won't be happy if we use her existing ingots for this, so we'll start from scratch. How long does this normally take? It will take a while before the oven heats up enough to melt the tungsten, but it should do it in about an hour. He started to throw stuff in a small metal pot. Misaki, send a message to Aki and ask if there's a way to craft items faster. Thank you. A few minutes went by of him helping Power Loader load the bucket. It was apparently called a crucible. If you don't have the necessary skill for what you are trying to do, just gain a single level and tap the thing used to make it. Thank you. Yep. Power Loader? He looked at the man, who was fiddling with a couple of controls. Yeah, kid. Do you have a guidebook for blacksmithing I can have? Maybe. Let me check the storeroom. He got up and walked into a back room. A few minutes went by before he came back and tossed a thick paperback book to him. It was nearly 800 pages long and the text was so small that a normal person would probably need a magnifying glass to see it. Take it. It's an old copy of the textbook from like 30 years ago. It's been back there since I started to work here. It won't be missed? The man waved away his concern. The newer books are much better and easier to understand now. Thank you. He looked down at the book and used Observe. Forging the Future. By Kondesugi. This book contains the basic functions and procedures are required to run a smithy. Do you wish to absorb this book? He hit yes and the book evaporated. New skills added. Select to expand. Skills added. Metallurgy LVL. 1. Metal Forging LVL. 1. Grinding LVL. 1. Heat Treating LVL. 1. He tapped the controls with his hand and a new type of interface he had never seen before appeared. On the left, it listed every piece of machinery in the room. When he selected the crucible, the window on the right filled with the current project and its timer. Below both of those, he could scroll through all the metal and alloys he could make in it. The list was rather small, probably because the materials were in another room. He tapped on the timer and was greeted by a small pop-up. Current timer, 55 minutes and 36 seconds. Do you wish to speed up the process? Please provide a suitable heat source. He hummed, think my flames will work? Give it a shot. He ignited his hand and the window seemed to accept it. As you have provided a more than suitable heat source, the timer can be set to after exiting this window. The cost will be paid and the timer will be set to Misaki closed the window and Izuku watched wide-eyed as his HP went steadily downward. The timer on the crucible window also went down just as fast and he could see the bits of metal melt almost instantly. How the Power Loader cleared his throat. How did you do that? I used my fire to heat the metal faster. He gave a few impressed nods. Well, since that is done, we can move on to the next part. Skills have leveled up. Select your expand. It only took an hour. Turns out he could drain his HP and stamina to shorten the time of all processes. Power Loader was giddy and had sent Hatsum to get something for him. I got to say, you are by far the most useful person I've ever met. What do you say about becoming my apprentice? He threw an arm around his shoulder. Sorry, sir, but I want to become a hero. You'd be able to fulfill hundreds of requests in a week by yourself. You would be a hero to heroes, kid. Hey, that's my job, not his. Hatsum had come back with Nizu and was stalking up to Power Loader, giving him an angry glare. The teacher met her glare with a large grin. I can have more than one apprentice, Hatsum. Nizu started clapping to get their attention. May I know why I am here? May I also know what two students are doing here when classes are in session? Hatsum crossed her arms and answered his question. As per my agreement with the support course teachers, I have 2 days off from class to spend creating my babies. Nizu nodded. I see. And you, Midoriya? He was going to answer when Power Loader spoke first. I kept him here to teach him a few things. I want this kid as my apprentice. Nizu's nod was accompanied by a small smile. I see, but you do realize that his power extends beyond that of a maker, do you not? Midoriya, please show us an example. His mind went blank as he tried to think of something he could do. Misaki answered his thoughts. Fire ring, shadow, gravity, and I don't know. Spear. He cast the necessary spells and used his quirks. He saw Hatsum's eyes light up and a grin overtook her face. Power Loader whistled. Maybe you're right. He thought for a second and asked, what about helping me out every Wednesday? Izuku looked at Nizu, who nodded. Sure, I wouldn't mind. You'd have to double-check with Mr. Aizawa though. I have no issue with it as long as your grades remain the same. The tired man, as if called, appeared from the doorway. Power Loader threw his arms wide. Aizawa, just the man I wanted to see. You sure it's okay? His homeroom teacher nodded. He earns top marks consistently and trains regularly on his own. He's more than welcome to assist you as long as he keeps it up. Nizu jumped onto Aizawa's shoulder. Now that that's out of the way, I would like to know what spurred your declaration, Power Loader. His new teacher grinned. The kid finished 2 days' worth of work in little over an hour. He's amazing at this. Aizawa gave him a raised eyebrow. Midoriya? He shrugged. I needed to help Ms. Soma do something and I figured out I can use my quirk to make it faster. You mean the quirk that costs you your life to use? His AI snorted. Letting the spells and quirks dissipate, he scratched the back of his head with a smile. Yes. His teacher sighed. Just don't overdo it. You still have your training class after this. He bowed. Yes, sir. Both the teacher and principal walked out. You ready to go again, kid? Actually, sir, I have a question for you. The man gave him a toothy grin. Shoot. You're working on the arm for the former member of Class 1A, correct? The smile died and was replaced with a grim line. I am. Do you mind if I help with it? Hatsum walked over to him. You think you can improve my babies, do you? She was less than an inch from his face and still blatantly peeved at him. I actually just wanted to add something to it. I didn't want to change it. Power Loader put a hand on her shoulder and pulled her back. What did you have in mind? How often can you do this? Power Loader was looking over his shoulder as he slowly etched the first rune into the surface of the arm. These particular runes can only be done once a month. They're extremely strong but time-consuming to make. That's a shame. If they do what you say, it would be a real boon to any hero. Izuku had no doubt about that. The runes were the newest addition to his repertoire after he hit level 40 in the skill. Rune of Enduring Strength. Provides a 10% boost to STR. This rune can only be used once a month and must be drawn perfectly. Any changes from the exact posture and depth will result in failure. This rune is permanent, but will cancel if any of the lines are disrupted. On top of the first one, he was planning on adding a weight reduction, agility increase, dexterity increase, and a death save. Besides the death save, all the runes add 10% to their given stat, or in the case of weight reduction, a minus 10% to total weight. Rune of the Forgiving Reaper. When the wearer of this rune is killed, they will be resurrected after 10 minutes. This rune can only be drawn once a year. Like the others, it needed to be absolutely perfect. He had asked Aki why she didn't use these types of rune on herself, and it turned out the runes needed depth to work. It wasn't possible with their bodies to make it last. With the final bit added, he put down the tools he borrowed from the teacher. Time to power it. Observe. Rune of Enduring Strength. Total stored mana, 2,500. Putting his hand on the rune, he began to pour mana into it. After a minute, he could feel the rune holding his hand in place as it drank. When it hit the halfway mark, lines of red mana began to spiderweb away from the rune. Not very good for a stealth mission, but will make do. How long do you think it will take you to make the others? I can probably finish by the end of the week if I come back every day this week. We planned on delivering it this Sunday, so I'll talk with Aizawa about letting you come here during and a little bit after lunch. After you're done, I'll create a protective barrier for them. Another minute went by before the rune fully matured and the spiderweb started to throb with energy. I hope he likes it. If we could lose an arm, I'd like something similar. That's something at least. That day after school, she could honestly say she had never worked up a sweat before. Her dreams always did the heavy lifting and she never felt more tired than now. Her teacher had forced her to wake up and fight with her own 2 hands. There's no way you'll learn to use weapons if you can't feel the effort you put in. What the hell type of logic was that? She'd have to give the person who made that saying up a stern talking to. She swung the cleaver at a wooden dummy and repeated the action, again and again. Every swing was from a different angle, but the rhythmic sway was making her even more tired. She was sure her muscles were putting, but every time she tried to put her arms down, the crazy lady smacked her. She whined, "I want to sleep. After training. Dang, her place is huge." "I know, right?" She said her family had money, but I was thinking like a 3-story house with a basement, not this. Kendo gestured to the massive mansion. He had decided to bring Kendo instead of his other vice representative, mainly because he needed a girl to double-check clothing levels. He tapped the buzzer. Buzz. "Hello? How may I help you?" A man's voice. "Hi. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm here to see my vice representative Momo." There wasn't an answer for a while. The gate swung open and a woman's voice came over the speaker. "Please come in." The walk to the mansion was long and filled with lots of gardens lining the road. They were met at the circle drive by a woman who was the best candidate to be Momo's mother. Observe. Name, Yaoyorozu Kurihara. Age, 39. Level, 17. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Yaoyorozu." Kendo bowed along with him. "Please forget formalities for today. My daughter needs help." Izuku looked up at her. She hasn't eaten anything besides the bare minimum and she never leaves her room anymore. I'll do everything in my power to assist her today. Can you take us to her? The worried mother nodded and began to walk into the mansion. While they followed, Kendo asked the question she probably had on her mind since the start of their trip. "What exactly do you plan on doing? You never told me." "We'll see. I also promise it's something that won't happen very often or ever unless I need to do it." That did little to settle her nerves apparently as she gave him a nervous glance. Up the stairs and down a hallway, they arrived at a massive door. "It's like a palace." Kendo unknowingly mirrored Misaki's shout. "She lives in a castle." "This is my daughter's room. I'll be preparing drinks for you all. Please give me a minute." He and Kendo bowed. "Thank you, ma'am." When she disappeared around the corner, he nudged Kendo. "Go on." "Yeah." She knocked on the door. "Momo? It's me, Kendo. Can I come in? I brought Midoriya here with me. We want to talk." There wasn't an answer. She looked at him. He shrugged. "Go in, make sure she's dressed, and then let me in." She nodded and slipped inside. While he waited, he double-checked with Misaki. "Kid, it's fine for the 100th time. The memory is right here. I'll even gift wrap it for you in a nice little bow. Stop worrying about it. You'll do fine." He sighed. "Yeah, you're right." The door opened and Kendo waved him in. Momo was laying on her bed with the curtains closed and a single lamp on. She was laying down in the dark. "She won't answer me." Nodding, he rounded the bed and approached the girl. "Momo? I have a proposal for you." The girl didn't respond, but he saw the slight flicker of eye movement. "If I told you I could take your memory of USJ, would you take the deal?" His partner's eyes became filled with desperation. Only a single word came out. "Please. Then I will help you, but on one condition. You have to take back the memory at a later date." She looked down at her bed, but gave a small nod. "Then please sit up." She pushed herself up on wobbly arms and kept herself wrapped up in a blanket. Kendo moved to sit with her and grabbed her hand, whispering something in her ear. "Are you ready?" The question was aimed at Misaki as well. He felt a mental nod and saw Momo's. "Here we go." He reached out to her head and activated his quirk, Memory Transfer. Memory Transfer LVL, 1 XP, 0%. This ability allows the user to switch certain memories with a target. You must have physical contact to use this ability. Max number of memories. Cooldown, 10 hours. A window opened in his vision. It was like a folder on a computer, but had a calendar above it all. Assuming he needed to select the date, he tapped the date of the USJ Attack, and the window below the calendar filled with memories from the day. He scrolled through them until he found the moment it happened. DMN. The girl can be lethal. He had to agree with Misaki. They heard she had killed a villain, but in such a way? He selected the memory and that window closed, opening up another. Please select a replacement memory. He closed the notification and was happy to see he didn't need to do any searching. Misaki had been able to push the memory into the forefront of his mind, allowing it to appear on the screen immediately. The memory itself was very similar, but with a major change. Instead of killing the guy with a ball of liquid hell, she shot a sticky bomb at him, giving her and Shoji enough time to escape. He selected the memory and the screen disappeared. Small motes of rainbow light started to fill the room, pouring out of their heads. The process only lasted a minute, and when it ended, Momo slumped back. Kendo became worried and started to tap her. She's just asleep, let her rest. Kendo nodded and both of them worked to get her in a more comfortable position. They walked out a minute later to the site of Kurihara carrying a small platter. Is she okay? He smiled and nodded. Yes, ma'am. She is resting right now, but after she wakes up she should be okay. Should be. She looked worried. I have no way of accounting for how all the memories before and after the event will affect her mind. She has no memory of what she did, so the event itself will not affect her. Her mom nodded. I'll wait for her then. Please feel free to take a bun for the road. I assume you don't need to be walked out? Both of them shook their head and Kendo said, Please tell her we said hi. The lady nodded. I will tell her to call you. They said their goodbyes and walked back to the main road. The station was a bit of a walk, and since they had a bit of time, they stopped for some drinks. What exactly did you do? I traded a memory I made up in her kill. And since when could you do that? He smiled at her. Yesterday? I've been training to, you know. I've actually been working on a bunch of stuff after training you guys. Kendo groaned. Your quirk is such BS. He started to laugh. Pixie says the same thing. They left the shop after receiving their drinks. To Jiro's. Actually, if you want to rest, I can handle this one on my own. She'll at least answer and move around, so I won't need your protection for this one. Rest sounds nice. I'm still having phantom pain. Massaged her neck. Sorry about that. She shrugged. It's nice actually. Getting dropped on your head? He raised an eyebrow. She punched his shoulder. No, you idiot. I meant being able to fight so brutally. Besides a few of my trainers, everyone I've ever trained with before was too scared to fight me like that. She threw a bit of hair back. I may be a girl, but I'm a fighter and hero first. He shrugged. No problem. I'm sure if I didn't take you seriously you'd hurt me for it. So there was only one option. Grinning, dang straight I would've. A few minutes later they said their goodbyes and boarded separate trains. So I got a question. Obviously I can see your thought process behind it and why, but what's the reasoning behind teaching them to fight like you? He closed his eyes as he sat down. I'm also teaching them to dodge, you know. The whole idea is to destroy the fundamentals of formal training. To teach them to go that extra step and actually harm their enemies. If what Aizawa and All Might said was true, then they'll need that extra step to keep themselves alive. He had a talk with the two teachers yesterday before the first training club and it changed his schedule drastically. What do you mean? All Might explained, heroes, not the ones you see on TV and newspapers, but the smaller ones, local and small-timers. They're disappearing and we have no idea why or for what, but it is happening. Are there any leads? Aizawa shook his head. The closest anyone can come up with is that the person doing it is trying to not cause mass panic. He leaned back. Why tell this to me? I'm not complaining about getting new information, but there's not much I can do with this. All Might nodded. This is actually in regards to your after-school training. Aizawa added, "We want you to step it up a notch." Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "What do you mean? Why? Who's ever behind the disappearances took a kid 2 days ago?" His mind went hyper-focused. She was a member of Isamu Academy. The local police and national police are in high alert. The search for her and the other heroes is ongoing. They haven't had any luck. All Might continued, "If this monster is taking kids, that means we have to worry about our own. We want you to step up the training with only one thing in mind. Survival." Aizawa nodded, "While I would normally prefer to have my student learn this stuff later, it's needed now. They need to learn how to fight to survive and bring down villains. Their preconceived notions of a proper fight need to be destroyed." He could only nod. He'd have to speak with the Pussycats and Aki. Aizawa broke him from his thoughts. "We also want the training to extend past the sports festival. Obviously we can't expect the Pussycats and the Hales to help past it, but Mr. Kan and I have agreed to Joe intelligence training with the assistance of the teachers to expand all of your fighting potential." Izuku nodded. "I'll change what I have planned." Knock knock. A muffled voice came through. 1 minute. It belonged to a woman. The door opened to reveal an older-looking Kyoka. Observe. Name, Jiro Mika. Age 36. Level, 11. Misaki let out a whistle that thankfully only he could hear. "Mama got game. How may I help you, young man?" He bowed. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm the class representative of 1A. I was actually hoping to speak to Kyoka. Is she here?" Mika simply leaned to the side and pointed her thumb backward. Loud, angry-sounding music was being played, the words unintelligible to his ears. "She's letting off some steam right now. May I? Please be my guest. While I don't have a problem with metal and screamo, it's not my favorite." Izuku walked in and was greeted with another person. Observe. Name, Jiro Kyotoku. Age 40. Level 10. He bowed to the man. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Jiro." The man turned to his wife. "Is this little music note gonna help our daughter?" She shrugged. "Then why did you let a boy into our house?" Mika smiled. "He said he wanted to talk to her." The man whirled on him. "Boy, you don't plan on asking her out, do you? If you do, tell me now." His sweat dropped. "No, sir. I just want to try and help her get over this bump in the road, and to get her heart into training again." A loud chorus of a song ended the piece and another immediately started to play. He saw her father wince. "Then feel free to try and help her. She hasn't been the same since the attack." Her parents walked to the kitchen as he followed the sound to the source. Knocking on the door, he was greeted with a break in the music. A few footsteps later the door opened. "Yeah?" Her eyes met his and she slammed the door shut. "That wasn't very nice. I just wanted to talk." She didn't open the door but did respond, "Why are you here?" "I just want to talk." "Then talk. May I come in? Please?" There wasn't a response for a minute, but the door did eventually creak open. "You have 5 minutes." She walked further into her room and started to put instruments away. Her room was musician's heaven. He knew how to play the piano, somewhat. Izuku whistled. "This place is awesome. I never knew you could play." She shrugged. "It's not something I advertise." "Fair enough." He sat down at a chair next to her desk. "I got a question." "What?" "What happened at USJ? I've tried asking Ishido, but she won't say anything." Kyoka spun, anger burning in her eyes. "Of course she wouldn't. She doesn't want to get blamed for what happened." Taking the anger in stride, he nodded. "You might be right, but I have no idea what happened. Can you tell me?" The anger seemed to drain out of her as she sat on her bed. "The villain that was attacking us made Ishido useless. I was hurt, so we did the only thing we could do, run. We were in the landslide scenario, and as we ran away we found the hydraulics control room for it." She pulled her knees up to her chest. "Ishido melted the beams and forced me to drop it on him." He saw tears budding on the edge of her eyes. "It does sound like it was her fault, so why are you beating yourself up?" "Because I pulled the trigger, Ishido aimed it, but I finished it." Her voice was quiet. "I see." He tried to think of something but was coming up blank. "I heard what you did." He looked up at her. "What do you mean?" You killed enough people to be considered a mass murderer if you weren't a hero in training. That actually raised his anger levels a bit, Kyoka. She looked up at him and recoiled slightly. What do you think they were there for? She didn't answer. But he continued. They were there to kill us, our teachers and All Might. What do you think would have happened if that villain finally cornered you and Ishido? He didn't wait for an answer. He would have killed you. There is no doubt in my mind that you saved yourself and Ishido. She tried to say something but no noise came out. You can blame Ishido and condemn her to whatever plane of hell you want. What she forced you to do was not right, but you cannot blame yourself for what happened. Are you really going to let that one moment, a moment you had no say over, define your life? Kyoka put her head back into her knees and started to shake. A few minutes went by of her crying and she finally looked up with him. Her face was filled with tears and the small amount of makeup she had on was smeared badly. How do you live with what you did? He sat down next to her and looked at his open palms. I don't live with it. I accept it for what it was, a massive pothole in my life, and keep going. I left the pain behind and looked forward to the future. I'm not saying you shouldn't remember the pain, I'm saying you need to use that as fuel to drive you to do better. The crying stopped as she went back to her knees. Can you leave? I need some time to myself. Can you also tell my parents I want to talk to them? Nodding, he stood and walked out of her room. I'll see you tomorrow. He closed the door behind him and made his way to the kitchen. He found her parents crying and holding each other, her mother's earphone jack plugged into the wall. I assume you heard? Both nodded. Then you know she needs you right now. I'll show myself out. Before he could walk away, both of them pulled him into a hug, giving him their thanks. The hug was brief and both of them practically ran to their daughter's room. He made his way out of their home and decided to walk his way back to his own house. Do you think Mom is concerned about me? Misaki shrugged. I know she's a resistance for you deeply, but concerned over what happened? I don't know. Why not ask her? How would I even ask that? Hey Mom, do you care that I killed 4 people and helped kill another 14? Fair point. If they show up to training tomorrow, who are you putting them with? I'm thinking Momo can go with Soma. Kyoka can probably go with Tiger. Momo learning how to use weapons and being able to confidently defend herself in melee will help her. Kyoka can probably use her jacks in conjunction with a support item to deliver one hell of an ear-piercing punch. Misaki laughed. That would be amazing to see. They lapsed into silence as they made their way home. The next week, he blocked a strike from Kendo and slapped her hand upward. She resisted her natural instinct to enlarge her hand and sent a knee aimed for his gut. Blocking it, he was immediately attacked again when she dropped herself to the floor. A fist aimed for his knee managed to connect, but had no power behind it. He smirked, when instead of taking his kick, she enlarged her hand, springing herself off the ground and went for his head. Blocking the easily seen attack, he sent a punch for her gut. Instead of blocking, she shrank her hand and fell into his uppercut. He was yanked forward as she returned with a punch into his gut. Her grip on his arm felt like it was locked in a pair of shackles. So he did the next thing on his mind besides punching her again. He dropped her face first into his knee. He heard a snap and a groan of pain as her grip weakened. When she fell to the ground, he was forced to make a decision. The fight wasn't over until she called it, but he did hurt her pretty badly. Oh well. He sent a kick aimed for her stomach and was greeted with her catching his foot and spinning with the momentum. The kick she sent at his foot connected and dropped him into doing the splits. He heard a noise come from one of the guys watching. Using his unnatural flexibility, he slammed his legs together, aiming for her head. She took the kick head-on, literally, and kicked him. It was aimed for his head again. I think she really wants to hurt you. Instead of taking the attack, he leaned back and lifted her into the air and slammed her in the ground. The attack loosened her grip and with the momentum, he was able to stand. Call. She tapped the ground and coughed up a bit of blood. Emergency aid. He helped her to her feet and took in her appearance. Her nose was broken and she had a massive bruise on her forehead. She did pretty well. If you let her use her quirk to attack, I'm sure she would beat you. She was right, Their fight had lasted about 10 minutes with nothing but a close-quarters brawl. If he could bruise, he was sure he'd be covered in them. The worst injury was her broken nose though. He smiled at her, to which she returned, "Not bad, I say you pass." She pumped a fist in the air and then sent it straight for his gut. He stepped back out of range, but was still hit as she enlarged her hand. He was laid out. He was there for a few seconds as she walked into his view. "If you ever, and I mean ever, drop me on my face again, I will find a way to harm you. Got it?" Her nose was healing, but the blood was still present. "Got it?" He gave a strained laugh and made a placating gesture. "Got it." She stuck up her nose at him and walked over to sit with Jiro and Kirishima. Standing, he walked over to them. Each of them had managed to learn the basics of his style and incorporated it into their own style. Out of all of them, Kendo was the most brutal with it. If she used her quirk in a fight now, he was sure she would crack skulls. "From today forward, I'll allow you to use your quirk when we fight to get the hang of it." All three smiled. "Though that does mean I get to use my quirk too, nothing too big, just enough to pack more of a punch." Their smiles faltered. "We're done for today though. You can work anything you want, I'll heal you if you decide to practice though." They tended to get into three-way spars when they decided to practice. It almost always ended with one of them breaking a bone. "Actually, Midoriya, we were wondering." He looked at Jiro. "We were wondering if you would fight all three of us." "Hell yes." Misaki's excitement was bubbling over to him. He grinned at them and started attacking. Real fights never started with a go. Pillars of hell. All three dodged and went on the offensive. "How are you girls doing?" Pinky was breathing hard and looked ready to collapse. "How longer?" Every word came out in a gasp. Stopped and pulled out her phone to check the time. 5 more minutes. After that, we started different workout. Ashido grimaced but kept going. "How are you doing?" The question was aimed at Uraraka. "Every muscle in my legs hurt and feel like they're ready to fall off." She complained but showed no sign of giving up. This week was hell week for them. Every other day they began with squats and moved on to push-ups. If they were able to stand and move after that, she made them do aerobics. She wasn't a cruel person though, so she did the exercise with them. Every day in between the workouts was more fun as they got to dance. Pinky was a natural dancer and enjoyed herself to no end, at least until the last hour of non-stop moving. The other was slow to pick up but started to get better. Push-up time. Both girls fell on their backs splaying out on the ground. "If you get moving, I'll share a picture Izuku accidentally sent to me a while back. When he borrowed my quirk, we started talking about the natural hot springs at our house and he started to think of the guys section. He passed a mirror. The girl was on her hands and doing push-ups even though her face was a very deep shade of red. I love this girl." She started to do push-ups with her. Pinky joined a minute later. He had been putting them through the paces and training them to fight without quirks. His plan was to get them so naturally attuned to fighting they could fight while blinded or in a rage. It was coming along nicely, he had to say. The large one had taken to boxing like it was second nature to him. The one time he allowed them to use their quirks in a fight, the kid had been a menace when he flew into a rage. Shaki was taking up chi blocking and slowly learning to incorporate it into his fighting. He fought the kid yesterday and had to say, if the kid was given a few more months, he'd be terrifying. It was too bad he couldn't have more time with him. Koda was still having trouble adjusting to actual combat, but his stances were becoming more fluid with repetition. Kyoka was slowly picking up Muay Thai. Her movements were blocky and easily telegraphed. "Gather around, kittens." The four stopped and sat down in a small circle next to him. "It's time we move on to the next stage of your training." They glanced nervously at each other. It caused a smile to creep up on his face. "We're going to begin speed weight training." He yelled into the air, flexing his arms. "Sir?" Sparky raised his hand. "Yes. What is speed weight training?" "Glad you asked." He turned to the girl sitting at a table a little bit away. "Little miss, can you open it?" She didn't even turn or acknowledge the request and just snapped her fingers. One of her portals opened above them and 5 weighted vests fell out. Take the one with your name on it, it has been weighted to your body and your current strength level. After that we start running through the obstacle course. He donned his own and tapped his foot while waiting for them. The obstacle course was designed by them, Lion and the girl. It was meant to be both speed and dodge training, but devolved into a race when Lion finished it in 10 seconds. There were a few rules of course, no flying over it, and no destroying the whole path in front of you. That kept most of the kids from getting sub 60, but there were a few that were close. Go get 'em! She let out a cheer as her girls started to fight each other. She was very happy with their progress so far. With another 3 weeks, they should be able to dodge nearly every attack from a single person. Izuku had requested she teach them her fighting style, which really wasn't a fighting style at all. Practicing against Tiger, Pixie, and Mandalay, who were all competent fighters, had left her with only one course of action. Over the last few years, she had picked up the ability to sense a person's movements before even they knew what they were doing. Very handy, but hard to implement. It would take some time for them to be able to use it in a full-fledged fight, but that would come with time. Hagakure, at her request, was dressed in a long-sleeve shirt and gloves to give Azui a chance. Azui was a shadow as she dodged her clothed assailant. A hit did land more often than not, but she kept on her toes and always tried to dodge, never stopping. The fight shifted when Froggy managed to dodge an attack and struck out on her own. Invisigirl took the first hit, but started to bob and weave as she went on the defensive. It was really fun for her to watch them fight. If they had more combat training, they would be like two dancers. Right now it was like a fight between two untrained kids. They'd throw a punch but miss, and when they would hit, there was no power behind it. Boom. Feeling something flying right at her, she threw herself to the side and watched as both of her students dodged the rock, but fell on their butts. She looked over in anger at the walking stick of dynamite. Pixie, get a hold of him. How's it going? She peered down at the paper. Teaching Mr. King of Murder was a challenge. His natural disposition was to pour as much energy as possible into a single attack. The paper was an idea from Aizawa. The kid's mission was to pour as little sweat as possible on it and spread evenly across. The idea behind the paper was for him to see his results, not just be told he's doing better. It seemed to be working as the kid was quiet and concentrating very hard. He didn't answer, so she left him to his work. Making her way over to the one dubbed Icy Hot, she watched him work. It was crude, but his progress was steady. She tapped him on the shoulder. Let's talk. He nodded and stood. I heard about the fight at USJ. If you don't mind me asking, how did you create the mirrors at the end? He looked down at his right hand. I created a long chunk of ice and forced it to split. After they were the right size, I buried them in the ground. It was easier since they were such large objects and plain. This type of control was not something I ever thought of trying. She hummed and tilted her head. He just stood there waiting for a response. She could feel a bead of sweat run down her cheek as he just watched her. Did this kid ever start out with little to no power? Maybe the bike was too big of a step. Let's try this. She stomped her foot and created a small pile of ball the size of a head. She handed one to him with a much simpler task. This ball is hollow. I want you to fill it with ice. It has to be done without cracking or breaking. If you destroy it, no problem. If you think you've done it, let me know. We'll break it open and check your progress. He looked down at it and activated his quirk. The ball was encased immediately. He picked up another with the same result. Try sitting down and closing your eyes. Focus and control your ice with your mind, not your eyes. He nodded and sat in the lotus position. She sat on a chair and watched as the ball was encased and shot off, flying right at Sheet. The ball smacked the walking dynamite in the head. She swore she heard everything stop moving and the gears in his head turn. He was letting out small explosions all over his body as he looked at Todoroki. The kid in question raised a hand. Sorry. Icy Hot. Bakugo flew at him and slammed the now vacant spot. Pixie, get a hold of him. She closed her eyes and sighed. Fu dash. There's a woman lying in an alley. You just heard her scream. The alley is empty besides her unconscious form and a dumpster. There is no other exit or entrance. What do you do? He didn't answer for a second. Fire a shot aimed for the dumpster and pull her to safety. Keeping my eyes on the rooftop the whole time. She shifted her hand, mana stone. Aoyama dodged the small stone. You pulled the woman to safety, she has no obvious injuries. What now? He bit his lip, call for assistance and check the alleyway, if I see anything, defend myself and the woman. Another dodged stone, you get attacked from the rooftop, the villain is using a sword. His answer came faster than the previous ones, grab the woman and fire a shot at the ground, in an attempt to gain distance. Another dodged stone, you successfully dodge the attack, but he's gaining on you. Brief glance at my surroundings. You see a bus bench a little distance down the street. Its sides are mirrors. Fire 2 shots, one to the left, aiming for the mirror to come back at me. The other is aimed at his right side. She clipped his ear this time. He dodges the shot aimed for him and jumps in front of the return shot. He stumbles forward, but keeps coming for you. Fire at the ground to keep gaining distance. No pebble this time. She smiled, good job. You finally passed. She leaned on her hands and smiled at his sigh. You ready for the next part? He gulped. No. Too bad. She opened a portal beneath his chair and dropped him into a world constructed entirely of mana. It had taken her nearly 3 days of non-stop meditation to create it, but the benefits it would give outweighed the cost. He wouldn't and couldn't get hurt during the scenarios, but he'd have to relive them until she pulled him back out. She looked at glasses and mask jumping around in the small rock wall area she had Pixie make for them. The small lights were sitting at the top, seemingly taunting them. She waited and watched each of them. Ida was foregoing staying in a single place and was jumping off the handhold side to side. He's like a goat. Shoji was trying to go with the same principle. It was actually fun watching them. Soma sighed, come on. Stand up and fight. The girl let out a whine and stayed on the floor. If you don't get up, I'm increasing your daily repetitions. She let out another whine and was thrown up to her feet by 2 shadowy arms. Yaoyorozu held her swords at the ready and waited. The tired girl put up her hands and materialized 2 cleavers. The taller of the 2 was by far the more experienced, and had a near-perfect win rate. Alright, start from the top, but make it faster. Their fight was about the same pace as before, but Whiny was slowly down again. It ended when she was punched in the nose and laid out again. She could feel the vein in her forehead pulse. How the hell did she even pass the test? Even when she was a kid, her quirk, Puppet Master, didn't keep her from actually exercising. More than likely the kid was lazy as hell and didn't put effort into anything. Get up. But I hurt. She let out another annoying whine. How? The girl opened an eye and looked at her. What? You don't deserve to be here if you're not gonna try. Get up and leave, I'm tired of wasting my time with you. The girl's face went dark as she slowly stood up. Without any hesitation, she jumped forward, the cleaver in her hand pulled back. She pulled out her own cleaver and blocked a slash aimed for the neck. Daydream. Snakes and lizards sprung into existence and started to attack her at all angles. Cutting board. Knives flew out from their hiding spot under her dress and began to attack the creatures. The girl jumped back and slashed an empty hand forward. Trusting her instincts, she connected to the 2 nearby dolls and used their bodies as a shield. Whatever the girl did slammed into the dolls, throwing them and her backward. Skidding to a halt, she untangled the dolls into their smaller forms and took stock of the situation. Yaoyorozu had retreated away and looked worried, while the other trainers had stopped their lessons to watch. The girl's bubble of influence was filled with a deep mist and strobing light. She could barely make out a FA intelligence whisper from the bubble. Sleepwalk. It went silent for a few seconds before the bubble erupted in noise. She could hear howls, chirps, and growls. The girl began to slowly walk forward. The land she left behind was destroyed. The mist in the orb seemed to become solid and formed a face. You don't know me, but you'll know my nightmare. The bubble flew forward, forcing her to yank herself to side, barely avoiding it. Chef's cutting board. All of her knives flew forward into the bubble. Loud whines and chirps accompanied a loud yell. She worried she hurt the girl for a second, before the bubble cleared of mist. The girl was hung on a cross, blood pouring out of her mouth and eyes. She heard one of the students vomit, as her eyes went wide. Her combat instincts were replaced with legitimate concern as she ran forward. Stepping a single foot into the bubble, she was grabbed and yanked into the air. A being made of blood was holding her by the ankle and began to laugh in a deep hoarse voice. "All right, I'm done with this." She connected to her dolls and knives. She sent the knives for the girl. Her attack had its intended effect. The being turned to face to watch the attack, giving her a needed second to break free. 3 of her dolls flew forward into the being and broke apart into wire. The last one flew toward the girl. The demon blew apart in an explosion of razor wire and dropped her. That did little slow it down though, as it reformed itself in front of the knives, becoming thicker. The knives hit and slowed to a crawl before completely stopping. Her 4th doll exploded into the wire and kept the sharp edge on the outside. She closed her hand into a fist and thought, "Funeral march of a marionette." The wire pulled taut and cocooned both the girl and demon. The demon went away, but the girl wasn't done. She was fighting against her hold, not enough to give her trouble, but she was still fighting. She commanded her other wire dolls to wrap themselves around her. "Just go to sleep." It took a minute and a couple of beasts that were easily put down, but the girl hit her limit and went still. She lowered the girl to the ground and unwrapped her. As soon as she was free, a cloud formed under her, lifting her up and slowly started to wrap her like a blanket. "Stupid brat." Pixie walked over and put an arm over her. Admit you like her, Soma?" Her former teacher gave a wide grin, which she didn't return. The girl refuses to put in work to get stronger. The only reason she could put up a fight right now was because she went berserk. There was no thought in the fight. "Do you give up?" She let out a sigh and closed her eyes. "No, but she needs more training than what I can give her. Even a week later, she's barely improved her body physically." Pixie hummed, "Tell Aizawa. I'm sure he and All Might can work on it." She let out a breath and picked the girl wrapped in clouds. "I'll take her to the nurse's office. Can you tell Yaoyorozu to train with Izuku for the next hour?" Pixie nodded. "Sure thing." Izuku was sitting on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the horizon, the very edge of the forest visible. Him and Misaki had decided to train in the shadowscape. Their plan was to go down to floor 3 and see if they can find a dungeon from his memories. He had asked Aki to train him in how to use Dimensional Traveler. Her first task was to boot them out to space and have him make his own way home. Before that though, she did force him to learn quantum physics and the ideas behind the multiverse. It was easy to learn for him, but Misaki had complained the whole time. Mana. Nearly full. 96%. Turns out the only reason he was able to teleport during his missing 8 months and still cast was because he wasn't pinpointing a destination. Throwing a dart at the cosmic world map didn't need to be aimed or powered. He could open a portal to any random location for roughly 600 mana, but to aim at a certain point, it cost nearly 1,800 for him. Aki had transferred 10 levels of Dimensional Traveler to him and stopped at that. Something about too much at once could cause him to lock himself out of a dimension. He didn't want that to happen. Obviously. "We're good to go." Standing up, he jumped into a dive and floated downward. As he landed, Misaki said, "Congratulations. You've received 1 level in Showboat. If I didn't know you better, I'd say you're near max level in Smart, but minus the smart, of course." She caused a massive pain in his head. "Dumb, but that wasn't even funny. You need to gain some type of joking skill. I'll ask Eraserhead for advice." She snorted. "That was funny." He began his jog to the nearest pit. All across the scape were holes. Most went down a level or 2, but some went much, much further. Sei had explained, during an earlier expedition, that this place had a nearly infinite amount of floors. Floor 1, the floor he was currently on, had no monsters on it. Floor 2 had low-level monsters, not including bosses. Every floor thereafter got harder and harder. Their mother had apparently gone to floor 19, where every mob was unique, aka a boss. The pit came into view and without any hesitation, he jumped in. Now entering floor 2 of Shadowscape. The second floor was still weirdly lit up by the moon sun. The nearest pit that went down a single floor was roughly 375 kilometers west. Wanna play I Spy? Everything is black down here and it's mainly rock. Just an idea. Sheesh. I'm not saying no, just get prepared to lose. Bring it, sunshine. 5.5 hours later, he found himself on the 3rd floor ready to explore a dungeon. The cave entrance was barely big enough for him to walk through, but opened up into a closet-sized cavern. Opposite of him was a large stone door. It didn't seem to have any easy way of opening it. Break it open. Like an egg. Or I can just touch it? Fine, be boring. Walking across and reaching out a hand, he was frozen in place. You are about to enter a dungeon. Cave of the Forebears. Mission clear floor 12, proceed to the boss. Do you wish to enter? Misaki selected yes and the world faded to black. If he didn't have dark senses, he might have stood there until he moved. His skill allowed him to see a pitch-black tunnel directly in front of him. Turning around, he looked for the exit. First lesson of dungeon delving. The stone door was covered in black handprints. Touching the door again, another notification popped up asking him if he wanted to leave. He selected no and turned back toward the dark tunnel. Throwing a tiny fireball downward into the tunnel, he was greeted by non-black stone. The walls were an aged brown stone. Paintings, no longer hidden behind the grays of his skill, adorned the walls. Each depicted some sort of human and animals he had never seen before. Weird. Think they're real? He shrugged. Maybe. Observe. You lack the required knowledge to investigate this object. Ichim. Maybe we should leave and come back. We could, but what skill would we need? It's a bunch of paintings from a place we have no clue about. Maybe we could do research on how those scientist people do it? Archaeologists. That's it. He thought it over. That would mean he would have to come back, but it would help him learn about this place. Maybe he could find out the secrets of this place. You okay with me studying? For this? If we can find the secrets of this place, maybe we can find a strong enemy. Or, it leads us to a bunch of rocks with words on it. Izuku. Yeah. This place is filled with monsters and nightmares. Do you really think the secrets of this place will be a rock? He conceded the point. All right, let's go back. Leaving the dungeon and opening a portal back home, he studied. The next day. Quit your complaining. You're the one who wanted to go back. I didn't know it would be so boring. Did you think there would be a physical course on it? She didn't answer immediately. Maybe. He sighed. After heading back home, he had spent all night learning about how scientists discovered new culture-resistant and how they translated everything. He had gained several new skills during his night, but none gained any XP. He was assuming he needed to actually use them to gain levels unlike his other knowledge skills. See below. 3 o'clock. Looks dangerous. Looking, he saw a person holding a bow drawn. Observe. Liam, the Abyssal Hunter. Level, 32. HP, 870. Mana, 2,550. Stamina, 2,475. Strength, 312. Constitution, 87. Dexterity, 605. Agility, 583. Intelligence, 164. Wisdom, 173. Charisma, 91. Resistance, 183. Status. Abyssal Soul. All spells gain the Abyssal subtext. Living embodiment. This being has been submerged in the object of their hate for so long, they are no longer what they were. When the lost become found, are they what they were before? Dodge. Using an air step, he jumped to the side. A black arrow ricochetted past where he was, and he was forced to dodge another. Ethereal Haunt. As the world slowed, his eyes widened. The ranger moved perfectly fine in his spell and aimed straight for him. Mana Shield. The blue aura enveloped him and shattered instantly. The magically enhanced arrow hit him in his shoulder, throwing him into a spin. With Ethereal Haunt and Sylph's Blessing ending at the same time, he fell like a sack of bricks toward the ground. His mind began to swim with pain. Pull out the arrow and stand your ground. Her voice snapped him out of it, and he threw himself to the side. An arrow embedded itself where he laid a nanosecond before. Line in the sand. He needed something to block the arrow that he could either summon again instantly or could take more than a single arrow. He didn't have a way to take more than a single hit, so whatever it was didn't need to last more than that. Out of all his spells, only a few were physical. He couldn't sacrifice HP to block, so that only left Frost Giant Spear. He needed to create the new sub-spell, something quick, fast, and able to both block and attack. He couldn't cut an arrow, so swords were out. That left weapons with a flat blade and small hand axes? That could work. As an added layer of protection, he needed a way to deflect the arrows before they busted through them though. The fastest and easiest way to accomplish that would be gravity. He could probably add a gravity well to the head of the axe. He saw an arrow head straight for him. Feeling weights in his hands, he leaned away from the arrow, swinging his left hand. The axe shattered against the force, but redirected the arrow away from him. His new subspell instantly formed a new one. The new gravity power took a second to apply, but he was fast enough to block the next arrow with his other axe. Sylph's Blessing, Hermes' Blessing. Banshee's Wail. With her spell, he charged forward. The screech erupted from his lips, throwing the ranger back. Before it could land, he charged one for all at 100% into his left foot. Dagger's Streak. He launched forward and did a double sideways chop with both axes. The ranger flew backward, a resounding boom echoing across the empty plain. He could feel his heartbeat in his ears, his pulse was racing. Finish it. Burn his corpse. Burn the world. He took a step forward and collapsed. His head hitting the ground snapped him back to consciousness. What the hell was that? His breath was coming in ragged gasps. Misaki groaned, "My head." Hearing movement focused his mind. Looking up, he saw the ranger take something out of its pocket and fade. He laid his head back down and rested. What happened? She groaned, "New level." After a pause, she added, "Can we do that again?" He pushed himself to his feet. What happened? Perk level up. Wisdom of 2 LVL, 3. Your mind is now perfectly split. Your AI is now able to take over your body, with your consent. Cooldown 12 hours. Duration 10 minutes. This time needs not be consecutive. Along with that tidbit of new information, he also received quite a few notifications about his new skills. He ignored them all. Misaki? She hummed. When did you take over? He could feel the pleasure rolling off her. It was somewhat intoxicating, until Gamer's mind negated the feeling. Right after I told you to stand up. Your mind couldn't take the feeling of pain. He pulled up his gauges. His heart skipped a beat as he looked at his HP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 20. HP 612 2390. Mana 2910. Stamina 2160. That was a single hit? 3. We were hit a couple times when you were creating the new spell and power. He started to heal his foot and limped his way to the thing that the ranger dropped. Can we do it again? Are you going to go on a killing spree? She hesitated. No. You sure? Toward the end you went kind of insane. I'm not actually sure what happened. He hummed as he picked up the object. We'll have to experiment. Flipping the thing over in his hand, he undid the small latch. Opening it, he was greeted by a small picture of 3 people. It was of what he assumed was a young child and his parents. What made it really creepy was that the 3 faces were scratched out. He slipped the small locket into his pants pocket. We heading back? Looking at his HP, he shook his head. HP is going up steadily and we're almost to the cave. I also want to use the new skills I spent all night learning. KK. He jumped toward the cave and opened the battle log. The window stated each attack did almost 1,000 damage each. When Misaki took over, all spells stopped taking mana. I didn't exactly pay attention to notifications, sorry. It's okay. We'll have to figure it out later. It does seem like the state ends once you hit a certain amount of HP though. That's lame, but if I can't control myself it makes sense. We need to figure out a way to end it faster before then. So no switching before that's figured out. I'll go over notifications once we get back home. She sighed. Fine. So tired. Uraraka lay down on a bench in the locker room. Ribbit, you have been working really hard. I'm surprised you can even move the morning after. Coffee. Lots of it. Momo gave her a sad expression. You shouldn't be drinking coffee at such a young age. She raised her arms in the air and dropped them. What else am I supposed to do? Momo smiled and closed her eyes. I get massages and soak in a salt bath. She grumbled, what is your life? Kyoka said, I don't know about a massage, but soaking in a salt bath and sleeping early helps me a lot. Sighing, I'll have to try that. Then. You could always ask Midoriya for a massage. She nearly jumped 2 feet in the air at Toru's voice. The girl had become even more invisible ever since she began training. She felt her face heat up and she began to wave her away. What are you talking about? From across the locker room, Ashido said, It's not much of a secret, girl. All of us know. She gave a forced smile. What's secret? Know what? Kendo sighed next to her and flicked her forehead. Don't play stupid. I can always just tell him you know. Her eyes went wide. You wouldn't dare. The girl smirked. Wanna try me? Don't tease her, Kendo. Momo came to her rescue. She turned to Uraraka. We'll just leave a note for him. Or not. Please no. She could hear the desperation in her own voice. Don't worry, Ribbit. I'm pretty sure it's not needed. Tobu finished putting on a fresh shirt. Why is that? I'm pretty sure he knows. The girls started laughing as she went airborne. Please no. Well, that's stupid. I was tortured for nothing? He nodded, pretty much. Destroy it. Kill everything in the Demed place. He chuckled as she started hurling insults at the dungeon. Using observe on the artwork led to nothing. The prompt revealed that it meant nothing. After receiving that, Misaki sent a message to Aki. Her reply only made the AI even more irritated. The Shadow's cape takes memories of people who have died there to form itself. More than likely an archaeologist history fanatic was killed. Maybe they should have asked her first? His inner thoughts went ignored as she began to play loud music. Sighing, he started his descent. The first thing that attacked was a spider the size of a large dog. At her request, he channeled his fire and scorched the thing to ash. It let out a blood-curdling screech before it died. Gamer's mind blocked whatever debuff it tried to give him. Burn them through, along with the web, it's slowing us down. Creating a long single string of fire, he crossed and zigzagged it around itself. With his makeshift fire net hovering in front of him, he proceeded forward. The web burned to smoke, and when the spiders attacked, he incinerated them. This is amazingly boring. Agreed. Try making new powers. It was really cool to see your thought process. What's it like? He incinerated another spider. What? Seeing your thoughts? Yeah. Is it like a movie? Words. She gave a mental shrug. Movie, but with dulled colors and slightly distorted sound. Your idle thoughts are more grayed and silent. They have subtitles but require more focus to see. When you think clearly, it gets more colored and the sound is crystal clear. Your emotions become more intense and overflow into me when it happens. He nodded as a spider jumped at him, only to be swatted backward into the fire. The same happens when you get worked up. But it's more fun when it happens to you. When it happens to me, it's nothing but calmness. It's only fun when you have fun thoughts. He raised an eyebrow. Fun? Lust and wrath. HP is at 60%, switch to spells for now. He cancelled the fire and began to sling spells at the small horde that was attacking him. Can you tone down on that, by the way? What? Stop trying to get me to sleep with a girl. You're a teenage boy who has a lot of candidates to be with. Why aren't you more interested is the real question. Letting loose a mana storm, he thought about his answer. I want to focus on training and becoming a hero. Having a girlfriend would be fun, but I don't know if I could balance them. Especially since I'm in charge of the other students now and we have a goddess after us. Fair enough, but if you spend your whole life training, will you actually live? He didn't honestly have an answer. What was the quote? The saddest summary of a life contains 3 descriptions. Could have, might have, and should have. I'll think about it. Let's clear as far as we can, we'll head back. Pixie dodged her jab. How's it going? Blocking a strike, she thought back. Poorly, I guess. Pixie raked her claws at her. She was forced to backpedal. Did you actually try? Going for a leg sweep, she answered. How am I even supposed to try? He's a lot younger than me and I'm his teacher. Pixie jumped and went for a stomp. You're a person he respects and treats like an equal. She grabbed her foot and yanked, pulling Pixie to the ground. Doesn't change the fact that I'm older. Holding 3 fingers, she answered. In 3 years he'll be 18 and a full-fledged hero. What's the problem? I'll be 34 by then, that's the problem. So. She was letting off orange, clearly annoyed. I'm not much younger than his mom. Pixie gave her dismissive wave. Guys don't care. As long as you're a good person, I don't see what problem he'd have. Pixie, I don't want to feel like a predator. Her teammate stood up and wiped herself off. Then give up. That actually halted her thoughts for a second. What? Give up if you don't want to try or want it, why bother? Mandalay started laughing, earning an annoyed look from Pixie. What's so funny? Talking through giggles? I know I'm overthinking this when you're trying to use reverse psychology. Pixie glared at her. You trying to say something? Sasaki smiled. Nope. She popped the word. Freaking cougar. A spear of rock was sent at her. Their spar became more intense. Smell that? You mean besides the smell of smoke and burned stone? Yeah. Then yes. He activated stealth and let dark senses wash over him. An acid smell was starting to become more and more pungent as they proceeded forward. Another 10 meters and tunnel had an opening jutting off to the right. It was only a few meters of a downward slope before it went straight down. This could be bad. We need some type of scouting spell. That would actually be really handy. Add that on the request list. He slowly crept forward and peered over the edge. The acid smell almost unbearable. The hole went so far down that dark senses' range limit went into effect. He charged a small fireball the size of a raindrop and dropped it. It kept going further and further until it hit something. There wasn't enough juice behind the drop to deal damage to anything, but whatever it hit was not happy. The ground started shaking and the acid smell started getting stronger and stronger. Taking that as his cue, he took off back toward the main tunnel and ran upward. Barely a second later, with a fire in his right hand, he watched a massive purple cloud billow out. It didn't go much further than the entrance, but it was so strongly scented, he started to feel woozy. Try burning it. Sounds like a good way for it to explode. Maybe we'll gain explosive resistance. He sighed and threw a fireball from his left hand. As soon as it hit the cloud, 2 things happened at once. The first was he was thrown backward and the second was that his vision went white. Woo! Pyro, groaning, he sat up and brushed the soot off his face. Sight returned a moment later and he went over his HP. It only did 400 damage, not a lot, but still a decent chunk. So what's next? We climbing down the hole? Not until we know what's down there, which means we wait for a scouting spell. Not dying sounds fun. Agreed. He began his walk down the main tunnel. You have 1 hour, kid. Power Loader had left him alone and returned to his own projects. He looked down at the almost finished arm. So far 4 of the runes had been etched and he was meant to do the 5th today. Each rune so far has added to the original spiderweb's red color. It currently glimmered with red, gray, yellow, and green. Picking up the engraving tools, he began to work. It was 40 minutes later when he put the tools down. The intricate rune was a weird mix between the ancient form of kanji for death, the Norse symbol of protection, and an ankh from ancient Egypt. It looked really neat but was one hell of a headache to get right. Observe. Rune of the Forgiving Reaper. Stored mana, 10,000. He raised an eyebrow. Dang. Putting his thumb on the rune, he began to pour mana into it. It drained him almost instantly and forced him to use meditation. By the time his hour was up, the rune was nearly charged. Time's up, kid. Did you finish? Almost, just a bit more mana than I'm done. Well, make it snappy, you got classes to get back to. Yes, sir. Pouring the last bit of mana in, he was greeted by a prompt. You have completed the second to last step to make a magic item. All that's left is to name the item. Would you like to add a name now? He looked at the man. What should we name it? The hero grinned. Normally, we don't name items as we leave that to the hero it's for. I think we can make an exception though, as long as it's good. Any ideas? Tape Slinger's Vice? His mind did a double take. That's actually not half bad. He shared the name with Power Loader, who gave it a thumbs up. He turned back to the prompt, entered the name and hit confirm. A new magic item has been born into the world. This item is now indestructible and its enchantments are unable to be disrupted. Only a single magic item may be crafted each year. This cooldown cannot be reduced. Current timer, 365.24 days. The arm morphed and condensed into a more streamlined form, losing bits of excess metal. The spiderweb design of the mana shifted and overtook all the shiny metal. Instead of shining and pulsing like it did before, the mana became a solid color and decorated the arm. The muscles became a deep red, while the shoulder and elbow took on a dark, almost black green. The hand was colored with a dark blue. Once the main colors were adjusted, black and gray lines shot out from the knuckles. They wove themselves in an intricate pattern of a laughing skull with vines crawling across its features. A wicked laugh came from it before the lines became solidified and fused with the arm. That was cool, kid, but really creepy. What did you do? I'm not sure. Well, whatever you did saved me a lot of work. He checked the clock on the wall. It's time for you to leave, so get going. I'll wrap it up and we'll deliver it tomorrow. Before he was kicked out, he used Observe on the arm. Tape Slinger's Vice. Quality. This handmade item was created by Maijima Higuri and his apprentice, Hatsume. It was then enchanted by Midoriya Izuku. Properties. 10% to STR. 10% to Dex. 10% to Agi. Minus 10% to carried weight. Death save. The enchantment will only work once per person. Kid, you really outdid yourself. He couldn't help but agree. Banshee's wail. The scream erupted from his lips and sent the army of small spiders careening backward. The tunnel had ended in a large cavern with a legitimate army of spiders and one massive crystal spider. It was roughly the size of a small house and had visibly green poison dripping from two fangs the size of his forearm. Is it called an army? What's a group of spiders called? A swarm. Not now. Fire whip. Forming a thick rope of fire, he grabbed hold of it and slashed it out at the large group. The spiders that were hit sizzled and popped. Mama Spider charged him and barely seemed to register the attack. Jumping away from the double leg sweep, he threw two fireballs. Both were charged with quite a bit of power, and slammed into the spider as it spewed out a massive amount of poison at him. Mana shield. The poison hit the blue orb and began to slowly eat away at it. Tempest. A circular purple aura illuminated a chunk of the area in front of him. The first thing that moved in it was a small spider, which popped violently. Having pumped nearly 1,000 mana into it, the subspell would last for quite a while. Even with this, the larger spider was barely dazed and began charging him again. This thing is rather tanky. Magma bomb. He lobbed the condensed ball of rock and heat at the queen. It smacked into an eye and rapidly grew in size. The spider recoiled and began to scream as the ball slowly burned through its carapace. More. Deciding to indulge her, he turned on Solar Aura and began to sweat profusely until even that evaporated. The spider tried to backpedal, but the ball of floating death held it in place as he reached out a hand. It tried to spit poison, but it evaporated in the heat. Burn. The shrieks and attacks became less frequent as it finally stilled. Its carapace and innards turned to ash. With the smaller spiders dead from either the heat or subspell, he let the aura die down. Blind fighting highlighted something behind him, allowing him to swing around and stab a mana blade into another spider. Loot. Really? Where? Mama Spider. Near her butt. I think it's called an abdomen. Whatever. Just pick it up. Taking a step forward, he noticed his clothes were pretty much gone. He'd have to talk with Hatsume about that. She had been designing the material for his clothes since the day they met. So far she had made him an outfit that could withstand close to 900 degrees from his best guess. She should just give up and ask the real experts what Endeavor uses. Smirked at the memory that the statement brought up. Hatsum had nearly blown a gasket when he suggested it. Something about, what do those narrow-minded old farts know? She apparently had a bone to pick with the older generations. He had asked Powerloader about it, but he only got a shrug and something about a screw being loose. He knelt down at the now fading husk and received a notification. Congratulations! You have cleared a dungeon mini-boss. XP gained, 15,000. Picking up the item it had dropped, he used Observe. Crystal Spider Egg. This egg is the unholy combination of darkness, crystal and spider. Using the Ritual of Companions, you can use this egg and gain the following. 1x Crystal Spider Tiny. Cool, but what's the ritual? The egg was a completely smooth sphere and cool to the touch. It looked like an oyster pearl, albeit made of crystal. How should I know? I'll send a message to Aki. As she did that, he pocketed the orb and walked to the entrance of the next floor. We continuing? We can check it out, and if it's too hard we'll leave. Pushing the door open, the previous room was dwarfed by the size of this place. A massive cavern filled with columns of rock and a ceiling covered in darkness so thick, it made the ceiling look like a starless sky. This is pretty cool. Think we can blow it up? He tilted his head in though, maybe? He charged a ball of fire and threw it at the ceiling. He was immediately attacked by bats the size of a baby elephant. I hate this room. He couldn't help but agree. So what's your plan? Plan? Did we come here without a plan? I thought you had one. You're the one who brought up the idea. I only said it would be a good idea, not that we should actually do it. Kendo face-blamed, these two are worse than the boys sometimes. She reached out and grabbed both Jiro and Uraraka by the ears and dragged them up the stairs to Midoriya's apartment. My turn to lead. They put up a protest with being pulled but didn't argue. A flight of stairs later, she was knocking on the door. 1 minute. It was his mom. She bowed as the door opened. Hello again, Ms. Midoriya. Good afternoon, Kendo. Who are these two? Uraraka scratched the back of her head. My name is Uraraka, ma'am. I'm a classmate and friend of Izuku's. Jiro bowed. Jiro Kyoka? I'm a classmate of his. Well, it's nice to meet you too. The mother turned back to her. How can I help you? Kendo smiled. We were wondering if Izuku was in? We wanted to invite him to go to karaoke. Inko smiled and waved them in. I'll see if he's in his room. 1 second. Stepping into the entrance, they waited. The girls began to ask her questions as they waited. Uraraka was whispering loudly, You've been here before? She nodded. We train at the beach near here. Train what? She ignored the smirk that went across Jiro's face and answered. Cardio and calisthenics. Oh, I'm Sir Dash. She was cut off by an elbow from Uraraka, who gave the girl an angry glare. All right, I'll stop. Izuku's mother chose that moment to come back. She was holding a note, but had a smile on her face. He's not in right now, but he is at the beach doing some form of training right now. He got back from some traveling not that long ago and wanted to practice something. Kendo smiled and nodded. Thank you, ma'am, we'll head there now. Walking out and back down to the street, she led them to the beach Midoriya had cleaned. How many times have you been over? She smacked Uraraka on the back of her head. Get that thought out of your head, he's my friend. Nothing more, nothing less. The girl rubbed the back of her head, sending Kendo a half-hearted glare, but seemed relieved. Sorry. Shrugging and elbowing a snickering Jiro, they finished the walk with little small talk. Reaching the edge of the road, they saw Izuku laying down on the beach. He was playing around with floating shapes and seemed to be making a miniature solar system. She yelled as loud as she could and watched as the lights disappeared. Izuku looked back and up at them, waved and made his way over to them. Hello girls, what's up? Momo invited us to go to karaoke. Want to come? Izuku winced just slightly, but nodded. Sure. Let me go home to change. They turned around and began the short trek back to his family's apartment. So what was that? Asked Uraraka. A grin overtook his face. It's called photon molding. I got the idea from a monster I fought earlier. Jiro raised an eyebrow. Monster? He nodded. I can go to this place called the Shadowscape whenever I want. I can fight monsters that are as strong or stronger than me, so it can be super dangerous if you're not ready. He took me once, it was super creepy. There was this weird ooze made of black. Kendo held her hands out in the rough size of the thing. What did you do to it? Uraraka was looking at her. She began to feel queasy. Yeah, Kendo, what happened to it? Izuku's grin turned toothy as he teased her. Shut up. She took a swing at him but missed. Izuku hopped a bit further away. She flattened it and nearly threw up her lunch. It was called a shadow slime, and as the name suggests, it is literally made of slime and shadow. It was so cold, slimy and wet. She shivered. She asked to leave after that. Give me a minute. He ran up the stairs to his apartment. When did you two start hanging out? Asked Jiro. Closing her eyes in thought, she answered. It was pretty soon after USJ. Maybe 2 days into training. What do you normally do? Asked Uraraka. Kendo snuck a glance at her but didn't see any accusation or jealousy. We normally play video games or talk. Jiro clapped her hands together in thought. That's what you meant. The other girl tilted her head. Remember when we were teasing you? Uraraka glared at Jiro, who smiled and took a step back. She flicked the brunette's forehead. Yes, that's what I meant. We mostly talk about heroes and traveling, but it wouldn't be that hard to talk about relationships. The girl caught the threat and backed down. Izuku landed in front of them, dressed in a simple button-up and some jeans. Unfortunately for the button-up and fortunately for Uraraka, his arms seemed to be too thick to be contained by the narrow sleeves. He had ripped off the sleeves, allowing his arms to show off their toned muscles. She raised an eyebrow. Really, Izuku? He gave a strained laugh. The only nice clothes I have are pre-quirk. They're all small and barely fit me. She rolled her eyes. Think you can save us time? Where are we headed? You know that mall we passed near Momo's place? He nodded. There's an underground karaoke bar there. Momo and the others are meeting us there. So who's all going to meet us there? He snapped his fingers and a green portal appeared. She grabbed Jiro's hand and left Uraraka to Izuku. Walking through, it emptied out into a lush green forest. She answered his question as he walked through holding the hand of the wide-eyed girl. Momo, Toru, Azui, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Tobu, if she remembers. We invited the others but Ida declined along with Ojiro and Shoji. Tokoyami didn't give us an answer and walked away. Todoroki grunted and walked away. I don't know if anyone asked Bakugo. He snapped his fingers again. This time the portal was black. Koda and Sato? Aoyama? Jiro answered him before walking through. Koda wanted to, but he had to babysit. Sato wanted to spend the free time with his family. Aoyama said he didn't want to ruin his beautiful voice. Walking through, they fell down a meter onto solid cement. Their destination was close to 1,200 meters away. You're off. She dodged a small fireball he had flicked at her. I'm still getting used to this. I don't see you teleporting everyone here. Sticking up her nose, she looked down at him. I'm not the one with the ridiculous quirk. So that means it's your job to do everything we can't do. He raised an eyebrow. So what? I'm a glorified taxi now? She was going to say yes, but Jiro spoke first. Yes and no. Yes, you are taxi, but no, that's not your only job. He glared at both of them and picked up the girl next to him in a single arm and jumped away. She stared after him. That jerky. Not what we had planned, but that worked. I'm not complaining about that. He could have at least taken us with him. Jiro pulled her hand. Let's start walking. Finally. No kidding. The Bat Cave, as it was now dubbed, was nearly a 3 kilometers trek through the massive cavern. The whole time, they were attacked by bats of varying sizes and a few small crystal golems. The bats were easily killed. It was aiming and hitting them that was the hard part. The golems were ridiculously sturdy, but sonic attacks like Banshee's wail did double damage to them. The cavern ended at a small stone door with more of the black handprints on it. Opening it had taken them to an entrance room with a massive stone door on the other side. Mini-boss time? Yeah. Let's cast all the buffs and wait for cooldowns. He began to follow his plan when she started asking questions. What's a group of bats called? Sylph's Blessing. How would I know? And if I knew, couldn't you just look at my memories? I could, but that require resistance work. Lazy and a pervert. Anything else I should know? I'm pretty sure I'm bi. That's not a secret. You wolf whistle at guys and girls all the time. Hermes' Blessing. I enjoy looking, Sumi. Bone Blade. The only things you own is my stuff. There would be no point. I got stuff. The things inside your apartment don't count. She faked a whimper. That really hurts. You've said so much worse, get over it. You ready? She finished with a sniffle. I see how it is, but yeah, let's kill something. Pushing open the door revealed a large room. The walls and ceiling were made of worked brown stone. The floor was split in two by a small river, which entered and exited through cracks in either side of the room. Water monster. He smelled the air. It was damp, slightly acidic, but lacked the stench of flora. More than likely. Going into stealth, he slinked along the wall and kept an eye on the water as he crept closer. She began to sing, I can see very well. He tried to ignore it, but he heard music starting to play, making it much harder. There's a boat on the reef with a broken back, and I can see it very well. He got to the edge and peered in. It was dark, more than that actually, it was pitch black. There's a joke and I know it very well. He rolled his eyes. He looked up toward the door on the other side. Is it that easy? It's one of those that I told you long ago. Taking a step back, he prepared to jump. Take my word, I'm a madman, don't you know? With a rushed step, he jumped and was immediately smacked backward toward the wall. Once a fool had a good part in the play. Landing on his feet, he looked at the river. It was slowly rising. The pitch-black water was taking a shape. If it's so, would I still be here today? Observe. Faded shade. Level, 24. Mana, 9,625, 9,625. Stamina, Strength 14. Constitution 12. Agility 172. Dexterity 136. Intelligence 663. Wisdom 581. Charisma 10. Resistance 23. Living Shadow. This being is made entirely of shadow. All actions, spells and abilities utilize mana instead of their normal cost. Mana also acts as the HP of this creature. A mage forgotten with time, reduced and faded to nothing. Beware his anger. So not water. It's quite peculiar in a funny sort of way. What are shadows weak to? They think it's very funny everything I say. He sighed. Guess I'm alone in this one. First he started with the easy answer, like calling on the sun inside of him. He created a miniature sun in his hand. The creature recoiled, but didn't back down and began to grow in size. The darkness that permeated the room began to turn darker and darker, his dark senses becoming useless. Get a load of him, he's so insane. He needed more light. Activating solar aura, he called on the light, keeping the heat inside of him. His body began to glow like a light bulb and the darkness subsided around him. Now the question was, how did he attack a creature made of darkness, if light only held it at bay? Fire? You better get your coat, dear, it looks like rain. Using his control, he shaped his fire into a ball and expanded it, covering himself and a small area around him. He began to throw small fireballs everywhere in an effort to find the thing's main body. If it had one. Think you can help? We'll come again next Thursday afternoon. Taking that as a no, he jumped into the air, a shadow slamming into the ground a second later. Alright, I'll need a new subspell or power. Skill check pass. His body contorted to the right in a harsh angle, but he felt the air rush past him. His sphere of fire illuminated a dark arm. Need to dismember this thing, something cutting and filled with light. Maybe a light version of his gravity weapon buff? The in-laws hope they'll see you very soon. Misaki. I'll let you take over if you please shut up and help. The music stopped instantly. Really? Yes. Yes. Move over. He felt his mind fog over and his vision became more focused, like he was wearing glasses. He looked around and noticed his view didn't change at all. He could see his own body moving without any thought from him. Focus on yourself, not what you can see. It becomes easier. His outside voice began to maniacally laugh. Focusing on his body, the glasses effect started to become unfocused and fuzzy. When his body jerked to the right, he had the sensation of falling. His hands felt cold, but his body was on fire. He fell onto his knees and hands as his mind began to swim with anger and excitement. He felt like throwing up. Come on, you stupid boogeyman. Show me what you're made of. Feeling a rush of air behind him, he called out, 6. Misaki spun and unleashed an attack she just named. Lion's Roar. Fire erupted from his mouth and began to fill the area surrounding them in a suffocating heat. His breath hitched as he felt the fire heating up his skin to an unbearable level. Is this what she felt whenever he got hurt? Frost Giant Berserker. Cold began to radiate from his hands, the icy feeling starting to numb them. Give me a way to add a light to the axes. Her voice was harsh and commanding. A light? Maybe he could make solar aura extend to axes? How would he do that though? His mind went into overdrive, but he came up blank. So he needed to try something else. Activating solar aura, he turned up the light and willed it to condense. He'd heard about it in several fiction works, but knew it was technically possible. Trying to slow down light enough to condense took a lot of concentration, but he was awarded with a ping for his efforts. Wasting no time, he molded the light into 2 blades protruding from his fists. Misaki began to laugh and charged the highest concentration of darkness. Hermes' blessing, Sylph's blessing. She flew forward faster than intended and crashed into the wall. He felt her rage build further, but she said nothing to him and charged again. This went on for a few more minutes before he decided to just wait out the timer. He focused on bringing the notifications into his vision and decided to go through all the ones he skipped over. New subspell. Frost Giant Berserker. Power unlocked. Force of the Void. New skill. X-Combat. Fight complete. Stats gained. 3 is 2 con. 3 dis. Fragile. 5 int. 1 wis. 3 res. 3 new stat qualities unlocked. Strength retention. Reflexive counter. When snapped. Gamer's mind has been replaced with Berserker's mind. Power unlocked. Photon molding. Well, that explains her going mad. He glanced at his HP, still in the yellow, and the timer still had 2 minutes. Sighing, he tried to work on control in this state. She said to focus on myself, not what I can see. Closing his eyes, he began to meditate. Doing this without the skill to back him up was weird. He never bothered to try anything like it before. He thought he was pretty well focused before he got gamer. Or maybe that was just wishful thinking. Either way, having the skill taught him the basics, but it automated the process. Night lights, her voice was loud and clear, breaking his concentration. Misaki had utilized photon molding to create a multitude of throwing stars and began to chuck them into the black. Fintelligenceizing sound could be heard as they pierced. They found the main body apparently. He felt her smile as she began to throw even more of them. He watched as their HP went past 35% and braced himself for the oncoming headache. Die. Now she's starting to sound like Bakugo. Control came back instantly and his mind swam. Canceling the abilities costing HP, he began casting. Pillars of Hell. The portals shot out and, at his command, spun around the shade. Using what little HP he had left, he used photon molding to create a sword and charged. The portals kept the shade from jumping away or slinking deeper into the darkness, leaving it open. Mana Shield. The blue aura sprung to life and dented as a glob of shadows smashed into it. He told the portals to go to full throttle and jumped into the fire, his sword arm pulled back. He threw the sword straight ahead and slammed into it, driving it deeper. A loud screech came from the monster before he fell onto the ground. As the darkness began to thin, he heard a cascade of pings. Congratulations! You have cleared a dungeon mini-boss. XP gained, 20,000. Level progress, 542,766 and 2,268. Fight complete. Sets gained, 11 Isar, 9 Con, 6 Dex, 7 Agi, 3 and 2 Wis, 13 Res. New stat quality unlocked. Skin plating LVL.1. That was fun. Nice job with the new power, by the way. Too bad for you, it won't be happening again for a while. She sighed. Fine. He could hear music playing in the back of his mind. Time to go home. That was a little too close for comfort, and I doubt we'll beat the next boss. She didn't answer, but he did feel a slight shrug. He began his walk back out of the dungeon and portaled home. I'm so excited. I can tell. I'd let you take control if you could control yourself. She grumbled. Stupid perk. She had nearly shattered his eardrums when the girls asked him. He had no doubt she would have more fun here than he would. It made him feel kind of bad for her. Oh, you guys are already here. He turned to Momo, who had just entered with Azui and Toru. Momo was dressed in a blue blouse and some jeans. Her hair was done in curls and had a matching blue beret holding it back. In short, she made him look like a bum pulled off the road. Uraraka had jumped in her seat next to him when the three girls had entered. She was oddly quiet and had stared at her feet since they sat down. As he glanced at her, she took a peek at Momo and looked at her own simple pink shirt and shorts. Tell her she looks nice. He took Misaki's advice and leaned closer to her. You look nice, by the way. The girl did a double take, went red and let out a choked whisper as she looked back down at her feet. Thanks. The three girls sat down and Uraraka began to relax a lot more. Didn't Kendo and Jiro go with you? Asked Toru. She was wearing jeans and a white dress shirt. He looked toward the entrance and smiled as the two girls in question walked in. Both had a slight scowl on their face when they saw him, but lightened up when they saw the others. They descended into girl talk, while they waited for the others. Denki walked in a minute later by himself, a smile plastered on his face. He was wearing a nicer version of his hero outfit, minus the headset. Hello, ladies. He saw him and added, and Midoriya. That sounded like an insult. Nice of you to join me in my room, Kaminari. He smiled at his classmate. A second passed before he received a ping. New skill. Intimidation LVL. 1. Cause your enemies to cower in fear or keep allies in check. There is a great use of this skill. Higher levels in this skill can overcome immunity to mind effects and affect non-sentient creatures. Intimidation success chance, 2%. Sheet. I didn't mean to scare him. Yeah. The effects of the skill seemed to go away after a second as he bounced back. So when are we starting? We're waiting for Kirishima and possibly Tobu, Ribbit. Azui was dressed in fairly basic outfit, jeans and a purple shirt. Izuku's phone began to vibrate. Checking it, he was greeted by a message from Kirishima. Hey man, are you there already? Yeah, what's up? Kay, do you mind coming outside for a minute? 1 second. Standing up, he excused himself and made his way outside. Outside the bar, he found Kirishima with a Shido and an awake Kubo. Kubo, trap her again. The girl glared at Kirishima and upon seeing him, walked up to him. You deal with this. I slept all day so I could be awake right now. Which room? He glanced at the other two, who began arguing. 4C. Have fun. She walked in and disappeared. Great. Instead of singing, we get to deal with relationship issues. He could feel her annoyance building up. Calm down, I'm sure it will be fine. Be here. And I'm telling you, they won't care. I wasn't invited. I'm inviting you. So that's the problem. He didn't ask about Ishido because Jiro was there, but he had no issue with the girl. Calm down, you two, you're going to cause a scene. Midoriya. Tell her she's acting stupid. He looked at the girl and smiled. Ishido, you're thinking dumbly. You're taking his side? He turned to Kirishima, and you're acting dumbly. Dude. Misaki snorted. Good start. Look, you two, today is supposed to be a fun day. Ishido, while none of the other girls invited you, That wasn't to spite you. 2 people invited you and that's enough. He smacked the back of Kirishima's head and hit solid stone. Don't kidnap people. I didn't kidnap anyone. He squinted his eyes and glared at Kirishima. Skill level up. Intimidation LVL. 2. Chance of success, 4%. His classmate put his hands up in defeat and nodded. It won't happen again. He turned to the girl. You ready to go in? She nodded and pushed Kirishima forward. Go on ahead, I'll be there in a second. The boy gave her a worried look but nodded. Ashido turned to him as Kirishima disappeared. She bowed and began to apologize. I'm sorry you had to fix my mistake. I screwed up really bad. Geez, any more problems and we'll have to start charging by the hour. He lifted her by the shoulder. I don't hate you. I don't even blame you. I honestly think the only person with a problem is Jiro. Tears began to fill her eyes. Then why didn't anyone invite me? That question will be 200 yen. Shut up. He looked her in the eyes as he said, I'm afraid I don't know, but Kirishima and I invited you. That's all that matters. They can't invite everyone in class, then exempt one person because another dislikes them. As an afterthought, he added. Well, besides Bakugo, I guess. She gave him a small smile. He's kind of an butt. He returned her smile with a lopsided grin. He isn't but. Are you ready to go in? Wiping away her tears, she nodded. Sit away from Jiro and tonight should be fine. I'll sit with Kirishima and force him to sing with me. He let out a laugh and entered the room with her. Toru and Uraraka had just finished a duet as Denki poked and prodded him. I'll sing one song and that's it. I don't want to put a shadow over you guys. Jiro glared at him. You trying to say something, musclehead? He waved away her accusation. I'm not saying anything. I know for a fact I'm a better singer than all of you. All right, buddy. You, me, singing competition. Now. He smiled at Jiro. All right, your loss. Misaki began to laugh. Demed cheater. Hey, you're me and I'm you. Any skill you level is a skill I have and level. Musical instrument, vocal level, 71. Utilizing your vocal cords, you are able to calm and inspire listeners. Soothing voice chants, 71%. Inspiration chants, 35%. I win. Izuku. Not my fault her singing is better than yours. Now you did it. Tomorrow I'm practicing all day. He could feel the headache already. You were good kid, but I'm better. Jiro handed the microphone to him and sat down amongst the girls who were congratulating her. You were super good dude. How did you learn to sing? He sat down next to Kaminari and Kirishima. Shower. Kirishima. Said guy was pulled to his feet and was forced to do a duet with Ashido. I'll take Azui and Toru home, said Momo. Kirishima raised his hand. Ashido lives down the street from me. I can walk. Denki looked at Tobu. Or is it float her home? A couple of the girls laughed, causing a smile to plaster the boy's face. He glanced at the remaining students. Kendo had a wide grin on her face, daring him to challenge this. He sighed. Fine. I got these 3. Opening a small portal, he started handing out bracelets he asked Aki to engrave. There is one for everyone. Once the last person had received theirs, he explained what they were. Each of these bracelets signal every bracelet to its current location. Think of it like a mass text that you can't reply to. Momo was inspecting the small runes dug into each of them. How do we turn them on? Is anyone okay with being scared? He smiled. Skill level up. Intimidation LVL, 2 to 4. Success chance, 8%. His smile faltered. Chickens. They'll just have to scare everyone then. Wait, Midoriya, don't dash. Too late. Misaki. Were. She had 15 seconds left before the time limit hit. Hopefully not enough time to destroy anything. Also, I think I figured out the subspell you wanted. New subspell. 0 zone level, 1. Her eyes went wide as she took in the shift in Izuku's stance and mannerisms. His normal confident demeanor turned sinister as he began to slowly cool the temperature around him. Toru could feel the heat being sapped from her. Everyone took involuntary step back. Even Tobu, who acted so sure of herself, floated a bit back. Who want to die first? Midoriya's voice changed from his normal voice to a more manly, yet obviously female voice. The only person to react was Tsuyu, who was strangely calm. Bracelet, and instantly everyone's bracelets lit up. As fast as it came, the shift in their president ended. That wasn't too bad. Thank you, Tsuyu. She gave a thumbs up. Now, the bracelets detect several things going on around you. The first is your sense of fear. No, it's not reading your mind, it's reading the amygdala. The second is it detects radiated emotions in the air around you. If those two conditions are met, then you can touch the bracelet and it will activate the tracker. Momo's eyes lit up. How did you make these? A friend did actually. The science, there was a slight pause, is super complicated and nearly impossible to replicate. Can I meet them? She was inches away from him. I'll ask. He took a step back and talked to all of them. Now I want you all to realize that this does not mean run off to help your classmates. They could be in serious trouble and probably need the help of heroes. I don't want anyone going to help them without first contacting heroes, got it? Everyone nodded. Now I have to get that through Bakugo's head. Several of her classmates laughed, but she put hers on and was almost giddy when it completely dissolved in the air. It's invisible. They all are. It's an added measure of protection in case you get knocked out before you can call for help. Any other question, comments, or concerns? No one said anything. Then everyone, head home and stay safe. Momo pulled out her phone and made a call to her driver to pick them up. Getting into the car, she watched the others walk off toward the train station. The door was closed behind her as Azui spoke first. Do you think he's being a little paranoid? Momo shook her head. He actually explained why to Ida and I a few days ago. This is a needed measure and not overkill in any way. What he didn't say, though, was the UA teachers each have one also. He plans on giving the rest out tomorrow. She put a finger to her chin in thought. He also said something about 1B also. She couldn't help the gossip queen side of her and asked, "Can you tell us why he had these made?" Their friend looked worried. I promised not to say anything. Tsuyu had her side. Wouldn't we be in more danger not knowing than the other way around, Ribbit? Momo glared at her but let out a sigh. Promise you won't tell anyone? Izuku even made Ida promise to not saying anything or acting out about it. It's the reason he declined coming with us. What do you mean? Her curiosity was going through the roof. If he came with us, he would probably be looking around every corner and vetting every person we passed on the way here. Why aren't you worried like that? She gave her a deadpan look. We have Izuku. Toru laughed but couldn't help but agree. True. So what is happening? Azui hadn't laughed and looked more worried now than before. Momo sobered and looked at her knees. A villain is kidnapping heroes off the streets, and just 2 weeks ago a student from another school was kidnapped. The media is being told to keep quiet. Apparently there's a massive manhunt going on alongside the USJ manhunt. The rest of the way to her house was done in silence. What type of monster kidnaps people? She gave each of the girls a hug as she got out and looked down each side of the dimly lit street. Maybe he's not paranoid enough. Once their group had made it to the train station, they prepared to separate. He clapped hands with Kirishima and Kaminari, hugged both girls slightly. See you guys tomorrow at school. Once everyone said goodbye, he dragged his group on the train headed toward Jiro's place, who was the closest. So Midoriya. He looked up from the ground at Jiro. Do the bracelet rules apply to you? She finished with a grin. He smiled back at her and said with as much honesty as he could. No. Kendo and Uraraka raised an eyebrow as Jiro tilted her head. Just no. He held out a hand and produced a small fire. If anything were to happen to any of my classmates, know this. He raised the heat of the light by a few hundred degrees. I destroy everything in my way to save you. He cut off the flame and let it disperse. And that's a promise. So DMN dramatic. Shush you. I know for a fact you would kill anything in our way if it would happen. His classmates had grown on her. She was particularly fond of Kendo and Sato. The punchiest of the lot and most likely to fly into a rage. As long as I can do it with my own 2 hands. We'll see. Kirishima had just dropped a Shido off at home and was about to enter his house when the bracelet turned on and pointed at the source. Quite a few cuss words went through his head as he pulled out his phone. Midoriya. I know. Kendo is calling the cops right now. I'm on my way there right now. Stay home and watch your phone. Got it. Before his class president could hang up, he asked, Who is it? From the direction and knowing all of your addresses, it's Kaminari and Tobu. I'm 2 minutes away and am getting another call. Bye. Izuku hung up, leaving him there filled with worry and anger. He couldn't help in any way, shape or form. He felt useless. Come on, Kaminari. Prove your man and give it your all. Denki dodged to the side away from the oncoming attack. Tobu and him had got roughly 3 blocks away from her house when they were attacked by a humongous villain. Tobu was acting as the front line right now, barely keeping the monster at bay with her army of nightmarish creatures. A small red acorn popped into existence in front of him. Help! It poofed away. What did she want him to do? He could barely hold Tiger at bay when they would spar. The villain, finally using its quirk, summoned the water from a few nearby sewers and walloped Tobu. She went flying into a nearby wall with a loud crash. His panic flared even worse now. He began to pray to any god that would answer his prayer. Someone help! Another acorn appeared, this time a pale blue and slightly faded. He assumed this was outside her bubble. Its voice was sad and almost a whisper. Denki, please help. It faded away. Something clicked in him. His fear was still there. His hands shook badly and his legs were weak, but he still stood. Hey, ugly! It was both an insult and statement. The villain's face was contorted and looked like it was dragged through cement. If you want to fight, bring it. The villain released a howl and turned to face him. Pest! Its voice was guttural and made him sound like he was gurgling rocks. It began to walk toward him before picking up speed. I got one chance at this. It forced his body to relax and prepare for the pain. Lightning God speed. Quests can be obtained from people and objects you find around the multiverse. There are many types of quests and each is a unique journey that will take you on its own adventure. To gain a quest from a person, you might need to gain their friendship or just talk to them. Objects can be harder as you will need to use observe on them. Note on page. Quests are super hard to find, unless your life is a series of unfortunate events. You should be more than enough to gain quite a few of them. Complete as many as you can, the rewards are actually pretty nice. Good night, Uraraka. Night, Kendo. They hugged and parted, leaving him to say goodbye next. She turned slightly stiff as he hugged her, which she returned lightly. Night, Uraraka. Achiko. Her voice was super quiet. He pulled away slightly. What? She wouldn't look him in the eye. Call me by my first name. Please. Color me surprised. Sure. Achiko. He gave her a reassuring smile. See you tomorrow? She returned the smile and nodded. You betcha. She had a brilliant smile on her face as she turned around and walked through her front door. His sense of spatial awareness alerted him to quick movement as he walked away, and Kendo was looking at Uraraka. The hell is going on? Girl sheet. He sighed. Really wish you could help with this stuff. No dice, kid. I might sound and act like a female, but I'm you. He sighed again and stretched his non-aching neck. You ready? Yep. The walk back to the station was silent at the start until Kendo told him something that he wasn't prepared for. You know she likes you, don't you? He paused for a second but kept walking. Maybe. Well, why don't you ask her out? She started walking backward and looking at his face. I don't know if it would be right. She did a 180 and walked by his side. What do you mean? I feel like my life is going to be filled with hardships and danger. Should I really subject someone to that? She let out a small hum. Probably not, but if it was going to be anyone, why not a hero? She has a point. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to keep up, and if you plan on being number one, you can't guarantee their safety. They'll need to be able to protect themselves. Answering both, you're right. So what's stopping you? He shrugged. I guess I don't want to fail. Can't fail something you never tried. He raised an eyebrow at her. When did you become a monk? She smiled. Not a monk, I'm just smarter than you. Okay, smart, but... Both of their bracelets went red and displayed an arrow pointing west-northwest. He looked at her and saw fright. He had told her about the missing heroes a couple of days ago. Kendo called the cops and tell them to go to Tobu's place. He had forced her to learn the addresses of the other students. She ended up becoming his impromptu secretary. She nodded and pulled out her phone. Hurry, Izuku. He nodded and took off full SBR intelligency and buffs. Lightning God speed. He ran straight for the massive villain, lightning arcing off him and snapping at the air. The villain raised its hand and started to use its quirk. He didn't let it. He pushed his muscles even more and practically teleported behind the head of the villain. Back off her. He channeled his quirk into his fist and punched, unleashing about 250,000 volts. The villain let out a roar and spun with unnatural speed. He managed to barely lean out of the way and return with a punch to its face. Every second he spent in this mode, he built up electricity. It increased his speed drastically, but it tore apart his muscles and slowly fried his mind. The only way to get rid of it? Let it unleash and channel into his enemies. It let out another roar and tried to smack him away like a fly. Back flipping off, he landed on his feet and dashed between its legs. With a yell, he smashed his hand into the back of its knee. He felt the electricity leave his body, relieving his muscles and heart slightly. The villain's knee buckled, allowing him to jump and deliver a haymaker into the neck. Its skin felt like rock. He could tell his hands were getting messed up by it. It let out another strained roar and he was forced to dodge spears of rock jutting from the ground. One managed to catch him as he landed and pierced his right side. Rolling onto his feet, he dashed up the spears and smashed his knee into its head. Go to sleep. He channeled every bit of electricity he had built up at that moment, his vision going white as it went off. It let out another roar and exploded in fire. He was thrown back and smacked into a nearby building. His body was radiating in pain, but he knew he couldn't stop. As it started standing back up, he dashed in and smashed his bloodied fist into the thing's thigh. The hit only seemed to make it angrier as it let out a roar and attacked him with more spears of rock. He wasn't as lucky as the first time. A spear managed to pierce his arm and tore a hole in his muscle. He bit back the pain and dashed a bit away. He hurt everywhere. He couldn't keep this up for long. He glanced down at the bracelet. It was still giving off an intense red. Come get me. The ogre of a person turned to him and started walking, the street breaking under its feet. He saw water start building up around it and couldn't help but smirk. Your loss. While pure water wasn't an amazing conductor of electricity, he figured out way before UA that he could cause his quirk to only affect the impurities. As it roared, it tried hammering him with a torrent of water. With his super move still active, he was easily able to jump to the side. Holding out his hands, he ended it. Cascading discharge. Relief washed over his body as every ounce of electricity left his body. The giant didn't make a sound as it stilled, seemingly stunned. He let out a breath and slumped onto his knees. I need to work on large opponents. He was losing blood at a steady rate and combined with the electricity, he was seeing double. Tobu. Forcing himself to his feet, he dragged himself over to where she was thrown into a building. Tobu? Where are you? A bit of rubble moved. I'll help. Using his good hand to push away a couple of rocks. It took a few seconds, but they were able to free her. Her arm was broken, her head was bleeding, and she had a rock stuck in her stomach. He smiled. You look like sheet. She glared at him and then smiled. I could say the same about you. Is it down? He nodded. It managed to stun it. We should hurry. Helping each other, they shambled back toward the station. Safety. A voice in English resonated out of thin air. He didn't understand a word of it, but whatever it said was combined with a bright white light. The villain started twitching and looked straight at them with a roar. Tobu, you need to run. I'll try to stun it again. He pushed off her, stumbling as he swayed on his feet. She glared at him. No. He turned away from her. He didn't want to show her the fear that he knew was on his face. Just go. No. The villain started running at them, the ground shaking with every step. As it got closer, he let his adrenaline take over. Indiscriminate discharge 1.3 million volts. He heard the villain let out a yowl. The girl behind him also let out a yell which was cut short before she went silent. He had no doubt the shock was freezing her body up and probably knocked her out. The electricity cut out a second later and he fell to the ground, his head feeling empty. He was already close to his limit before using this attack. He'd probably be out for a few hours now. I hope this bracelet worked. He blacked out, his only solace. The villain was frozen again. He was currently riding a boulder, flying toward the bright white light he saw a second ago. A vigilante, who he'd never met before, was running away from the fight. Something about the villain being too strong. What saved him time, though, was that the vigilante, named Rockslide, had felt extremely bad not being able to help the kids. It took a few seconds of convincing, but he got his ride. Faster! I can see the villain, it's only a few steps away from them. Momentum bomb. The boulder's smooth arch through the air quickly picked up speed and forced him to hold on tighter. As he got closer, a bright light slammed into the giant and it started moving again. It sees us. Ignition. At the beginning of the trip, he had used a fire snake to form the runes necessary to ignite the boulder with a keyword. He had no doubt this was one hell of a view, but he was too close to appreciate the beauty singing his face. Okay kid, jump in 3, 2, 1. He let go of the boulder, giving it a massive shove with one for all. The villain held up both hands and Izuku watched water fly up and attempt to both slow and stop the boulder. Channeling his aura, he turned up the heat and evaporated the water. He ended it as soon as the boulder hit. The boulder, which had barely slowed, slammed into the being and sent it flying backward into the side of the building. We have to get them and run for it. While I would love to fight, I don't see the pro-intelligence if we'd get in trouble. He made his way over to his classmates and hefted both into his arms. Denki's HP, mana, and stamina were all in the red. Tobu's stamina was still good, but her HP and mana were dangerously low. Both were messed up something fierce and he could tell they fought tooth and nail. He heard a massive amount of rubble start to move and before it could even stand up fully, it was slammed back down by a woman with bunny ears. Get the hell out of here, kid. This is no place for you. He didn't need to be told twice. He started running towards sounds of sirens off in the distance. He peeked behind him to watch, who he guessed was Usajiyama Rumi, smash the villain's head in. The pressure and shock wave of every attack after the first rippled the air and buried the villain even further. Can we fight her? He nearly tripped over himself. Are you stupid? She smashed that thing to bits with a single kick. She'd pulverize us. Can't we at least try? No. Please. No. She let out an annoyed huff and started to play music. How are you? Is everyone okay? His call right after Kirishima was from Nizu. His principal was the first person he gave a bracelet to. The mouse had sent every available teacher to make their way to him, and strong-armed Izuku into not fighting himself. Yes, sir. Kendo made her way back to Uraraka and is staying with her for the night. Denki is unconscious. I'm currently waiting for my spell to finish before healing him again. Tobu is asleep but communicating perfectly fine. She's slowly recovering and currently talking with the police. His principal let out a relieved sigh. That's good, that's good. Sir? Yes, Midoriya? These two almost died defending themselves. I think it's time to warn the public. The principal didn't answer. Were you able to get any useful information? He let out a sigh. Unfortunately, no. It went out of range with my initial attack and it didn't get any closer as I ran away. Can you inspect the body for information? I have no doubt Ms. Usajiyama will have no problem with taking down the enemy. I'll try, sir. I don't promise anything, but I will try. Call me back the instant you learn anything. Thank you, Midoriya. No problem, sir. Medic's Respite, Emergency Aid. As both spells worked their magic, he turned to a nearby EMT and bowed. He'll be fine in a few minutes. Please keep an eye on him. The man just nodded and continued working. Jumping off the back of the ambulance, he made his way over to the pot-marked battlefield. A single civilian had gotten injured during the altercation, but he accepted that it was his own fault. He had gone to investigate the commotion and instead of running away, had stood at his window and watched, only to end up getting hit in the head by rubble flying through the window. Izuku! Turning, he caught Aki soaring through the air at him. Skill check passed. He set her down and gave her a hug. Hey Aki. He had contacted her while he was healing and told her thank you for the bracelets. She puffed up her chest and looked proud of herself. Am I good or what? They worked perfectly. He smiled. You're amazing, Aki. What are you even doing here? She smiled. There's someone I want to see. He shrugged. All right, also I'll take you to dinner sometime later. Her smile became wicked. Prepare your wallet. Letting out a strained laugh and scratching the back of his, he remembered the last time they went to eat. They had gone to a buffet at the heat of her father and the small girl had nearly eaten her body weight in food. Gamer's body prevented them from gaining weight, and they didn't need to eat at all, but she liked to. I'll be sure to find a different buffet. They had gotten kicked out of the last one. She spun to the direction of the fight and walked with him toward the hero, who was standing on top of the villain waiting for it to move. Aki lit up upon seeing the woman and began to run straight at her, fully buffed. Auntie! Usajiyama, caught off guard, was smashed into and laid flat against the ground with the small girl pinning her down. I've missed you. You little sheet. I'm working. The cursing and anger didn't seem to penetrate Aki's thick head. You know you missed me, so shush. Also, are you telling me you didn't bring it down permanently? The woman glared at Aki before breaking out into a smile and grabbing the girl into a hug. How are you doing, Squirt? I'm sorry about your mom. I tried to force her to take me with her. Aki shook her head. Can we not talk about that? The hero gave a sad smile but nodded. Sure, kid. She stood up with Aki clung to her side. Upon seeing him, she squinted at him in confusion. Who are you? I'm Dash. Aki let go and got in front of her. His name is Midoriya, he's mom's successor. Rumi's ears went ramrod straight at that and she looked at him in surprise before it turned sinister. You in school? He nodded. Yes ma, am. You a? Again he nodded. You got a work-study picked out? Yes ma'am. Who? Sir Knight I. The woman let out an annoyed hiss. Just had to be him. She looked back at him and folded her arms. What are you two doing here anyway? He walked over to the body and used observe. I was asked to inspect the body and see what I can find. I'm here because I heard you were here. Rumi flicked her forehead and walked over to Izuku. So what you got? Ikara Isamu morphed. Level, 29. Quirk, pain distribution. Not gonna bother with stats. Conditions, morphed, unconscious. He looked at Rumi and asked, do you know the name Ikara Isamu? She shook her head after a second thinking and Aki pulled her into a conversation. He took out his phone and let the two ladies catch up. Hello. I've inspected the body. The villain's name is Ikara Isamu, his quirk is pain distribution, but looking at the battlefield, I have no clue. It looks like Pixie got into a fight with a water hero. We'll have to see. Anything else? His stats say he was morphed. I have no idea what that means though. Please let the police know once they debrief you. Mr. Aizawa will be there in about 3 minutes to escort you. After a brief pause he added, he's not in a great mood from what I can tell, so please keep the others under control. He chuckled slightly. I'll try, sir. Have a nice night. Have a nice night, Midoriya. He turned back to the two and watched them interact. Rumi was acting like a gentle giant interacting with a squirrel. While the woman wasn't tall, he was taller than her, she was giant compared to the small girl. In both presence and body. I heard you beat up a drag ring. Rumi put her arm up and flexed. A couple actually put up a good fight too. Did they have any cool quirks? She was bouncing as she talked. Only one, the others just had mutations. Their leader had this really neat quirk that allowed him to attack with air. Like the guy you and mom fought? Rumi shook her head. This one was a lot weaker. That one could level a town. Did you find a boyfriend yet? Rumi grabbed Aki into a headlock and started to scrap her knuckles on the girl's head. You little sheet, I told you to stop asking me that. Stop, stop. Rumi stopped, but only to literally boot her across the street into a bush. She looked at him. What did the mouse say? He smiled. To inform the police and keep everyone from annoying Mr. Aizawa. The older woman snorted. Fat chance. The lazy bastard is annoyed with everything. Aki soared back, latching onto her neck and just hung there. Auntie, can I spend the night with you? Don't you have school? Aki raised an eyebrow, and? Rumi smiled. Sure kid, tell your dad. Aki jumped off and started to text her father. So, Midoriya is it? He nodded. Do you know who killed Kat? He saw the rage in her eyes. No ma'am. I didn't know she even existed until she died. She wiped my memory of meeting her when I was little. Her expression softened. That idiot. She let out a sigh and stretched, her toned muscles on full display in her hero outfit. Misaki whistled. Bun got some buns. Oh, shut it. Dad said yes as long as you bring me back tomorrow. The older lady waved away the concern and began to walk back toward the area the police set up. Let me deal with the police and we'll go. Both of them followed her, until he saw Denki moving around. He gave Aki a hug, said his goodbyes, and joined his classmate. So, Kaminari, I heard you and Tobu were kind of badasses. His classmate smiled. How is Tobu? Talking to the police. Mr. Aizawa is on his way right now. We're heading toward the police station after that and then we go home. Denki laid his head back, groaned. I really wanted to sleep too. Well, you're out of luck. Are you able to walk? Aizawa appeared from around the ambulance with Tobu in tow, who was now awake. Kaminari shot out of bed and stammered a yes, before throwing his shoes on. His clothes had been incinerated, and he was wearing scrubs. Midoriya. Yes, sir. Good work, you kept yourself out of trouble. Tobu, Kaminari, I'm sorry you had to deal with this. It's okay, sir. There's no way you knew it would actually happen, she finished with a yawn. As he got his last shoe on, Denki answered the teacher. Yeah. You did everything you could to prepare us for something like this. Aizawa grumbled something unintelligible and began to walk away. Come on, let's get this over with. The next day, the police station had gone as well as it could have. Lots of questions and lots of paperwork. Denki and Tobu had apparently fallen asleep after questioning and were woken up by an annoyed Aizawa, who looked even more tired. He was currently sitting at his desk, going through the random paperwork Aizawa had given him. This all looks like stuff a teacher should be going over. Maybe he's just lazy? He hummed, I don't know. Maybe he wants my input. The first thing on this list was about the sports festival and how the first-year events will be chosen. The list of options was short and some didn't make much sense. If it was too random, he doubted, even with how strong the teachers were, they could prepare for any of the events. If you made it to uninspired, then it would be a rinse and repeat from last year. He had watched every single festival at home since he was little. Every student and event had inspired him even more. Maybe they could just go for a roulette of 6 things? 7? Go for 7. He marked the paper with a check mark next to 7 and flipped to the next paper. This was on the events themselves. It contained a list of all events from the past years and ideas for new ones. Straight-up fighting was normally left to the last rounds, as people could actually get injured. That left things like relay races, scavenger hunts, and tag. Tag would be fun. That wouldn't be really easy to implement though. Come back to it then. He set this one to the side and looked at the next. Summer camp. He couldn't help the smile that came over his face. The Pussycat's mountain home was more than sufficient and was a closely guarded secret of UA staff. Apparently besides him, all the other students had been sent in circles before making their way there. You think we could find a secluded part of the forest and have some dash? Shut up. He read the rest of the paper. They wanted ideas on how to train the actual quirks of each class. He'd probably just give Aizawa the written-down book from his archive. He had been thinking about this since training started. He flipped over the page and went to the next. Midoriya. He looked up to see Ida enter, with Momo in tow. Hey you two, what's up? How are Kaminari and Tobu? He leaned back in the chair and threw the pen on the table. Fine. Both are actually in pretty high spirits, all things considered. Did the police figure anything out? Momo sat down in her seat after stealing some paper from his desk. I don't know. They have the guy in custody, but I don't think he was in charge of anything. Ida let out a small huff. I was hoping for better news. Checking every corner and alley was getting rather tedious. He heard Momo silently start to snicker. What are you doing right now anyway? Izuku shrugged. Mr. Aizawa gave me a bunch of papers and told me to go through them. What paper do you have, Momo? It's about the work studies. You have a work study already, don't you? He looked at his next paper and answered her. Apparently Sir Night Eye requested me after Togata told him about me. She leaned forward with her head in her palms. I wonder if I'll get any offers. If you'd like, my brother would be more than happy to offer several students a chance. She let out a hum. They'll see if anyone sends an offer. I appreciate it though. Ida waved away the apology. Mind if I help Midoriya? He didn't answer and just handed him a piece of paper. Why the hell is he asking me about possible super moves? See, I told you he was lazy. You do realize this asks about what ifs in the event of us getting attacked again. Izuku leaned back and groaned. I don't know what he wants me to answer with. If we did get attacked again, it would probably be best if this place just had dorms. All the students, stuck on campus and unable to leave without an escort. Momo let out her own groan. Please don't let that happen. I tried staying in a dorm once for elementary and it was so small. Ida handed him the paper back and grabbed another after writing his answer. Why not just ask Cementos to make your room slightly larger? I'm sure he would be more than happy to oblige. Izuku put that paper with the done pile and put the super move paper into the WTH pile. Grabbing the next paper, he was relieved to see it was just about possible field trips that their safety could be secured on. If it happens, I'll have to ask. Midoriya? Yeah. Ida grabbed the last paper. He wants to know what you think about certain work studies. He looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Wouldn't he know more about that than I would? Momo shrugged. Say to just go based on previous work studies. Previous safety records and learning rates, maybe some other stuff. Ida had just finished the paper he was reading. Any idea what he means by licenses? He can't mean actual hero licenses, right? Izuku grabbed the paper from his open hand and read through it. That crazy son of a dash. Yes. He looked up at Ida and grinned. He does. Both Ida and Momo had shocked looks on their faces. The door slammed open, revealing a bundled-up Aizawa. Did you manage to get any of the paperwork done? The three students looked at him with smiles, causing the man to narrow his eyes at them. Whatever it is, no. Momo handed him the paper as he gathered up the small stack of papers. I answered what I could, and as for the training idea, I'll give you a notebook toward the end of the day. Aizawa took the papers, leafed through them and left without a word. We should keep this to ourselves. We don't want to make the others feel pressured. The morning before. Mr. and Mrs. Zero, I'd like to once again give my apologies for not being able to protect your son. Aizawa bowed to the parents. And I'd like to apologize for not being able to help him before now. Midoriya bowed with his teacher. It's okay. I'm sorry for how I yelled at you the last time we met. The woman bowed to his teacher. Everyone stood straight as Hanta came walking downstairs. The first thing his eyes were drawn to was the limp sleeve. He had tried to heal at USJ after his talk with Nizu, but a normal person's body wasn't able to regrow limbs. They could have reattached it if the arm wasn't mangled and destroyed by the process of removal. It also didn't help that when All Might had gone berserk against the Nomu, he accidentally dropped part of the glacier on it. The spell didn't accept the ruined flesh and shattered bones. Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya. What are you two doing here? He ran over to them, giving him a fist bump and a bow to Mr. Aizawa. Hanta, I'm actually here with two others you don't know. This is Mr. Maijima, he's a teacher in our support classes, and this is his apprentice, Hatsum. Bows were exchanged. Hi kid. After what happened, the principal asked me to make something for you. Think of it as an apology gift. Hatsum. The pinkette pulled out a box from behind her back and smiled when she handed it to him. You take care of my baby, you hear? Hanta raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Sure. Izuku nudged him. Go on, we didn't spend forever making it for it to be in a box. Power Loader smirked. I suppose you could leave it in there, be really weird though. Hatsum pointed at Hanta and gave him a half-hearted glare. My babies don't belong in boxes either, so get to it. Hanta took a step back. Alright. Sheesh. Setting down the box, he pulled the ribbon and opened the top. Izuku saw the moment his thoughts processed. A large smile went across his face as he pulled out the arm. This looks... I was wondering why I had to get this metal ring. Midoriya, a little help. Sure. He pulled the sleeve up and exposed the metal ring that had been grafted to the wound. According to Hatsum, the ring was the work of Island and wasn't even available for purchase. She had apparently tried to sneak a peek at the working of the ring but was caught by both Power Loader and Aizawa. It didn't end well for her. Clicking the arm into place, the black and gray lines making up the artwork lit up. They were giving off a dark glow that looked rather menacing. He flexed his new arm. The appendage responded with the impulses of his nervous system. This feels great. He flexed both of his arms. I feel like I can lift a car. Probably could if you tried really hard. Misaki's dry humor made him smirk. Besides the mechanical muscles under the hardware, your friend there. Power Loader pointed at him, did some really weird stuff to it. When Hanta looked at him with a raised eyebrow, he explained. You know the runes I draw on myself? Yeah. You drew one on my piece of tape before and blew it up on my face. Hanta's eye twitched. Izuku smiled. That's them. I used my runes to empower it with my quirk. It won't ever run out like my normal ones. Hanta grinned. This is awesome. He looked at Hatsum. What can it do? Oh. Hatsum's eyes lit up and he could see the imaginary flames coming off her. At his question, she began to list off all the feat to resistance off the arm. He was pulled out into the street by the girl and led through drills on how to use his new appendage. Did you decide on a school? Izuku turned to Aizawa. Mr. Shiro answered him. Ketsubutsu. He begins this week. Aizawa's face twitched. It's a good school. He'll do well there. The meeting ended an hour later when they were chatting with Hanta's parents. Hatsum had run Shiro ragged with drills, but he had a massive grin on his face. He bowed to them. Thank you all so much for this. Mr. Aizawa, I'm sorry I won't be in your class from now on, but I swear I'm going to push myself harder than ever. Aizawa actually smiled. I expect to see you in 2 years when you face off against your former classmates, got it? Hanta stood straight and smiled. I promise to take them down. He looked at Izuku with a lopsided grin. Well, at least most of them. Returning the smile and waved away the declaration. Don't be so sure of yourself, Ketsubutsu scum. I've been having my classmates trained to their breaking point. 2 years is a long time, Midoriya. Be sure they keep it up. The next week? Wait, is it actually today? How would I know? You don't know. He threw off his dirty clothes and put on a clean outfit. He got a call midway and put it on speaker. It was Kendo. Hey, where are you? He put on his socks. I'll be there in a few minutes. But you went on a hunt, didn't you? He didn't answer and finished as she let out a sigh. Whatever. You got 10 minutes before we start. I know. I'll be there in 4. Wait. Don't say it. You forgot, didn't you? Got to go. I'm on my way. He hung up and grabbed his bag. Smooth. Aizawa shrugged. No. Then why are we using the arena? Another shrug. All the teachers wanted to watch. Couldn't we have just used training grounds? Aizawa thumbed behind him toward present Mike. Oh. Cheer up. You get to show off. I'm not a show-off though, Misaki. Could have fooled me. Aizawa adjusted his scarf. With the flashy spells you throw around and the way you act around people, you're probably the biggest show-off I know. Did he just make fun of you? I think he did. She broke down. Get dressed. You got 10 minutes before we start. He walked toward the rest of the teachers. You're not going to lose, right? He turned to Aki, who was sitting in a chair next to him. It's not about win or lose, it's about testing their progress. She raised an eyebrow. Do you honestly think any of your classmates see it like that? He sighed. You're right. She stretched and yawned. Better get dressed. I'll be cheering for my 3 by the way. Cheering for you has become tiresome. She stood and began to walk away. Good luck though. He sighed. Why me? Because you're ridiculously strong, fast, and your quirks are just downright BS. He smirked and turned to face the woman. Love you too, Mandalay. She didn't respond for a second and squinted at him when she saw his smirk. Very funny kid. I hope my girls kick your butt. She sauntered out. Misaki whistled. Look at that A-dash. Stop it. He felt the heat in his neck almost instantly. He hated when she did this to him. He turned to the changing room and started to change. He just checked me out. He just Sidesh. She slapped herself. He's a high school student. Get a hold of yourself. She walked to the stands and sat down with her teammates. He really caught me off guard there though. Since when did he joke around like that? She thought back to all of his jokes before and all the times they talked. It had never been like that before. What changed? She watched a couple of the students from 1B filter in. Why does it even matter? He obviously didn't mean it. The nagging voice at the back of her head started to intelligentsia out stuff to her though. He did check me out when I walked away though. He always locks eyes with me when we chat via quirk also. That could probably be chalked up to her own quirk though. She also had never sensed pink during their conversations. The first time she ever sensed it was just now. None of their previous conversations had indicated he was interested. What changed? Did it change? Could something like that even work out? What would people say? What would his mom say? How old is his mom? Would it be weird for him? Auntie. She jumped at the small hand that grabbed her leg. She turned to the owner and let out her held breath in a sigh. Kota, don't scare me like that. I've been saying your name for a whole minute. He pointed to his cheek. I was wondering if you were okay? You're red in the cheeks and you're squeezing your leg really hard. She smiled and fanned her face. I'm fine, Kota. I was just thinking. Don't worry about it. She let go of the death grip she had on her knee. Are you excited for the fights? He shrugged. The idiot better not lose after all the time he spent at our house. She couldn't help but tease him. Admit it, you've taken a liking to him. Do not. The idiot is a wannabe. Such a potty mouth. What are you teaching this kid, Mandalay? Turned to see Power Loader and his apprentice sit down behind them. She gave a defeated shrug. I think he learns it at school, and you're not one to talk, Higuri. She crossed her arms. I've heard you fight before, you cuss like a sailor. He grinned. At least I didn't start that until high school. At this rate the little one will start in a year or two. He rubbed Kota's hat. She looked at her nephew. I should probably put a stop to it. Welcome to the first ever Class 1A Battle Royale. She sweat dropped at his tone. He's acting like the seats are full. Higuri laughed. Did you expect anything less from the nut job? First, we will explain the rules of this Battle Royale. Go for it, my sleepy friend. He managed to drag Aizawa into the booth? Every fight will be 3 minutes long, no more. If the challenger successfully lasts at least a minute, they're allowed to participate in the sports festival. Each challenger will be allowed to fight to their full potential. If they don't, then I'm sure they'll lose. In the middle of the rules, All Might, in his skeleton form, had sat down next to Kota. There will be several rules for these fights and breaking them will be immediate expulsion. Rule number 1, no lethal force. Rule number 2, follow rule number 1. She could sense the grin on his face. Other than that, fight to your full potential, my students. Wahoo! Let's get this party started. First up we have Mr. Sato, the brawling boxing sugar-induced monster of the battlefield. Sato stepped out off the side passage a minute later and waved to everyone with an embarrassed smile. She looked over at Tiger, who positively radiated a fierce aura. He stood and yelled with his arms flexed, "You can do this, Sato!" Hizashi heard the shout. That's the energy I want to hear. The only opponent all these students will have is the one, the only, the president of one, the conqueror, the amazing Midoriya Izuku. Lion walked out onto the field with a smile and waved at everyone. When he glanced at her, she felt her heart skip a beat. Goddamn it. Focus on the fight. Your referee for these fights will be none other than the scarily cool Ectoplasm. I expect a clean yet brutal fight from each of you. Bow. They bowed and walked to their starting points. 3.2. Fight. Ecto jumped backward out of their way. They just stood there for a second as Sato consumed a few packets of sugar. He was the first to attack, letting out a roar, and flew at Izuku. Izuku met his charge, catching both fists and sending a knee at his stomach. Sato took the hit in stride and went for a skull bash. The attack caught Izuku off-center and allowed Sato to free his fists. She had winced as the first attack landed, but cringed when Sato twisted Lion's hands and smashed them into his skull. The move allowed him to get into stance and start hammering away. He really had taken to boxing like walking. Punch after punch, he never hit the same area and changed the direction of each punch at the last second. She looked at Tiger, who was still standing, mimicking his students' moves. She smiled and projected her thoughts to the other two members of her group. I'm glad he finally opened up again. Pixie smiled at her and started cheering alongside Tiger. Ragdoll looked ready to cry at first, but when Pixie stood, she followed suit. They're so weird. Koda was hiding himself and looking at them from around her. She could only laugh as she turned back to the fight with a smile. Izuku was able to backpedal and free himself from the onslaught. A bright light appeared in his hand and he met the berserker's charging punch with his own. The shock wave from the two attacks meeting was heard and saw, but not felt. They battled in a rapid succession of punches, which slowly morphed into a fight between boxers. Her Lion was clearly more skilled though and was getting 3 punches in for every hit Sato sent his way. The fight ended when Sato took a punch to the gut and leaned a little too far forward. An uppercut later, and he was on the ground. And he's out for the count. Sato Rikido, 1 minute and 54 seconds. Everyone cheered for the boy as he was taken off stage by Akito. Her and Recovery Girl were the designated healers for today, and their nurse was not too happy about it. Next up we have the kid as fast as lightning, and smile just as bright, Denki Kaminari. I told you to go all out. He sighed. Sir, I'm pretty sure if I did that only 2 students would pass. I never said you had to actually hit them, just make them work for it. Aizawa turned off his side of the radio. Fine. She could immediately feel the change in the air. Everyone in the crowd went quiet as Izuku talked loud enough for everyone to hear. Sorry, Kaminari. I have orders to take it up a notch. He then used a spell. That's new, she thought in surprise. Higuri whistled. Dimin. That kid is going to be scary. She couldn't help but smile at the words, he was that scary. Lion's body was covered in a veil of electricity that snapped at the wind and gave off a hum of energy. She saw his opponent's smile falter and say something. Fight. Izuku jumped forward and slashed through the air with enough speed to displace the air. What she wasn't prepared for was Denki's reaction. He moved just as quickly, dodging the attack by the skin of his teeth. She looked at Tiger. The hell did you teach him? Tiger smirked and posed. It was the kid's idea. He can only do it for a few seconds at a time and it destroys his muscles. He calls it Lightning God Speed. His very first super move. She could see tears in his eyes. Their fight had become one of speed and attrition as they matched blow for blow. Izuku was holding back though. She knew that a single serious hit from him would lay out the average hero. The fight ended when Denki didn't block a jab, causing him to take a punch to the face, knocking him out. A massive bolt of electricity went off as Ecto called the fight and he was taken off the field. Everyone cheered for him and his performance was even good enough for Aizawa to give him a pass. Something about if the fight was slowed down it lasted 2.5 minutes. She watched Izuku buckle as the electricity died down and he pointed his right hand upward. A large amount of electrical discharge went off in the sky. He seemed to let out a breath and stood back up, ready to fight. Kyoka Jiro, please bring your rockin' personality to the field. This is a setup. I thought the fights were supposed to be random. Small Might answered her. It was an is. They drew names. From a hat, and all but one of Tiger's students had been picked together. Talk about chance. Begin. Izuku began the fight with his fire portals, caging her in, and charged into melee with the girl. Ah, he's so sweet. He was giving her a fighting chance to prove herself, instead of just blasting her away. Kyoka had taken to mixed martial arts with some hesitation. Most of it disappeared when she got her support item from the man behind her. Higuri must have read her thoughts. May. Look at the fight. After a brief second, my babies. She's quite the character. Kyoka had attached one ear jack into her glove and another in her boot. Each strike she sent at Izuku resonated with a deep vibration. When a strike almost hit him, he jumped back and cast his screaming spell. Kyoka matched the pitch and sent a blast of sound back at him. This was where you could tell the difference between their powers. Kyoka's quirk was a muscle that could grow strong with every use, while Izuku's plateaued until leveled. The girl's was also based on her heartbeat, so as long as it kept beating she could fight. Izuku's was timed and required a cooldown. He was thrown back as his attack ended and used his mid-air jump to gain a bit of distance. He commanded the portals to circle closer and started sending out a multitude of spells that littered the area. A loud pitch screech resonating from Kyoka before all the projectiles froze mid-air and dropped. Izuku looked surprised for a second but charged back into her guard. She prepared to block, but fell for the feign and took a single punch to the sternum. That spelled the end of fight as she crumpled and caught by the throat. Ecto called the fight. And that's the end of the fight. Midoriya stands victorious and Jiro proves her mettle. Izuku had let her down and rubbed her back as she coughed to get air back into her lungs. Hail came out and started casting on the girl. The change in her condition was almost immediate. She was escorted up to the stands with Denki and Sato, who congratulated her as Aizawa announced she passed. Tiger, what was that? Asked Ragdoll. He rubbed his chin. I honestly don't know. Maybe she figured something out. Kendo Itsuka. The girl with a personality as fierce as her fist. Izuku's first student. She had watched them fight before and was expecting blood to spill. Koda, you might want to look away. The girl walked out of the gate into the field without waving or smiling. Her eyes were trained on him, like two predators coming face to face. When start was called, there were no words exchanged and no doubt in their eyes. They charged at each other. The first strike came from the faster Midoriya and was dodged. The counter that came from her was caught, but still managed to hit when she expanded her hand. Izuku must have sensed something she couldn't, because the next thing that happened was that he yanked her hard into his face. She flinched as she watched. The hit sent Kendo recoiling, leaving Izuku a second to prepare. Fire curled around his fingertips, condensing into makeshift gauntlets. Kendo reciprocating by putting on her own gloves. She picked up Koda and put him on her lap, much to his anger. She didn't want him to see them beat each other to a bloody pulp, so she covered his eyes. The fight that happened was a bloody spectacle of fists, fire, and martial skill. Every punch was either blocked or dodged, and met with an equally powerful attack. A couple of Kendo's fingers were broken and she saw Izuku pull his own fingers and arms back into place. The fight only ended when ectoplasm called time. While Izuku didn't go completely all out, he did use his super strength multiple times throughout the fight. When they pushed away from each other, Izuku was as ever left without any bruises. Kendo, however, looked like she was used as a punching bag by Endeavor. Her arms and hands were covered in bruises and singed patches. Her face only took the one attack from the start. The first person to cheer was Midnight, and with that people joined in a minute later. Kendo seemed to have forgotten the crowd and looked at the ground, refusing to look up when she heard the clapping. I guess that was a little bloody for most people. Aki had run out and healed both of them on the spot since she didn't need to carry anyone. She told Izuku something and she could see Kendo laugh in response. When Aki ran off the field, Kendo joined the crowd. Her bruises and burns slowly started to fade. Next up, we have the girl that with a single touch will send you flying, Uraraka Achiko. She flew to her feet with a cheer, throwing Koda off her lap. The girl had improved remarkably over the last month. During the last week, their hero duties began to dwindle, so they had a lot more time on their hands to help out. The students weren't too thrilled about it, but it allowed them to dedicate more time to them. For her girls, that meant a lot of hand-to-hand combat practice, and a lot of getting beat up by her own two paws. When she sat back down, Koda was giving her a glare. In return she gave him a strained smile. "Sorry, Koda. I got a little excited." He made a noise and turned back to the arena. "You can do this, girl. I believe in you." Uraraka scanned the crowd and waved when she saw her. "Fight." Her student attacked first, throwing a support item that Hatsum had made for her. It probably wouldn't work against Lion, but who knew? The small discs soared through the air quickly enough to avoid a spell aimed for them. When they hit, little claws protruded out and dug into his uniform. Dodging both spells, and she put her fingers together. Izuku was forced to a knee from the massive amount of weight that was now on him. The discs themselves weren't heavy, but whatever tech Hatsum had put in them made each weight 250 kilograms. The girl, seeing her chance, ran for him, but was forced to dodge spells again. While none of them connected, she was thrown to the ground by some unseen force. Whatever he did, forced Izuku even further to the ground. Her student wasn't done yet as she used her quirk on herself, and Mandalay saw her face go slightly green. "We'll need to work on that during training camp." With her quirk activated, the invisible force lost all control over her, and she began to float. Izuku used a spell straight at the ground and launched himself in the air. The wind force from the spell launched Uraraka straight into the air after Izuku, and for a second she got worried. Then she remembered who the girl was fighting, and Izuku threw her back. At the ground. She kept her quirk up just long enough to land safely and cancelled it. Her green queasy look was still present, yet she still kept fighting. Spell after spell and a charge here or there, while a few did hit and threw the girl to the ground. She kept getting back up until Izuku used something she had never seen before. Fire rolled off his hands and body, solidifying into a liquid form. The fire rolled across the ground and engulfed Uraraka. For a brief second she disappeared, and before Ecto could call it, she was flying at Izuku. Her uniform was burned badly, and she looked tired and queasy. As the attack had no power behind it, Izuku caught her easily. She ended her quirk and the match was called. He said something to her, but the noise of the crowd and distance obscured it. Uraraka went red in the cheeks but had a smile. Hale came out to heal both of them. "Mandalay? Who is that girl anyway?" She turned to Higuri and shrugged. "All I know really is that she's a friend of Midoriya and was one of his first teachers." He nodded. "She's a potent healer. Can she fight?" "Yes, but she's heavily ranged and can't go into melee very well." Orange began to permeate off him, curiosity. "Next up, we have the kid who could probably fly if he has wings, Ida Tenya." Ida was stiff as a board when he came out on stage. His normally fluid, but robotic motions turned mechanical. They exchanged bows and immediately attacked when start was called. Izuku's normal style of fighting wasn't sufficient in this fast-paced kicking frenzy, and he was forced to jump into the air. He used his fastest spells, trying to zap Ida, and only managed to graze him a few times. Then Ida's training came to fruition. When one of the spells broke the cement and gave a little bit of rubble, he ran off it, jumping stone to stone. Izuku caught the hit and threw him straight at the ground. Akito must have been a demed good teacher, because the instant he started falling his engines went blue. He took off straight into the air and slammed straight into the surprised Izuku. Ida, with his huge burst over with, started falling back to earth and landed into a roll. Lion was smiling as he started falling down toward the ground, and when he hit, he disappeared. It was the same thing he did to Pixie during the exam. Ida went on the defensive, but without his engines, he was an easy target. Appearing behind him, Lion caught the counter and threw Ida back into the air, jumping after him. The fight turned into a mid-air juggle brawl. The larger student had quite a bit of experience now when it came to this type of stuff, but Izuku had a lot more time and power in the sky. The fight ended when Izuku grabbed his arm and the air around the two went white. Ida crashed to the ground and Izuku gently floated downward. As the crowd began to applaud the fight, Akito ran out onto the field. She picked up her student and made a face at Izuku. It earned a few chuckles from the crowd who managed to see it. "Yaoyorozu, please come to the field." At that moment, she felt a huge amount of orange and yellow. Turning to the source, she saw Q holding a doll by the throat, trying to squeeze the life out of it. She'll be fine, Q. You trained her well. The former student gave her a half-hearted glare. You're not the one who had to deal with her PTSD. Mandalay could only nod. The girl joined in the day after Izuku visited her. Her whole personality changed overnight, and when she had asked him what he did, all she got was, "It's not important." The girl altogether seemed fine, unless she was under great duress or fighting way too hard. During a spar with Tobu, where the girl caused her usual death fake, Yairozu had lost it and nearly shut down again. Tobu was banned from using the move during all spars from that intelligence forward. Begin! The girl summoned 2 swords and charged Izuku. Her technique was beginner with them. Even Mandalay, who fought with claws, could see the flaws in her technique. Izuku matched her, but instead of 2 swords used a spear and his bone sword. His own technique wasn't much better, but he could easily fight her off. Momo's greatest fighting attribute was her flexibility and her quirk's near-instant ability to create more weapons. When she was disarmed, she'd feign, smack Izuku with an open palm and create a new one. This went on for nearly a minute before Izuku's sword busted, creating a debris field of ivory dust and black energy. Momo jumped backward out of it, covered in cuts, but kept on fighting. She created something not even Mandalay was expecting. A machine gun popped out of her stomach and she fired it straight at Izuku. Her aim was spot on, but Izuku didn't stand still. Seemingly casting 2 spells at once, he fired off a storm of electricity and disappeared entirely. She stopped firing to create a shield of some sort and absorbed the electricity. When the spell ended, she looked around and was taken to the ground as Izuku materialized above her. She must have reached her quirk's limit as she tapped out, and the match was called. Izuku helped her up to the applause of the crowd and she bowed, smiling brightly. She's more confident now than when she started. She tried to appease the woman. That's because she knows she can hold her own if it comes to it. That's not the training, that's the results of what she's been through. She started to emit pure green, somber. The next few fights were similar to the last few. Jiro and Izuku fought in a bloody melee much like he had with Kendo. The fight ended when Izuku charged a punch with his super strength. Shoji and Izuku's fight was another midair brawl, ending with Shoji being thrown into a wall. Her girl Ishido had bobbed and weaved through most of the spells fired at her. It ended when Izuku destroyed the floor, throwing her off balance. Aoyama's fight was interesting. He managed to dance around Izuku with the help of his laser. He never took any risks that would lead to defeat and only fired on Izuku when he was casting. It ended when his stomach couldn't take any more and he vomited. The last of Izuku's students was next and the fight lasted the whole 3 minutes. Kirishima's quirk kept him in the fight and watching them was like being in an underground match. Each punch was precise, powerful and merciless. In the end, Kirishima was missing chunks of his skin and Izuku's body was covered in cuts. Koda's fight wasn't nearly as raw as the others, but he did use his quirk in conjunction with his melee. Birds would go for Izuku's head, not only blinding him but forcing him to divert attention. The punches that came from that weren't very powerful, but against a sane person they would be tiring. Next up, we have the walking detonator, Bakugo Katsuki. Pixie stood and cheered. This should be good. She looked down at Izuku and noticed something seemed off about him. His posture and facial expression were completely different. His stance was a lot more brutish, yet fluid. His face had a smile so savage, it looked like he was ready to kill. Okay, Misaki. Your turn. Finally. Just so you know, if you seriously hurt him or say something embarrassing, I'm telling Aki to transfer you to a squirrel. Fine. He could feel his mind recede into the back of his head. They had spent quite a bit of time training in this form and he found himself in her apartment. He walked over to the CD player and began to play music. Mind playing something for me? It will help me not talk. Fine, what do you want? She hummed, a weird sensation, Fallon Flower? He cringed, a boy band? What's with you and boy bands? Hey, I don't diss your style of music. Whatever. You'll get your music. He found the CD and started to play it. Bakugo walked out on stage with a mad gleam on his face. She matched it and started to finalize her control. Gamer's mind has been replaced with Berserker's mind. Izuku took off into a run, meeting Bakugo halfway. They crashed into each other, axe meeting fist, the axe being his ice spell, shattered instantly against the explosion. Seemingly with thought alone, another axe materialized and the fight began in earnest. Blow for blow, the two teenagers hammered away at each other. Each blow from Katsuki sent a shock wave over the crowd, while each axe swing from Lion carved the air around it. Suddenly Katsuki jumped up and away with his hand extended. With a quick breath, he blew at his hand. She was nearly taken off her seat by the wind pressure of the next explosion. It was Pixie that cheered, "Explosive goodbye." "Pixie, what was that?" Her teammate and friend turned to her with a triumphant look on her face. Expanded distance between each molecule of sweat. With how fine it is now, he can use it like a dust, giving him the same explosive potential without being at the center of the explosion. "I named it Explosive Goodbye." She raised an eyebrow. "And what did the kid name it?" Pixie's smile became a wide grin. "Thermobaric murder." A couple of the teachers around them laughed and they went back to the fight, at least to what they could see. The air around the two combatants was still filled with smoke. The walking explosive was the first person they saw. He was thrown out of the smoke and slammed into the arena wall. When it finally cleared, Lion was standing there, his skin glowing like the sun. Bakugo stood, an angry scowl on his face. "That all you got, nerd?" Lion started laughing like a crazy person. The hell is wrong with him? Using an axe, he struck the ground in front of him. "Why don't you come over and find out, Pomeranian?" His angry scowl on Bakugo's face turned into pure unadulterated rage. With a yell and an explosion, he rocketed forward. It was like watching a rocket trying to hit an underground bunker. Lion dropped his axes and held his hands out, like he was going to stop a bull. Howitzer impact. The two met in an explosive clash. The explosion itself and the loose dirt clouded the area. A series of explosions, ice shards, and a bright light could be heard and seen from inside the cloud. She called out to the crowd, "Can someone please?" She didn't see who, but a burst of wind cleared the debris. They got to watch the two teens decimate each other, and suddenly the air began to freeze. Her and the two other females on her team began to shiver thanks to their outfits. It was sudden, but Katsuki blasted away and pointed one of his gauntlets at Lion. "Die!" The explosion went off and she heard Izuku yell, "Solar flare!" Her eyes widened and she grabbed Koda and protected him from the blow back. The two attacks met and exploded outward. Several of the heroes in the crowd grabbed their neighbors and jumped out of the way. The stadium got wrecked and the arena was engulfed in smoke. Her and Koda were thrown backward against their chairs, the air knocked out of her. When they fell back into their seats, she peeked an eye open and saw Ecto call the fight. There was no way the timer was hit, was there? Her ears were ringing. Was called by Aizawa. While both participants stand firm, it might be too dangerous for this small venue. Mike. All right. The match has been declared unsafe and the challenger has passed. There was muted applause as the dust settled and both were standing ready to continue. Then like a switch, her normal crush came back. A smile plastered on his face. Bakugo spit at the ground and walked off stage. Ecto walked up to Izuku, more than likely confirming his need for a break. "Lion, what was that? It looked like you were a completely different person." He looked up at the crowd, locked eyes with her and mouthed, "Later." "Fine, but don't think you're getting out of it." Next up we have the unseen but never forgotten, Hagakure Toru. A pair of boots and gloves walked out onto the field as Cementos repaired the damage. She began to wave to the crowd, "Hi everyone." Ragdoll waved back at her. When Cementos finished, Ecto came back on stage and started the fight. Toru didn't so much as fight as she did dodge. Taking off her gloves and kicking off her boots, the invisible girl just disappeared. Izuku seemed to have an idea of where she was, but never hit anything the entire time. He gave up toward the end and started using AoE spells to blanket the area. No cry of surprise or pain, the 3-minute mark was called and Toru picked up her boots. Putting them and her gloves back on, she waved to the crowd yelling goodbye. The students and teachers clapped for her, but a confused silence permeated the air. Mandalay called out to the crowd, Does anyone have any idea what happened? No one said anything until one of Class 1B spoke up. It was the class representative, Shishida? He spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. She dodged the first few spells and climbed up the wall when he started attacking everywhere at once. There was a moment of silence until Ragdoll started laughing hysterically. More than a handful of people started laughing with her. Izuku looked embarrassed after realizing what happened and gave a small wave to the amusement to the crowd. After that hilarious display, we have the dark and mysteriously cool Tokoyami. Mandalay perked up at that. The last time she had seen the kid fight, it was a week after training started. He had completely destroyed his opponent, but had to be sent somewhere else to calm down. The kid walked out as the arena ceiling started to close itself. Small purple flames came to life, giving the arena a dark, depressing aura. Dark Shadow. Come out and play. She could feel the yellow coming off Lion. At Izuku's call, the kid's quirk manifested itself, the normal bird-like visage gone. In its place, a giant monster born of darkness and nightmare resistance emerged. Dark Shadow. Hunt. The beast let out a roar and dragged itself toward Lion. Seemingly not scared at all, he pulled out a bone blade and blew on it. His whispered spell turned the blade of the sword into a rainbow. When the beast took a swipe at him, he blocked the strike with the sword, the monster recoiling. Sorry, Tokoyami. I have a bit of experience fighting shadows. After training with his classmates, he went off into the place he called the Shadowscape. She had asked about it before and learned that it was a different dimension from theirs. The world was split into several levels, and he had apparently spent the time on level as the monster recoiled and Lion's spell went off. A miasma of rainbow energy flowed off him into the sword. Pulling his arm back, he slashed forward, calling out his attack. Supernova Strike. She sweat dropped and called out to him, "This isn't some anime kid." While she said and meant it, she couldn't deny the name. A rainbow of energy shot out from the blade, cleaving the permeating darkness in two. Dark Shadow was split in half, instantly regenerated once the light faded. It's like a shining knight versus a demon. She was nudged by Pixie. In a whisper, "Keep your thoughts to yourself, girl. We're in public." Her cheek flared. Sheet. Higuri started to laugh. Maybe we should build him some armor and an actual sword. We could give him babies that morph how he wants them, added Hatsum. Her orange was overwhelming. They instantly began to go over ideas as the fight raged on. Abyssal Maw. The creature's face contorted and its mouth opened large enough to engulf a small building. Solar Aura. Izuku's inner sun created a halo around him as he was swallowed. There was a stunned silence as Dark Shadow started to convulse. With a shrill cry, the dark mass exploded into smoke. With his aura burning brightly, Lion flicked his sword and flourished it. "Give me all you got." The entity, after repairing itself, roared. Dark Shadow, Fury of the Night. The mass of shadow begrudgingly listened to its master and grew in size. Dark tentacles ending in sharp blades, mouths made of darkness, and arms ending in clawed hands began to materialize from the dark form. Koda grabbed her arm with a death grip. She picked him up and turned him away from the fight. Dark Shadow roared as it slashed through the air with blades and claws. Izuku sent waves of light at his enemy, cutting the tentacles into pieces and severing fingers. He began to run toward the beast, his arm pulled back. Ring. Izuku faltered and crashed into Dark Shadow. The ceiling opened up instantly and the mass of shadows, with a final shrill cry, dispersed. Tokoyami was on the floor heaving, his face was covered in sweat and his body was twitching. Akito ran out onto the field and instantly started to heal him. When his body calmed down, he was led out to the sound of applause. Hizashi coughed into the mic. "After that display, I believe our competitor needs a moment. We'll be back in 10 minutes. I wasn't ready for that. That was so much fun. Can I fight him next time?" "Yeah, sure, whatever." He laid back on the floor of the waiting room, waiting for the timer to go off. "Izuku." He looked up. "Achiko?" She sat next to him on the floor. "Are you okay?" He laid his head back down and closed his eyes. "Yeah, just mentally tired." "Do you need more time?" Sitting up, "No. I only asked for some time to get my reserves full again. He gave her a smile. I should be good in a minute. Uraraka matched his smile and started acting like she was swinging a sword. That was so cool. Since when could you fire a sword like that? He laughed. I was actually just slashing at the air. The blade was fused with light. Her face filled with excitement. Can you only do it with the sword? What about a fist? It's way harder since my fist can't cut the air, so it ends up looking like a fireball. She grabbed him by the arm and started shaking. That's still so cool. You'd be like Fire Fist. Do you think you could kick like that? Maybe? I didn't really bother to try and figure out. Did you see how Tokoyami fought? He was like a monster from a nightmare. Your fight with Bakugo was cool but super weird too. Why did you fight in melee like that with him? Hagakure's was really funny. How were you finding her anyway? He pulled away from the shaking. Tokoyami was really cool. He's been learning to Intelligency and aim Dark Shadow over the last month. As for Bakugo, I was trying something different. Also, Hagakure's fight was sort of embarrassing. I was using her scent to find her. Really? She pointed to herself. What do I smell like? She realized what she said and started to wave away the question. Forget I asked, sorry. He smiled at her. I don't mind, you smell like strawberries mixed with mochi. She went red in the cheeks. They're cheap snacks, okay? And the strawberry? She looked down at the floor. Hair products. He grinned. I like the smell. It's more memorable than the other students. Hagakure smells like unscented products, except when she's wearing perfume. That's why I lost track of her a bunch. She punched his shoulder, her face beat red. Don't say things like that. Ring ring. Will Midoriya please come back to the field? Both looked at the intercom and Uraraka stood up first. I guess you should be going, I'll be cheering for you. She held up a fist to the sky. Before she left, he called out her name and tossed the object he had in his pocket. When she caught it, he said, see if you can wear it. If you can keep it. She opened her hand to reveal a super simple-looking necklace. What is it? He grinned as he stood. Lucky charm. He walked out, away from her protests. Amulet of the downtrodden. Quality, This pendant is a symbol of a lost tribe. Requirements: 6 or less in luck. Plus 10 luck. Midoriya. She let out a whine. Hated accepting gifts from people. Turning the pendant over in her hand, she gave it a close look. It was a diamond-shaped piece of metal with a weird symbol scratched into the front. It doesn't look expensive. She let out an annoyed sigh and unwound the simple leather cord. Throwing it over her head and pulling her hair out, the pendant glowed with an energy that looked like some of Izuku's abilities. When it died down, only the scratch marks were letting off a super weak rainbow color. What did he mean by, if I can wear it? Would it have exploded? Something else she'd just have to yell at him about. Maybe she could wear it daily? Did it look out of place? It looks cute. She jumped out of her skin at the voice. She saw Mandalay standing in the doorway. Mandalay. She gave a small chuckle. Don't freak out, girl. I was just giving a compliment. She felt her cheeks flush and a smile come over her face. Thanks. I was going to ask him a few questions, but you beat me to it. I didn't want to ruin your guy's moment. Her eyes went wide. Moment? What moment? Her stammering was accompanied by nervous waving. The older woman laughed. You can't lie to me, even without my quirk you're an easy tell. She slid over next to her, an arm pulling her close. No. Spill. She tried to push her away. There's nothing to spill, I swear. Mandalay wrapped her arms around her stomach and whispered into her ear. So unfair you get a gift? I've known him for longer. She gulped. I didn't ask. I swear. That's the problem. Does he like you more? She tried to escape, but the woman had a death grip on her. Her mentor spoke into her ear. I'd be a lot more jealous if it wasn't so cute to watch you two react to each other. She squeaked out, jealous? Mandalay hummed, the sound vibrating her ear. Just a tad. Sorry. Why was she apologizing? Mandalay gave a small chuckle. Don't be, he checked me out when I was walking away, so I won. Uraraka felt her cheeks flare, causing the woman to laugh. Letting her go, she walked out the room. Uraraka watched her walk away, her eyes taking a traitorous peek. She did have a nice but it was perky. Mandalay turned and smiled at her. Enjoy the show. She winked and swayed her hips as she walked away. She began to smack her cheeks trying to get rid of the blush. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Next on stage we have Azui Tiu. The fight. Giving herself one final smack, she ran out of the room. Odin's rage. The instant the air started to shimmer, Tiu used her tongue to pull away. As the spell finalized, he used an air step to chase after her. She was ridiculously fast now, but he didn't spend nearly a month in the shadowscape to be outsped so easily. Instead of going after her, he went for her tongue. It was sticky and slimy as he grabbed it. Sorry, Tiu. Fire branding. The fire serpent raced off his arm and curled around her stretched appendage. Her eyes widened and she detached, trying to retract her tongue. It was too late. Rune of agility down. The serpent stretched its body into the required shapes and burned itself into her tongue. The rune took effect a second later and they were back on the floor, him trying to hit her. He was having better success now, but even reducing her agility by 10% didn't do much. Bubblegum bomb. He let the spell explode in front of him, his aura burning away any of the spell that hit him. Tsuyu, with her reduced agility and her tired state, wasn't able to get out of the way in time. Her leg ended up getting caught. He pulled a fist back and she held up her hands. I jibe rib. Her burned tongue gave her a slightly wonky voice. And Mississippi Azui passes the exam by lasting 3 minutes and 27 seconds. There was clapping for her as he released his hold on the spell. With the sticky substance fading away, he was forced to catch her as her legs went wobbly. He handed her to Aki as she ran in. Tsuyu punched his arm as she was carried away. So, Tobu or to do? Next up we have Todoroki Shoto. Misaki started to laugh maniacally.